I like that no music is playing. Enjoy that. I don't know why that's happening, to be honest. Mm. Nice cup of tea. Man, the 15-hour stream killed me, guys. Okay, that was... that was tough. Yo, Green Death with the resub. 3 billion years to come. Absolutely. Love to hear it. Let me reply to a couple of DMs. Then we're good. Oh, yeah. All right, 1 second, guys, and then we will get started. We're doing the meta trade today. Probably not much else. I'm going to do a Windows sound. Uh-oh. No, I'm going to do not a mega stream today, I think. You know, just a moderate stream. Just a little mini stream. My healer doesn't know armor weight and constantly confuses necro as medium. Well, I mean, yeah, that's weird. How even? How do you get confused by that? Have you flamed them? Have you tried flaming them yet? Right. I'll be right back, guys, and we're going to get started. I'm in Omnitas, by the way. If you want to join, guys, I'm in Omnitas. I'm currently leeching, actually. Feels good. Alright, let's do this. Yo, Guild MM. He just drops in. 10 gifted subs. Sneb in the chat as well. I see Sneb already in the chat. Ready to go. And yeah. Honestly, we've got to stop hyping up this raid tournament, guys. This raid tournament's got to get a little bit hyped. And let me tell you why. People are going psycho for this tournament, guys. And honestly, it might be too much. People might be going too hard for this. The tournament is going to be insane levels of tryhard, actually. It's quite funny. It's probably going to be one of the most tryhard raid tournaments we've ever seen. Which is very funny to me. I think that is quite interesting, I think. The banning system is so good. Yeah, I mean, it's good. It was hopefully supposed to make it like a little peepo friendly, but it's gone the other way. We are chilling. Well, I mean, maybe you shouldn't be, Green Death. You might have to go on. Actually, give me one sec. One moment, chat. Dude, get on with the 1,913 gifted subs, by the way. That's crazy. Road to 2K subs. Road to 1 billion K subs. All right, I'm actually... look, I am going to expose Trig, by the way. Look, Trig has sent me something, and he needs to actually be called out for this. He's completely caught. I'm leaking this. Let's take a look at this. Let me just show you something, guys. Downloading first time play the game. That's fair enough. I mean, that's welcome. You know, you're in. You can't escape now. Right. We're back. Okay, guys, take a look at this. Trig sent me this. This is actually an insight into the mind of an ArenaNet developer, guys. Take a look at this. It is literally the Honey Be Lovely song and how he's dreaming of it, unable to sleep at 8:17 a.m. in the morning. This is, whoa, I will slice you open. The NPCs are going hard right now. It is actually a little bit weird, though. I have been noticing that numerous members of my community have actually become the devoted honeybees of a Final Fantasy raid boss. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Little servant bees. The hell is wrong with you people? Yeah. It's falling apart in real time. Yeah, exactly. It has infected the WoW Guild too. The WoW Guild, they're all simping for Honey Be Lovely. They love this stuff. Oh, yeah. Nice. Yeah. How many days was it since the last stream? I skipped one day. You know, I was really gonna stream yesterday actually as well, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna completely tell the truth here. I actually just didn't wake up. I was absolutely dead after the 15-hour stream. My alarm did not wake me up at all. I did set the alarm with the intent to stream, but I was just fucking dead. So I didn't think it was gonna be worth it, to be honest. Bad to take a day off. I mean, maybe I should have done like a 2-hour stream or something like that, but to be honest, I just took the day off, chilled out a little bit, replied to a lot of my DMs. I let the DMs pile up sometimes, guys. Use that day to reply to them. Yeah, my voice is definitely a little bit better now. We've got to build up the stamina, though. Today, I think I'll probably stream like 5 hours. 5 hours today. I think we'll maybe do... I don't know, maybe more like 8 hours tomorrow or something. I think we'll probably get a blog post tomorrow as well, so that's not a bad time to do it as well. Najui is trying to find an excuse to gift more subs. And honestly, I'm all for that. I'm in favor of this. take care. Yeah, look, I've got to build up some stamina, guys, right? I've got a couple of weeks to get back on my A game, right? Because we've got 2 MMO expansions dropping, kind of like towards the end of August with Guild Wars 2 and World of Warcraft. Yeah, I like this. Nudge Meme gifts 40 tier 1 subs instantaneously. That's 2 days. You know, 2 days of gifted subs right there. Up to a total of 1,211 gifted subs. That is crazy stuff. Thank you very much indeed for the missed days. Yes. You love to see it. You should only stream Janthic Wilds for the 20th and then take days off to stream The War Within. No, I'm afraid we're going to have to do both. In fact, you know, look, it's going to be Drops Week, right? We have Drops Week going. So I'm going to be grinding Guild Wars 2 like ridiculously hard for that week, obviously. Wait, oh, hang on. Guild MM, he actually is still lurking here. And he gifts 50 subs. What is going on? Dude, look, people aren't going to use their primes on me, right? Like, there's actually no one left to sub. There's no one left to use their tier 1 sub or prime sub. If you're going to sub to anyone else, Linker, that's a really good question. I actually don't really want to call anyone out in particular because there are so many people who honestly really deserve it. I think that I'd shop around a little bit, see what streamers like you're watching a lot, and see which ones you really like. And I wouldn't want to make a recommendation actually because I really do think that there are some fantastic Guild Wars 2 streamers that 100% deserve your Prime sub, and I don't want to even do like, oh, I'm gonna name like 3, right? I'm not gonna name 3 because I think that's unfair. There are great streamers out there, and I don't want to miss anyone out, you know. Yeah, boom, there we go. Yeah. I mean, Planix is obviously a great choice. Like, you were subbed to Planix previously. But I really like this song. Also, by the way, guys, I'm going to tag up after this Amnitas, and then we will do the meta train, actually. We have the EU cooked version of the meta train. We're going to make that happen, guys. It's going to be good. Subscribe to Day 9. You know, I watched the... Okay, this is very funny, guys. This is completely unrelated, but I have to bring this up. So, I'm interested in new RTS games, and of course, as many of you may know, Stormgate is kind of coming out soon. And I could make the game is obviously coming out way too early. It's not even close to finished. Blah, 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 blah. Everyone knows that. But this is the interesting thing, guys. The story, like the campaign, right? Like like the single player mode of Stormgate. It is like an unironic carbon copy of the Warcraft 3 story. I'm almost surprised they can even get away with this. It's like such an obvious ripoff of Warcraft 3. It's extremely funny to me. Also, Jill Adren, guys. We are actually in the mix right now with Jill Adren. Yeah. Nudge Meme gifts 50 subs to match Guild MM. The hype train is nearly beginning. And look, I'm not gonna lie, guys. We are essentially on point with this. Like this could be another hype train world record, potentially. It never stops. The Battle of the Gifted Subs, a legendary part of the stream. We had the debate arc, and now we have the Gifted Sub arc, apparently. We have All Out War, Sneb in the chat. You guys should definitely watch Sneb's conversation with Cameron, by the way. And yes, that is the Cameron, maker of Sunqua Peak, maker of HTCM. It's on YouTube. It was live as well. Okay, boom. Do we win? We won. Boom. Yeah. Also, Trig in the chat. Yeah, we do have B Cameron also there as well, of course. B Cameron. Do you think ArenaNet... If we make B emotes for every ANET dev, am I going to get in trouble for that? I almost feel like I am. I'm scared, guys. What do we think? Yeah. For some reason, Trig's emote looks like particularly unhinged. It's just, there's something about it that B Trig just has this kind of like edge of insanity to it, I think. Yeah. Yes. I'll wait until you get to 2K. Wait. Oh man, dear oh dear. Yeah, I mean, MM's close to it. He's very close to it now after this like frenzy of gifted subs. Crypto meme. What the hell? What? Yeah, that's a good one. Wait, on-screen celebration. Wait, what does that even do? Wait, what does that redeem do?
The Guardians are combined.
Boom.
Attack with their full strength.
Does it, like, make a little animation pop up on the stream or something? Have you seen my Monday stream? I did see it, yeah. I tuned in for the escort. 40 seconds. Guys, someone now subscribe with tier 1 or prime, or gift a sub that isn't MM or nudge meme. That will activate the hype train, causing the scam train to elevate to new heights of scams. It's time. Wait, Guild MM actually finishes it off and gets to, he goes all the way to 2,000 gifted subs with a 37 gift. And there it is. That is exactly 2,000 gifted subs for Guild MM. Well, I guess now it's the race to 3K. Gone I further with the bits. Can't count all of those, but it is some of them. Thank you very much indeed for the grey triangles. I kind of like bits. The problem with bits is that they're... I guess they're a little bit scuffed, right? Because I don't think many people use them. Because, I mean, you know, why would you not just subscribe or do like a direct donor or something, right? Because they're kind of expensive, right? They're kind of expensive to the end user. Which makes them kind of suboptimal. Yeah. Has to be 100 bits to trigger the train. Yeah, I think it has to be 100 bits or more, yeah. Like, I think that's how it works. It has to be like $1 or more to actually trigger it. This train is scuffed. I mean, look, it's because it's just you. Look, there's no one left to sub MM. Like, other people would have to gift, right? They can't even sub for themselves anymore. Like, it's like you and Nudge Me were like fully, you know, supported the entire stream. They want to middleman donations. Yeah, they shouldn't have been as aggressive with it though, right? Like, I think it's like... If you buy bits, I think it's like 70-30. But that's just not that great, realistically. Okay, and the task is done. What's next? It's Gang War next. I'm going to tag up for the Gang War, guys, and then we'll just continue from there. So, basically, a little bit of context here. The wonderful people over in Hardstuck have actually... Because we did, like, the NA meta train... And the NA meta train involved showing up to stuff early, basically, and showing up to stuff late, rather. And that's honestly a little bit cursed on the EU servers, because when you do that, what tends to happen is that people are going to get stuck and not be able to actually make it, basically, into maps. And we basically now have an alternative version, a right version, you could say, that doesn't involve doing that. So big shout out to Molly Oria, who came up with this. And this means this should be very reliable to do on the EU server, right? There's no, you know, no like breaking into a map, no like spawning a map early or anything like that. This is all just, you know, back to back. Love to see it, right? Oh, can't I further with the 5 gifted anonymous gifter with the 1 gifted sub. Already on a level 8 hype train, guys. Oh, yeah. Dude, 40... Yeah, we're level 12 is the record. I forgot how high that went. That was actually pretty wild. It's far ranking for a new player. I'd definitely say so, yeah. It's very good. Hi, come on, what are you doing? Gang War Meta is what we're doing. Get in here, guys. Let's go. Also, quick notice, guys. Okay, Lycosa next to the Prime. I think... I've been trying to come up with a solution for what server I want to play World versus World on. And I think it's actually going to be... I think I might use... a Fungus Among Us as the World versus World guild. Because I don't think I'm going to use Hero for it. And I think using Hardstuck for it actually doesn't make that much sense either, right? Because not everyone in this guild wants to play World versus World. So I think I'm actually going to dedicate a Fungus Among Us to World versus World. Don't worry, we've got ages before the next relink. It's in like 21 days. But I think we're going to be fully swapping over to a Fungus Among Us for World vs. World with the next setup there as well. An invite to Fungus. Yeah, let me... wait, can I even add you? I actually can on this character. Yeah, let me invite you. Let's see. You are Tumbling Magic. Guild invite. There we are. Remove friend. The frugal fighter has no friends. There we go. You've been invited. Get me in on us then. Yeah, if you wanna come play World vs. World, guys, just give me a message now. Message me in game, I'll invite you. And that's going to be happening for the next relink. Honestly, we could use a 7th slot, man. Like, we really could. Because, like, on my main, it's actually so hard to fit all the guilds in, right? Even cozy games. Oh yeah, 100%, Nudge Meme. Yeah, this is gonna be. I actually want to recruit a lot of people for World versus World. Actually, in Fungus, because obviously there's gonna be like the tryhard squad, right? The tryhard squad in Fungus. Can you join Fungus World? Yes, you can. There is, there's gonna be a lot of people in the guild, and there's the tryhard squad, but there's also gonna be like the comfy squad, right? New guild role. Yeah, exactly. I'll make like a new role for it, right? So I know like what the hell's going on, right? Fungus is going to become Soul. Honestly, I kind of like the idea of that. I actually like that being the case. Yo, boom. Yeah, see, yeah, oh, well, yeah. Make sure you got a guild slot available, guys. But yeah, if you want to join for World versus World, it's going to be in Fungus. It's going to be, I guess, after the expansion at this point, but that's fine. Is there any World versus World etiquette for a new player to be aware of? Soft, unspoken rules? Listen to the commanders, basically. And try to get a good build. Boom. Easy. If I miss you guys, just keep pinging me until I invite you, by the way. I might miss some people. I'm not gonna pretend that I won't. But yeah, that is gonna be the deal. Just keep whispering me until I add you. It's gonna be hard for me to keep track of everyone. But anyway, guys, level 9 height train. Zonks with the prime as well. Very nice height train, guys. Look, can we just do... Guys, okay, hear me out. So I'm up to 1,554 subs right now. Like, check this out. What if I just did this? What if I just started the stream. I stream for, let's say, 2 hours, right? And then you guys just all sub, and then I leave. Walking Wake. Blazing Fire is here, guys. Legendary Conqueror of Ceres. This is actually what this dev looks like in real life, by the way. Yeah. Guess who it is? I am inviting you. Here we go. Easy. Wow, a lot of people want in for some World versus World. Love to see that. Guild invite. Wait, I think I got you. I definitely got you. Guild invite. Guild invite. I got that guy. I got that guy. Fungus. We should probably be like rifting or something while we wait. But it's gonna... I think the event starts now anyway, so that's fine. Get me in, Chief. You are being invited. He would join Slug stream. No, I'm not doing Slug stream, bro. Simple as that. Okay, guild invite, guild invite, guild invite. If I miss you guys, just keep pinging me, yeah? Who's the... Wait. Nudge Meme reactivates another 50 gifted subs. Okay. Levels up the hype train. It's probably going to go to level 10, I think. A hype train like that. Yeah. Guild invite, please. Man, dude, Fungus is growing. Like, Fungus... Oh, I think I'm going to need to buy a... I'm going to have to buy a bigger guild license, actually. Although, maybe I can get someone else to do that as well. Yeah. Not even our room. What's the sub count? The sub count is up to 1,583. I don't know what the I don't know how many... Okay, Nudge Meme has gifted 100 subs. Dickles with 89 bits. Those are the two, like, high rankers, apparently, according to the Hype Train UI, anyway. What's your tax bill looking like? I mean, the tax bill was pretty rough last year, let me put it like that. Something very interesting happened that was, yeah. I mean, last year was a pretty big year. Let me put it like that. I'm not moving from 2K. It's a nice number. Guild M, he's nice and comfortable now. He's not moving. He's going to have to wait for some competition to show up first. Yeah.
They have their own machinations to attend to.
3K is a nice number. I mean, it's true. It is true. Fungus invite. Man, a lot of people went in on Fungus. Wait, why can't I click on you? Guild invite. I mean, you've already been invited. That's why I can't invite you. Boom, invite. Guild invite. Dude, we're raising an army right now, guys. We're fucking raising an army! Let's go! 3 is an ugly number? Oh my god. Well, looks like you're gonna have to skip 3 and go straight to 4. Is there Fungus Discord? I mean, Fungus will essentially be Hardstuck, guys. Like, fundamentally, it will be Hardstuck. I'll just be using Hardstuck Discord for all this kind of stuff, I'd say. or just the stream, right? Like, you know, the stream will be... the stream is basically Fungus Guild, right? Like, if you're in stream chat, you are essentially in the guild. Enjoy it. Yeah. Yes. Leave Condor Dusk or leave HS? That's a good question. I mean, honestly, either is fine. At the end of the day, right? Like, you know, Fungus and Hardstuck are fundamentally the same. Yo, Lillas with a tier 1. Very nice. You've arrived at a very opportune moment. You have joined the level 10 hype train. Wow. What is the meta train? The meta train is the meta train that's been cooked up with by Darren's and the Hardstuck gang as well. Yo, rated in the chat. You getting ready to blast? Getting ready for God Comp? VDH, strongest tank by far again. Mage, God Comp. Augmentation, Evoker, God Comp. Warlock, also God Comp. Better be ready, bro. Yeah. It's time. God Comp. One more XDG tree and I'm out. Well, I mean, looks like you're in trouble there. Okay, I do like that everyone's playing Invite for Fungus. Again, guys, if I miss you, nobody panic. I'll just add you again. It's really not a big deal. World versus Fungus. I like that. That's a good one, actually. Aha! It's a Jin they're in. Okay, nice, yeah. Very good. Right, okay, I'm inviting all of you. Well, this guy. Okay. Yep, uh-huh. I think I'm actually... Okay, guys, when we get to... when we get this maxed out, yeah, we're going to have to chill. Because I need to actually go and buy a bigger guild license. So once it gets to 50, we're going to have to actually pause for a little bit. But I will do it after we complete this event. I'll go and buy the guild license. That will let us go up to 100 or something. What's the primary meta train? Just gold per hour? It is, yeah. But one thing that I really like about Darren's, the way the meta trains go, kind of in guilds, and definitely the way we do it in Hardstuck, actually, Darren's does this a lot, and this is something that I think is really good that he does. The meta train typically does things that encourage you to learn, right? So Darren's does stuff like, you know, encouraging people to do more DPS, but just the very nature of the meta train kind of encourages you to think about that, because it's kind of all about blasting, right? You want to do the events quickly so you can move on to the next one fast. Like, basically, doing high DPS on these meta trains, it kind of allows you to get more events in, and therefore get higher gold per hour as a result of that. So I really like this type of thing because I think it's like it's a really comfortable environment where people can essentially learn to pump, right? Like, that's what happens. 90% of those that ask invite won't join World vs. World. Well, we'll see. And look, maybe because it's a dedicated Fungus Guild. Look at all these new spores we have, guys. Enjoy being this spore rank, okay? You welcome to Fungus, guys. You are now a spore. I can't watch you in game. Wait, really? Oh, wait, are you appearing offline, Nudge Meme? That might prevent you from doing that. You will be denied. I love pumping. I mean, who doesn't? But that's kind of the purpose of it, right? Like, the purpose of it is, you know, it is mega gold per hour. It's like 40 gold per hour or something ridiculous right now. Even more than that, I think. But the other thing is, it is all about kind of like an environment where you can learn how the game works. Like, for example, I will now move the... Wait, we have a ridiculous amount of boons. Man, look at this squad, guys. Everyone's playing either like a quickness build, or Reaper. You know, like it's a good open world squad. To be honest, I'm not complaining. Definitely not complaining, guys. You kind of love to see it. Incredible. And there's also some Dragon Hunters, too. I love Dragon Hunters. Who doesn't?
All the bombs are neutralized. Area's clean.
What's 40 gold per hour? Doing just like open world metas right now. It's actually at 40 gold per hour. I mean, you'll see. If you see this little thing at the top of my screen, it tells you how much gold that my account has earned, basically. It's going to be pretty ridiculous. I see you have offline for Might 2 at 2093. Oh yeah, that's because I'm not on that account. I'm on Microtransaction Enjoyer 3275. Like I'm on Frugal Fighter. I'm on the Zero to Hero account right now. Not my main. Magrust infiltrate the meta. I mean, Magrust, he does main Dragon Hunter, so that does make sense. Invite to Fungus World versus World. Yes and yes. Oh no, I think only one of those players is going to be able to get in, actually. Because I don't think I can invite any more people. It's okay, though. After we kill this boss, guys, I'll go buy the extended license. The guild license. What's the event after this? It's Octovine. Yeah, I'll have some downtime before that. That's fine. The Octovine. That was a good level 9 hype train. Level 10 hype train, guys, actually. Good one to start the stream. Sub goal 2K. Nothing happens. I will never slug with Sneb. Sneb is trying to, like, get me to slug with him, guys, but come on, please.
Wasn't such a feather-brained idea, was it, Zuru?
That's actually crazy.
I still maintain this outcome was improbable. But it seems we have beaten the odds.
What are they doing now?
Slug stream. Wait, actually, do I have Sneb slugging right now? I think I do. Oh, I actually don't have it. Will you slug if it reaches 2.5k subs? I'm not slugging in that. I can't believe Sneb made that. Sneb should not have made that bet. He made a very foolish bet there. To say that he would just slug, you know, if ArenaNet released Wing 8, that was a mistake. And now he's forced to slug. And all of ArenaNet is going to be watching, by the way. Grouch has seen that. Like, all the devs probably know about it. Look, it's actually funny. The devs talked about this a little bit during Ender Dragons. They said that they kind of had like a big screen at the office, and they were watching everyone do Dragon's End for the first time, basically. You know that's what's going to happen, guys. They're going to be watching Sneb slug at the office. Like, they're going to be watching him, like, cover himself in Vaseline and just, like, slip around on the floor. That's going to happen, guys. It's going to be good. Sneb slug. Sluggers. Exactly right. That is content right there. I mean, it definitely is content. Can you invite for World versus World? I actually might not be able to. No, I can't. I have to make the guild bigger. Okay, hold tight, guys. I will do this meta event, then I will allow us to get more members. For Fungus! Yeah. If those two Dragon Hunters don't do top DPS, they should uninstall the game. Interesting. I mean, why would you say that? That's a little harsh, don't you think? Are they even the highest DPS class here? I'm not even sure if that's true. Wow. Daily reminder that Magros is completely insane. Nice. We did it. When are we doing raids? I mean, World versus World raids? I mean, well, I guess we have to wait a little bit now, but we will. We will engage in content. They kind of number. You can just, if you do like /W, frugal space fighter, that will get me. But it's microtransaction enjoyer 3275. Boom. Uh-oh. Wait, I'm actually getting skill lag. What? It's over. I actually can't play the game, guys. This is bad. Dude, look at this skill lag. My mantras aren't recharging. No, I can't play the game. Too many buttons are being pressed here, guys. Need to stop doing that.
Shut it down, Mishan. No. Did you hear me?
It's over. It's actually over. Wow, guys. Look at that. Look at that Jade mech.
Yes, now you see it.
Thornhead Peaks flashback. It is a little bit like that, yeah. Play on NA for no skill lag ever. So, Sneb actually showed me, Sneb showed me a full Safari epoch on NA. So, This is fascinating to me. Epoch failed, obviously. But here's what's interesting. Him and the top 5 DPS, so 5 people, did over 33% of all damage in the squad. Seriously. Over 33%. And he showed me the log. And there were, I think, around 20 people that did less than 5k DPS. One player did 0 DPS. They were just completely leeching. And they didn't even hit the boss even once. Wow, I'm actually skill lagging even now. That's really crazy, actually. This does not happen very often. I think that's just so... Is that not a little bit fascinating, guys? That we are actually in that situation where people are doing less than 5k DPS. 5k is pumping on NA. Look. Here's the situation, guys. When I transfer to NA, I will increase that 5k DPS to 10k DPS. I know I'm hyping this up, guys. I'm hyping this up because I'm sorry. Like, it's very clear that you guys need me. Over on the NA server, it looks like I'm needed. You know, like... When people like Sneb and Grim are telling me there is no hope on the NA server, and, you know, the server is essentially unplayable, we're going to have to get over there. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Blazing Fire. ArenaNet developer, legendary conqueror of Ceres, Trig, actually dead to the clap. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Yeah. Actually destroyed. Clapper! Yeah. He's caught. You know... Yesterday, I actually had one of the funniest fucking stories ever to happen confirmed to me as well. You know, it's a PvP story. I think Grim knows what I'm talking about. And it was a story that... I heard it from someone who I considered to be very reliable, but I wasn't totally sure. But yesterday, it was fully confirmed. And it's so fucking funny. It would be funny if it wasn't insanely cancerous. But, yeah. You love to see it. Use Waypoint Noob. Just use Revive Orbs, to be honest. Now he's caught leeching. And that's the, I guess, the NA gameplay. He doesn't have any waypoints. Why am I skill lagging, though? What is happening here? That's so weird. Boom! Holy shit. Lot of victims there. Lot of hits. Connecting. And there we go. Foggy Discord not doing daily AT. Why is that? Oh, I was like absolutely dead yesterday, Grim, so I let Luaran take my place instead.
Me? Did you forget the part where it squashed me?
I dropped out.
It wasn't operating under our...
All right, okay. Let me go get the guild license. We're going to the Octovine next, guys. It's the Octovine, but I'm extending the guild license for Fungus. But yeah, I need to come up with some good plans. I don't know how I'm gonna fix NA, but I am gonna do my best. I've had enough with seeing like 2k DPS on the NA server. Boom, easy. Easy. Guild invite. Linker has been added to Fungus. Guys, we're good on Fungus again. Show the log. I mean... Also, guys, everyone goes south. We just one burn, right? We just, like, fully one burn. Yeah. Invite, please. Boom. LI community event. You know, I don't think I don't know. Like, when it comes to, like, the LI stuff, I want to be really careful with LI stuff because, okay, here's the thing. Like, when you say, oh yeah, here's a low intensity build, you're almost implying that some builds are, like, too hard for people. And I think that's a really scary thing to say, in my opinion. Like, I think I'd rather focus my time on saying, hey, look, actually, the game is pretty approachable, right? Like, it's actually a pretty approachable thing to go for. And you can do it. Rather than kind of telling people that they aren't good enough and they should use this build instead, right? There's something that I think you have to be incredibly careful around this kind of language. Like, the thing is, I was watching streams yesterday. I'm watching streams yesterday, and I was watching some Sarah CM progression, and there are like multiple people who clear Sarah CM while skill clicking, right? Like, it's so much. It's so psychological. Like, people mind game themselves way too hard about this. I'm actually writing a little bit of a guide on how to command, and I realized this is ridiculous. This is like me writing a guide on how to make a party in World of Warcraft. That would be absurd, right? Like, to do that. It would, like, the very concept of that is ridiculous, because doing that in these games is just so basic, so normal, right? I don't know. The issue I have right now is that I almost don't like talking about this stuff because it should be normalized. Like, my only goal, like, what I want to try and do is to normalize stuff like this. I don't really want to make it seem special, right? Or kind of like something that you have to go out of your way to do. Like, making a group is one of the most basic things you can do in an MMO. This is like level 1 crab. Like, this is unironically like making a guide. It's like making a guide for like level 3 boar in classic WoW. It's very weird, to be honest. And I think in some sense, the idea of even making a guide for it is almost perpetuating this idea that it's difficult and something that you should be anxious about. I don't know how to do this. I need to think about this. I really need to think about this, because I think that, to be clear, I think that everyone makes content like this in good faith. Like, nobody's doing this, in bad faith or anything, but it's just a little bit concerning to me. And I think, there's a tinge of irony, I think, that a lot of the efforts of the community to make things more approachable has honestly almost made it sound scarier than it actually is. There's this, like, huge anxiety around making groups in Guild Wars 2, which there just shouldn't be. Like, there's just no reason for that to be the case. It's not true. And I don't know how to convince people that it's not true. I don't know. Yeah. My favorite type of LRG is looking for calm, wing 2, 10 kill proof. Yeah. I think that the tag not being baseline is actually problematic. That's one of the reasons why you run into this problem for sure.
Even dragons fear the shiny armor. Come get one.
Yes. I'm going in. Is Axe Pistol, Axe Torch, Mirage obsolete now? Haven't played the game. Saw the build for Convergence. It seems to be Axe Pistol and Staff. And the meta's definitely changed, yeah. I don't know exactly what you run on Mirage these days, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's changed something different, yeah. Ah, yes. I will now invite people. Be invited. If I haven't invited you guys, just message me again. I have another 50 fungi I can add. For Mensch Pure Axe. Yeah, sure. You can link whatever you desire. All right, what other one? Oh, we can go do the Chak one, right? The Chak hero point. I don't think the Balthazar one's even good to do. Yeah. Fungus. Dude, a lot of people want to be invited for Fungus. Nudge meme is now enabled. Yo! Guild invite. Nice. Witch of Darkness. Message me in game. If I miss you, just keep spamming me. Yo! Revelation in the chat. Mr. Trending indeed. Oh, shit. This guy's already on this one. Do I get here in time to tag it? Actually did. Oh, double rare. Let's go. Look at that, guys. Double rare from this one. That's huge. I'm salvaging. There we go. Double rare is actually the worst outcome, is it? Wait, how is that the worst outcome? Like 2 guaranteed rares? That seems pretty good to me right now. The greens can tear rares and green. Wait, is it rare and green every time? Or is it just a chance for a rare? Oh, unlucky. Invite. Cornerstone game mode. Invite or riot. See, this, guys, is very convenient, see? This, what you're seeing now, guys, is a big upside of the new system, right? Like, the new system is allowing me to basically massively funnel people into this guild. We can very quickly create this new operation. Which is pretty convenient. I think I... Wait, how have I not... I've already invited you, I think. Bear in mind, guys, this is going to be EU as well. Ah, here we go. Easy leech. I'm pretty sure I've already invited you. I can't... When I right-click on you, I don't see the invite. It's over.
I am outmatched here.
Boom. Yeah, so my 3-month uninstall anniversary. How are you even tracking that? Yes. Have a decent build and press 1. I reckon not being able to see what the game does way more damage to the player base. No, honestly, you could write a really interesting scientific paper on this. Like, ArenaNet really tried to make their game kind of anti-toxicity, but they made it way worse with their efforts to do that. Like, the game is more... It's scarier to people, and to be frank, more gatekeepy than other games because of the lack of gear check and because of the lack of like proper transparency, like gear inspect and build inspect. It's absolutely fascinating. Thank you, Skywalker. Biggest donation you got from reviewers since you started streaming? Biggest donation. The biggest donation I think I got was from Ashmite, who flat out donated $4,000 on stream. Pretty insane. I think in total, all in, I'm pretty sure Ashmite spent over $20,000 on this stream. Overall, in terms of prize pool donations, direct donations, gifted subs, Black Lion keys, and buying gems for gold as well. So yeah, there you go. Enjoy. Yeah, in general, more information is pretty good. All right, guys, we go to South. We will destroy South. We will instantly one burn, by the way, guys. We are one burning. I think I've already invited you, Overpart. You might want to check. I'm not going to lie. In fact, I'm almost certain I've already invited you. I do not have the option to invite you. You are already invited. Yeah, you definitely are. Yeah, many of you guys, I've already invited you. It's over. Which world on EU? Well, no world right now. We have to wait for the next team creation thing. I mean, I'm on Ettin's back on this character. Silent Woods on my main for now. Yeah. There are people role-playing in Sage Out and South. Nice. We love to see that. They're playing far below what they should be. Would never know unless someone called them out. And sometimes that is just ignored on the basis of toxicity. Well, yeah, I mean, that can happen. We got the Peepos doing actually insane blasting. Very nice, Meliora. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's why the meta train's good. Guild invite. Guild invite. Guild invite. Guild invite. Fungus operations are beginning. Look at all these new spores. Wear this rank as a badge of honor, guys. You are all spores. Mushroom Spike Thrower. Daily reminder that HOT is the best Guild Wars 2 expansion ever released and is also fungus themed. Yeah, look. Guild MM gifted a lot of subs today, guys. We actually have the current... Look at the weekly top gifters. Nudge Meme leading, 140. Guild MM with 97 gifted subs. Yeah. Where is Mata? Where is Zebina? Zeb's playing right now. She's not streaming, but she's playing, I think, relatively regularly. And, then, Mata, I don't think Mata plays right now. I'm not sure. I don't think Mata's really gaming that much. Feels bad. She grew up, guys. Hate to see it. You honestly hate to see that. Positive subs. I mean, look. We're looking at a big... We've got a very fat sub count right now, guys. 1,600 subs. Best Thief build for open world, stuff like this. Honestly, Thief is kind of interesting. I actually think a Power Daredevil is really good. You've got, like, good cleave, good burst on it with Volt. So I'd say Power Daredevil is actually really nice. And if you want to play, like, a support build... honestly, Spectre is pretty solid for open world. I don't really like Condi builds in open world, to be honest. They're too slow. Like, way too slow a lot of the time. I really like power builds for open world. But, yeah, Spectre can definitely work. I guess you could do Quickness Deadeye as well. Although Quickness Deadeye is kind of weird. I guess Rifle has okay cleave on it now. Because you can pierce with your shots as well. I don't know. Worlds versus Fungus. There are. Be invited. Enjoy. Yo, Jester in the chat. You said you want all open worlds to be Selly? Well, no. I think all, like, boon open world builds being Selly is pretty good, where it makes sense. But that's because you're still a hybrid there, right? Like, you're still a hybrid build. You have, like, a decent chunk of power damage on Selly builds a lot of the time. I think, like, pure Condi is a bit scuffed. Yeah. But I think, you know, for open world, power is just really good. Oh, no. No, dude, I put a line down. Okay, it's fine. It went over it. I thought I had shield for some reason. Well, because I normally have shield, but I don't. It's over. We are one burning, by the way, guys. We need some more power Alak builds. Because, you know, I was thinking, what Alak builds do I need to learn for Raid? Because I'm probably going to be playing Alak a lot of the time. Like, you know, DPS Alak or, like, Boon DPS in Raid with Fungus. I was thinking, like, what builds do I need to learn? And it's like, man, I have to learn Spectre, I think. But, like, there are just not really that many good Alak DPS builds, you know? I guess Chrono, right? Like, Chrono is going to be pretty good, I guess. Like, Power Chrono. It's very weird. Power Renegade? Is that good enough for raid? I mean, do you actually play that in raids right now? Alright, destroy the Octovine, guys. Is it actually time for a Lacren? Is it, though? One burning Octovine? Yes. One burn the Octovine, guys. Show no mercy. Full DPS. Do not stop for anything. Alakra is the only good build in the game. The only good build in the game. Is that like Infiltration Rune, Daredevil? Like Brazil's build? Deplete. We don't deplete here, Jester. We never deplete. I have never depleted in my entire life. I need to rot max. I can't believe you did, Jester. I can't fucking believe this shit. Are you still logging into fucking Remix daily, bro? Oh my god. Dude, I thought I'm, like, brain rotting myself by, like, playing some Eve at this point. Like, well, although Eve is not really brain rot, but it's a little bit brain rot, to be honest. I need to actually level... I'm going to level a warrior, I think, in... I got level a warrior in SOD. Although, you know, this is actually kind of weird, guys. I've actually got, like, Guild Wars 3 syndrome, but with WoW. Now that Blizzard has basically confirmed they're doing Classic Plus, I kind of just want to wait for that instead, you know? And you know, like, use my time elsewhere. I do like SOD, but I think the best part of SOD has already gone and passed. You know what I mean? I just feel that, you know, SOD is fun. It's not bad. But I think that the best part of SOD is past tense, you know? Yeah, I don't really want to do the old raids in vanilla. I don't really have a huge burning desire for that. Like, maybe I'll go and play Nax. Like, Nax is kind of fun, but do I really want to do Molten Core again? No, not really. Is there a Guardian Lab? But yeah, you can play Alak Willbender. When do they confirm Classic Plus? It's like all but confirmed, right? Like Agron was talking, I think on Twitter or something, or maybe it was Discord, and he basically said, "Oh yeah, you know, you can join the dots on what SOD is for, right? Like that kind of thing." Exactly, yeah. Like I feel like I've done SOD, right? Like Gnomeregon was really cool, like Sunken Temple was really cool, and they're adding like a new boss to the raids probably, but I don't know. I kind of already did those. And, you know, I'd rather just wait for Classic Plus, I think. What do you think of this brain rot? Well, I'm not clicking on that. It's a TikTok link. Me and Ryan are going to finish loading my Hunter. Yeah, I mean, I might love my Warrior. What is Classic Plus? It's basically old school RuneScape, but they're just basically they're going to keep developing vanilla WoW in the same way that old school RuneScape exists, basically. Very nice. Look at Trig looting the Octovine, guys. He's here. Okay, we actually have a good amount of fungus. I expect to see all of you guys in World vs. World, guys. This is one of the most prestigious guilds in the entire game, a fungus among us. Also, I have very good news for you. I expect every single spore... Actually, wait, dude. If you wish to be promoted from spore, you must complete sub 1 minute fungus among us. That is the trial. Right now, you guys are Spore rank. If you want to improve your rank in the guild from Spore, you must complete sub 1 minute Fungus Among Us. Give leader role? Oh yeah, I'll give, I can promote Linker actually. Where's Linker? Linker is now going to be promoted to Fungus. I think Magic as well, actually. Magic is promoted to Fungus too. There we go. I'm still Spore. Okay, Jester is remaining Spore rank forever. I'm going to make a new rank, and just so it's lower than Spore, just for Jester. Jester is now Fungus rank. I want baby Spore roll. I spored. New expansion starting from vanilla WoW again. It's more like Guild Wars 2 style stuff, so like horizontal, I'd say. What is Fungus Guild PvP? It's actually World vs. World revelation. EU World vs. World action. I decided that... Because the thing is, I've got both of my world... But my main and my alt right now are on different servers, and I thought that's actually really annoying. So I don't want that. And therefore, I have made it so. You might not want the frogs to be fungus. They can delete the... I mean, I'll probably just change the ranks. Because I agree, the permissions are absolutely fucked. I think we have to do, like, fungus... Let's see, fungus god. And that's actually... I have to... Wait. How do I do this, actually? Oh, wait, no, I have to demo everyone, don't I? Yeah, I can't make a rank that's higher than fungus. I have to demo everyone else. So this is no good. I have to, like, rename... Yeah, I have to rename this one to fungus god. And then this one has to become fungus. And then basically everyone except me is going to be this rank, pretty much. This is going to be like an, yeah, this is going to be like officer rank, I guess, or fungus. And then, yeah. Yeah. That's dog shit? What are you talking about? What do you mean it's over? Wait, what are you guys talking about? Yeah, thanks for Sovian. Appreciate it. Right, did I get the Aurelium? I didn't get the Aurelium. It's completely over. All right, next meta train. We did the Octavine. Oh, we have to go to Drakkar now. Oh, we got to go fast, actually. Yeah, wait. Is it Drakkar? Yeah, it's Drakkar. Drakkar. It will take forever to organize? Wait, what do you mean? Go again. All right, I'm going to fix the guild while we do Drakkar. Get in there, guys. Go. Go forth. Go forth. I will fix the guild. Okay. Fungus Overlord. And then this is now the new Fungus rank. Right, and now I'm just going to demote basically everyone except myself. Okay, here we go. Fungus. 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 Very nice. I'm not demoting myself. Okay, right. We need like, yeah, I mean, we need a good icon for this. I mean, this one's actually pretty decent. Be this one, I guess. World versus world selection to specific roles? I don't think so. Okay, so let's see. Fungus Overlord is God. What ranks does Fungus need? I'm pretty sure I can just give, like, every permission, right? Yeah, Spore needs to be able to claim stuff as well, I think. What the hell is Fungaloid? What even is this shit? I think this rank can just be deleted, I think. Guild stash? I feel like this is actually a weird rank. We have to change this. Fungus is like, this is like a high-ranked fungus. We're gonna have to modify this a bit, I think. This is a very powerful fungus. Yeah, Spalling. What, I don't even know what there's 0 people who are ranked Fungaloid. What even is this? And Spore needs to be able to, I think, claim, right? Activate tactics, spend upgrades, claim objectives. They have to be able to deposit things, right? Deposit, but not withdraw, probably.
Drakkar is not the answer. It acts out of fear. A child hunted by monsters.
Okay.
I said don't listen to them.
Spore!
Come on.
This seems legit.
It's here. I know it.
Okay, I'm removing Fungaloid. Fungaloid has no reason to exist. $40K account value? Yeah, like my account value is going... Look, let's increase the account value a whole bunch. Here we go. Are you ready? I'm pretty sure it will know about this. But if I'm going to buy these anyway. Here we go. Boom. Double buying the build template expansion. Very nice, actually. I wonder if I should buy the build storage expansion as well. But we've got 2 of those now. And that's now freed up some of this so we can just like finish the weekly. Because I did the weekly in World vs. World. Oh, look at that. Boom! There it is. Oh shit, we gotta get in there. Storage is Garbo. Yeah, it's probably not something I'm gonna use that often. Storage is Drek. But anyway, yeah, my account value should be pretty high here. Yo, Pama Prime. Very nice Prime, my friend. Love to see that, dude. I didn't have the stun break available. Or stability. It's over. Boom, Drakkar. 5 gold or 500 gold. Always storage for account value. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. Go for like as much account value as possible. Although I'm not sure if I really want it though. Do I need anything else though? I guess I can buy the Ascended, but I mean, turning it into gold wouldn't be a bad idea, right? Like, you can basically get 3 silver per acclaim-ish. I'll see. I mean, you know, there's no rush, guys. Man, the weekly is just so ridiculous. Like, how can anyone struggle with gold in this game now that the Wizard's Vault exists? It is actually insane. This is just such a broken reward structure. It is so ridiculously overpowered. It's crazy. Okay. Another Herald. You love to see it.
There. See?
I'm going in.
Easy.
We be converging? Yeah, I'll do some convergences as well, yeah. I will converge today.
Listen to reason. I have never in the history of this world given something to one who did not ask.
The weekly is so OP, actually. I think I'm going to start making the legendary pretty soon on this account as well. Dragar. I'm opening these rares. Boom. I'm salvaging. Look at those Actos, man. You honestly love to see that. You really do. You need more moolah? Dude, the meta train is 45 gold an hour right now. This shit is ridiculous. And you've got the Wizard's Vault at the same time. Exactly, that is Pog. Free Blackline keys. And yeah, like the free Blackline key is mega good as well. Because, well, especially if you have ults, by the way, guys. Guess what I'm going to be doing, guys? I've got 1 zillion ults. So what I'm going to do, it's going to gift this to my main. Simple as that. I'm going to go on every single ult, gift 1 key to my main. And by the way, guys, check this out. I'll actually demonstrate what you can do here. What you can do is you can just gift all those keys to your main, and then you can just, like, open them all there, right? Very high value, actually. Let me get the key. Okay, let's open a key, guys. It's time. It is time. Okay, I'm doing it. Let's do it. Wow, I got nothing. Nothing of any value. I got 1 gold. Well, I mean, that's unfortunate. Oh, look, I got the super dagger. There we go. Well, you hate to see that. Didn't get the Gamba, though. I used to struggle with gold until I started buying the tier 5 material bags from the Wizard's Vault. Now I am rich. Thank you, ArenaNet. Nice. I didn't know that? Well, I mean, now you know that, guys. You just get, like, a bunch of keys. Like, for example, I'm going to get, like, over 100 keys sent direct to my main. And I can just open all of those. What meta is this? This is Drakkar. Also known by his other name, the Breaker. Until I bought the gold find from the Wizard Vault, now I just find gold. Nice. I mean, yeah, that's a great call. That really is a great call, though. Should I restore wiki.alts.dll? You know, guys, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this right now. Awesomeness knows what I'm talking about. Trig does as well. I watched a guy live stream using serascandy.dll yesterday. Dude, this is how fucking brazen people are. It was fully on stream. He was blatantly hacking the game, using full hacks to make the game easier live. Yeah. I'll link you the VOD. I'll link you the fucking stream, Grim. I don't give a fuck. Hey, hang on. I'm not going to link it here publicly. I'll link it to you, though. Hang on, let me find it. Hang on. I'm linking it to you. This guy. Yeah. I'll send it to Jester as well. Jess is also getting it. To be clear, they weren't using Saras.dll. Although, I will say this. In the logs, some people's, like, DPS was, like, very close together. Let me put it like that. Which is interesting. But that aside... yeah, it wasn't even, like, full Saras DLL. It's like the Candy DLL. So it's not like the full hack. But I think some people were maybe using Saras.dll. Definitely possible. Oh, yes. Nothing wrong with a little bit of Saras.dll, guys. We love that. We absolutely do. I love Saras.dll. Who doesn't?
Spirits, look out! The claws!
You wouldn't download a Saras. Well, I mean, apparently you would. Apparently some people would do that. Yeah, Ecto's a 47 silver. Shout out to YouTube chat, by the way. Ecto prices are indeed wild. I love YouTube chat. YouTube chat is actually, honestly, S tier. The Black Line keys are account bound. Yeah. No, but here's the thing. Oh, I fucked it up now. You can use the gift feature, yeah? To gift it to your main, then it sends it to your main, right?
The gate's open. Now get in there and
You chat are ontologically evil. Man, that is such a timeless classic meme. I love the ontologically evil meme. Oh man. You know, I will say this, guys, like the internet politics space can definitely be a little bit toxic sometimes, but damn. Sometimes, like, you know, the stars align and you get like an absolute banger of a meme. And that was definitely one of them. Yeah. You love to see it. I mean, I'm honestly surprised that people haven't actually... I mean, I guess some people probably have, right? I assume some people have actually done Saras with just, like, full-on, like, fly hacks and stuff, right? Or, like, teleport hacks? I assume people have done that. Oh, Bone Skinner's Rib. Is that good? Oh, that is pretty good. Look at that. Got a good drop from Jakar there. Nice. Actually getting the 5 gold little mini high roll. Love to see that. Didn't get the Giga high roll, obviously, of the gemstone or the lodestone. Okay, we're doing Dragonstorm now. It is Dragonstorm time, guys. Yeah. Yes. Let's continue. What? Jesus. Content. I have received footage of Saras.dll. That's all I'm going to say, guys. I have received full footage of Saras.dll. You love to see it, guys. You really do. Is ArenaNet actually going to do something about this? This is not good, okay? This is a little bit... Man, I hate that the subreddit actually was like, oh, no, bro, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal that people are openly hacking to clear Saras CM. Oh, no. There's nothing wrong there. That's not a problem that ArenaNet have to actually worry about. Man, like, what does the game come to, dude?
Coming in for a landing, Commander.
The area's cleared, Keith.
It's actually wild.
We break the champion's connection to the dragons. Then we use that magic against them.
Yeah.
What'll happen
Nice.
to Bram? To Ryland?
Bram knew the risks.
Incredible.
Nice of you to clear out the trash for me, Commander.
Need to do an expose video.
Did you?
Saras CM is impossible to hack. That actually is true, though. That is true.
I'll let Jormek Energy.
I was making it up and wasn't real because I'm not credible. I honestly, dude, the subreddit is so toxic. It's so weird to me. I don't know. I don't know if it's the mods or just like it's just the players are just like very bitter after like years of playing Guild Wars 2 or something, but the subreddit is not good at all, honestly. It really, really isn't. But yeah, it's a big problem, guys. It's a very big issue. Like, ArenaNet have got it. They have to step up. ArenaNet are going to have to address this. They must address this. Like, you cannot have people blatantly hacking and openly doing it. Like, openly hacking. They're not even hiding it. They're not even trying to hide it, right? That's just not healthy, guys. It's not healthy for a game where people are blatantly and openly hacking and they just don't care. It's the same thing with the world versus world thing. Look, there are currently, guys, this is, I'm sure you guys have seen people complaining about this if you play World vs. World now. There are people who are flat out, openly exploiting into keeps to portal people in or to take them. They're doing it constantly. They just keep doing it. Like, I was playing against this thief. They were trying to be clever and they had no guild tag. I guess they were trying to kind of hide a little bit or something, but obviously, like, you can still report them very easily. But he was doing it again and again. He was doing it all evening. He would just, you know, we would kill him and drive him away from the keep. And then he would just exploit back in. To be clear, not hacking. There's like a couple of little jumping puzzle exploits you can do to break back into the keep. He's doing it over and over again. And there's a lot of people doing this. A lot of people are doing this right now in World vs. World. There's people blatantly and openly hacking in PvE to do Saris. It's kind of crazy, to be honest. That's not new. That's been happening for years. I mean, did I ever say it was? But the thing is, you didn't listen to me, Bumpershoot. And I actually want to highlight your message here because I think your message is actually a really bad message. And let me explain why. You're minimizing it. You're saying, well, who cares? It's been happening for years. These are people exploiting and hacking in a game that we're supposed to actually like and care about. Why are you minimizing it? Why are you minimizing hacking and exploiting? And the other thing that you, of course, ignored here, this is the main issue. The main issue is that people are becoming more and more brazen about this. That's the complaint. Yeah, do you really think me and Nike aren't aware that people have always been hacking? Yeah, of course we know that. Obviously, we know that's the case, right? That this is not news to us. But the point is that people are not even, there's no like shame anymore, right? People used to have the decency to kind of hide it a little bit and not do it as brazenly. But over the past, I don't know, like year or so, and certainly it's accelerated over the past couple of months, people are openly using hacks in the game. This is not a healthy environment to have. Like, you do not want to have a culture where it's almost semi-socially acceptable to cheat, right? That is not what you want. You do not want an environment where cheating is almost socially accepted. How detectable are these hacks? I think they're not very detectable, unfortunately, because the problem is, Nike talked about this, in his video. The issue is that it's kind of difficult for ArenaNet to tell the difference between like a malicious DLL and ARC DPS, right? Like it's very difficult for them to tell the difference between those two things, like with code. You're inflecting tone on some text. I mean, I could be an asshole and say how I don't think inflecting is really the correct word to use there, but I'm not going to do that. Like, no, that's not what I'm doing, actually. Like, the language there is dismissive. And again, you can say you didn't mean that, and that's obviously fair, but that's what the words mean, right? Like, you can just say, yeah, like, I chose the words poorly, and that's fair, but that's what those words mean.
Use the prisms now. The champions are hanging on to dragons.
Let's go. So everyone has been going on forever. Why do you think the devs haven't taken steps to address it? Does it stem from inability or uncaringness? I think it's because, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of wasn't a huge deal. It's kind of become a bit more of a bigger deal recently, I think, because it's just become a bit more organized almost in a way, right? There's like Discord servers for it, and like, you know, like a lot of applications that are just like designed to do this and like communities being built around it. But historically, it hasn't really been a huge deal, I think, especially in PvE. Like it's always been a thing in PvP and World versus World, obviously, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, get one shot from no one, please get teleport run like speed guns. Well, to be fair, that probably isn't hacking. That's probably just Thief or any of the other like very bursty builds. That probably isn't hacking. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of damage out there. Some Deadeyes maybe, some Willbenders, some Soul Beasts. There's a variety of builds that can kind of kill you pretty quick. Integrate art DPS in the game or something and ban people from using exterior deals. I mean, that's basically what Nike suggested, essentially. I mean, Nike basically said they should maybe consider adding a combat API that kind of replaces arc DPS. I would be inclined to agree with that. The reason why they haven't done that, that's certainly a lot of work to do. That's a shit ton of work to do that. But it would be a good solution for sure. Is gw2 fun solo? I'd say so, yeah. It's definitely like one of those games that you can play without having to really interact with people. What's less problematic? It makes it better? Well, I mean, it makes it less of an issue, right? Or like less problematic. In that ship itself, maybe you might be right. I don't know. Like, but it's a problem, and if they don't do anything about it, it will get worse. Ah. Dogmentation Evoker. It would kill everything that is done for logging? Not necessarily, because, you know, you would simply... you'd use the combat API to generate EVTC logs, right? Because that's basically what WoW does. Like, World of Warcraft uses the official combat API and then generates combat logs that then is parsed by Warcraft logs. It won't have what we use. Well, if there's a combat API, then it will. It can, right?
It's so wild. Get to the prisms.
Guys, yeah, but if there's a combat API, you can just code it to do that using the combat API.
Pulling you back.
Like in there's like World of Warcraft has this. World of Warcraft has an even more detailed version even of this. Of basically the combat replay that you have. You have even more detail in Warcraft logs. With like the replay and stuff. Boom.
It's done.
Let's go. Did I win big? I did not win big. Unfortunate. You hate to see that. Still not bad, though. Okay, what's next? Palawadon. Let's go. Domain of Istan. Dude, we have a bit of downtime here, actually. This is a good chunk of downtime. Boom. Legendary Smolged. It's time. I face Legendary Smolged. Man, Palawadon is actually insane. Like, the gold brow on this event is pretty omega. Let's go. Doot Doot Plenger. If the entire chat is filled with Plenger, Plenix creates the ultimate Plenger. I rarely find groups of more than 500 people in the LFG. I think a lot of the Season 4 maps aren't as popular, which is kind of weird because they are actually really good. Especially if you have the Karmic Retribution. I think it's... This is something that I have come to realize, Hoth, actually. And I want to make a video about this. I'm not sure I'm going to express it. Like, the reason why people don't make gold is because there's like a lot of like little extra things that you can do that are just so impactful. Like, just getting all this free volatile magic is just, it's omega good. It's very, very nice. And also stuff like minimizing downtime as well. Like, always be doing something. Like, you know, if you're AFKing, your gold per hour is 0, you know? I actually think doing this event is good, because there's a bunch of mobs that spawn. Yeah, and also, I think that the other thing is that, like, I don't think people realize, like, how good just killing mobs is in the game, actually. Like, killing mobs is a lot better than people think. Or at least I think so anyway. So if you've got an event like this and just, like, a bunch of mobs spawn, it's actually really good for you. Because, we're kind of killing this thing a little bit too quickly almost. Because I think, yeah, because it's going to spawn ads. We actually just want to kill these things. Because, look, we're just getting a bunch of loot from killing them. And like, if these just keep spawning, then it's good times for us, right? Let's get more and more kills. It's dead now, though. Unlucky. Wait, how did we fail? Wait, how was that a fail? Okay. Wait, did it just end there or something? Like, that's where it needed to go? We actually got destroyed. Mega outplayed. Well, I mean, unlucky, I guess. Daily volatile magic collector. I guess we've got to fly in the air and get some. EU? How dare you, Jester? Okay, here we go. Let's, we can do... Oh, no, this one, I guess. Sooner Stormbringer. Where is it? Oh, it's spawned close this time. Nice, let's go. Scavenger Jade Ball. Yeah, that is good. That one's a little bit trickier to do, though, I think, because it's not on a timer, is it? That one, like the Specimen Chamber. But yeah, at the start, you get so many mobs that you just get so many kills. It might be one to add into the meta train somehow. Whoa. Oh, dude. Wait. Oh, no! Dude, look, we spawned the bounty and it killed all the AFK farmers here. Uh-oh. Yo! Hi, guys. Look at that. Annihilation. Yeah. Ban for grief. 2 AFK farmers eliminated. Shut down. Sooner Stormbringer. The Breaker. There we are. Easy bounty completed. Man, why is the loot from bounty so unbelievably awful? What were they thinking? Like, you've got... What were they... What... What were they thinking, guys? That is actually so funny. The loot is so bad. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Lady Shamshir. Where is this one? Over there. What was the intent? Exactly. What was the design goal here? We're gonna add, like, guys, we're adding this new system so players can start events and fight bosses whenever they want. Let's make the loot absolutely awful. Let's make it far worse than anything else in the game. Based. We can't even race Lauren tomorrow? Wait, why not, Jester? When Lauren's in the group, I think. That's why we can't race her. We can still try and get a better time than they did, though, right? Scarab. Here we go. Unstable magic abilities. Steals boons. Blinding sandstorm. Oh, dude, I like this song, actually. It's the song that plays when you do eyes as well. This one's good. Let's go. But that didn't really increase the volume that much. There we go. Boom, got him. Now the song is gone, and I'm pretty sad about it. Palawadon is... We still have some time. I think we've got some... We could do some more optimization. Wait, can we rift here? Oh, there's no rifts here, so we can't rift. Yeah. We cannot rift. I can go collect some Volta magic, though. Maybe some more bounties have spawned. Should have done the Demon Knight. Yeah, maybe we should have got the Convergence CM in here. Because you have a lot of time before Palawadon starts. We're still refining the meta train, guys. Like, what you're seeing is actually science. We're doing science on stream. Let's continue. Timeout. You're caught. You are all caught, chat. You're caught in the jar. We did ArenaNet into Palawadon back in the day. Yeah, you could maybe fit... Yeah, we could probably squeeze that in here after that Dragonstorm, actually. We could go Dragonstorm into ArenaNet instantaneously, then Palawadon. I think we can optimize this train even further, actually. To get some... with the downtime here. Because basically, this is the goal with the meta train, guys, for everyone who's listening. Our goal is to make it work on... So it's like puggable, basically, so anyone could run it. Because... you can do some interesting technology. Like, honestly, this tech is realistic, actually. So check this out. This is something that Darren's has started doing on NA. This is smart. So what they do is if they want to do Drakkar late, right, they send a player to Drakkar early, and if there's no map up, that will create a map that will then have the event, right? Because here's the problem, right? So what happens is if you show up too late, then the timer for the event to start has already passed, right? So you can't start the event anymore, basically, like, because you have to wait for the next one. So what you do is you just send one of your team there to open it and to have a map existing, and that means that there's always a guaranteed map that will have the event on. That is a pretty realistic bit of technology to do, in my opinion, because even you, as the commander, you could do that on your own, right? Like, you don't need anyone else. You don't need, like, coordination or help to do that. You can just do it. So that's something that you could do, that we can incorporate, I think. But I think you have to be really careful with kind of joining a map very, very late, because you won't get everyone in. Palawadon is up. Yeah, it's up in 5 minutes. Yeah, this is something. This is definitely a part of the train I think we could probably optimize a little bit. Like, Dragonstorm into ArenaNet would be doable, I think. If you do it quickly. We'll see. It's high value. I mean, Palawadon is mega high value. You get so many rares from this. This event is probably one of the best events in the train currently, I'd say. It's insanely good. Look, we've already earned 40 gold. That's actually crazy. I don't think we've even got to the good parts of the train yet. Like, we're still on... Yeah, I think the really good stuff is actually kind of getting started at this point. Because we're going Palawadon into Matriarch, into Anomaly, into the Chak. And Chak is really good with all the hero points, actually, and all the boxes you can open while you wait. Then we're doing Doomlore, then the Oil meta, then Deathbrand Shatterer, Janundu meta, ArenaNet, Forge with Fire Dragons, and then Convergence CM. We could eat, you know, you could honestly fit, you could definitely fit a, there is a version of this that's got Skywatch on it. I might try that tomorrow, maybe. There's a couple of different, like, versions of this that the team has cooked. I want to try them all. Because I'm not going to lie, guys, like, Skywatch is not the most fun meta, but I don't know, dude. Like, Skywatch must be... It's such a good meta to do. I'm sorry, guys. I know it's a little bit dies of cringe, but, dude, Skywatch Archipelago, again, you just get the crafted item. It's literally, like, 10 gold in the pocket for 20 minutes. It's just so good. Oh, no. I'd rather swipe. Oh, it's so good to get the Cage Lightning, though, guys. Like, you can't say no to it. It's such a powerful map to do. Let us in. Do they even have food in there, though? I like how these villagers are here, and then, like, the Palawadon people are just, like, firing arrows at them with arrow cuts. Yeah. 10 gold for 20 minutes does not sound that well in current edition. Oh, it's more. It's actually more than that. Also, yo, shout out to Count Depletula. You know, I don't know if this is a reference to this, but I believe I actually referred to a peepo on Doom CM as Count Fedula at one point. Count Fedula. I'm pretty sure Skywatch Archipelago is actually very high tier. Look, I'll find it for you guys. How much gold is Skywatch Archipelago actually worth? Okay, this is insane to me. Okay, so Fast Farming says that the tunnel is 60 gold an hour. Okay, guys, we're gonna test this. I'm actually gonna test. Okay, how do you... Wait, does this... What is this... What's the value here? Is it... Where's the gold coming from? The fish? The mining caches?
How can the clan marshal allow this? Our people are starving.
The tunnel! Maybe it's time to go back to the tunnel, guys. The res? I mean, is it just that? It's just the res? So you get wait, Guyala Delves, let's see. So you get 30 gold from doing wait, they reckon you can do a full Guyala in half an hour? Wait, that seems very ambitious. No? Is it that fast? That's actually crazy.
Our people are starving.
And Inner Nios is really good as well, apparently. Wait, 30... Oh, but here you have to just do Inner Nios, right? Which is a bit awkward to get exactly that meta. Interesting. So where's the value in this one? Wait, it says 25 gold. Well, I mean, I guess so, to be honest. Dragonfall. Dude, I can't do Dragonfall, man. I can't mentally handle it. I just can't do it. I won't do it. I can't. It's 75 gold an hour. Convergence CMs, guys. I guess profit per hour is like the most important factor to look at. 85 gold for Convergence CMs. 81 gold an hour for Dragonfall. The Pinata... Oh, well, yeah, the Pinata is 76 gold per hour. But that's only because it takes 2 minutes. And that's only if you don't do the pre-event and you only leech the Pinata. So that's like good. You can do that solo for sure, right? You can get to the Pinata solo, but difficult to do as a group. Definitely difficult to do as a group. I mean, you can't really do it as a group, right? You won't be able to like funnel your entire team onto a map at the last second. Convergences. Oh, dude. Yeah, this one is good, actually. We need to maybe figure out if there's like some way for us to like reliably do this. Doing the specimen one. No. It's not skewed numbers. I will actually simp fast farming here. Like, I think they're looking at this kind of like from almost like a solo perspective here with some of this stuff. For example, you can absolutely just leech the Pinata, right? You can 100% do that. You can get the Pinata done in like 2 minutes if you're on your own. If you're in like a full meta group, that's not that realistic, to be honest. But if you're on your own, 100% you can. And then, I mean, wait, Dragonfall, 7 minutes? Wait, how do they do that? Are they just doing the boss? Dude, is this actually the most based, like, profit per hour thing ever? Are they basically saying this is the profit per hour if you, like, leech every single event? I feel like it is. You just joined Bakragatori and leech? Like, let's go. Oh, I missed one champion. It's over. My gold per hour is fucked. Okay. Wait, so yeah, this is just... I assume this is the end boss, right? Dude, people need to be... People are just greeting. They're going for all the mobs. Not letting us tag. Need to unequip some gear, bro. Boom. Look at all these champions. They're everywhere. There's a champion coming in now. Let's get him. Boom. Just meta, not even the boss farm at the end. Interesting. Look at these little boxes, guys. Champion Awakened Defiler. Are you currently fed up by all the mob attacks in England? No. I'm okay. I'm in a very quiet part of the country, so yeah, there's some crazy shit going on right now, actually. But no, it's not affecting my area. Very lucky. All right, let's go. Rough estimate how long the metas usually take. Yeah, this actually is something that I think I definitely want more data about this. Look, this is just one of those things that needs to be like it's such a massive project. I think it's such a massive project to do something like this, to be honest. But I think you could definitely make the data better here, right? Like a lot of this information. Like here's the thing, right? Like fast farming is like a try-hard farming site. That's the interesting thing about this. It's all the information is correct, but it's you have to look at the context, right? Like it's a very like try-hard setup, basically. Like all of the times, like the things that they're doing, like the way that they're doing it, it's done in like a very highly optimized way, which it means that you have to understand the information that you're reading, right? Like you definitely need to know what it means in order to make any use out of it. There's blatant leeching going on. Fast tags pop up an awful lot. Nah, I think they just, they'll definitely show it to, like, the important parts of the event, but I think when they're there, they participate. Like, I often see many fast farming members, like, join the groups that I do, and they actually do high DPS. I don't think leech. Well, not leech in the sense that you're talking about. Like, you know, I think a lot of players are a bit cheeky, right? They'll show up for the meta event, like the Pinata, for example. You don't do the pre-event, you just do the boss. And yeah, you know, you could definitely argue that's, you know, that's kind of amusing if you think about it. And I think that will be definitely a practice that like many like high efficiency farming players will do. But I mean, I don't know, like that's just kind of what that's the way the game works, right? Like the game does work that way. Multi-instance farm as well. That's interesting, actually. Take that though with a prime. Blish's Sorrow. Let's play the song. I'm playing Blish's Sacrifice, guys. Here we go. Daily reminder, Blish was left in constant eternal hell. We left him, chat. We left him. Yeah. Reminder that when Blish's higher functions are turned off, he's suspended in an infinite void. Even though, of course, from our perspective, he's dead, he suffered for what, in his mind, was an eternity. And we didn't go back for him. We made no effort to recover him. Just think about that. Dude, yeah, these champions are dying so fast, actually. This is crazy. They're actually dying, like, instantly. Just remember that, guys. That's what happened to Blish. Blish's Sorrow. Is this like a slightly different version of this song? What is this song, actually? Oh, yeah, it's just like, yeah, it's the piano version of Blish's Sacrifice, isn't it? Yeah. I think enjoy maps like 2 minutes before the boss. The FG must be turbo full. I mean, honestly, you kind of can, honestly. You can get like a Pinata Leech going pretty easily to me. I was like right before it spawns. It's pretty common. People do it after like the Octovine, I think. You can like usually sneak in. Wouldn't Blish's hard drive eventually be completely decayed? He'd be free. Well, he makes a very specific point that like when his higher functions are shut down, he has no perception of time or space. So essentially, like from our perspective, yes, but from his perspective, he was essentially in hell for an eternity. Yeah. Oh, yeah, people do it after the Matriarch. Yeah, not after the Octave, but after the Matriarch, yeah. So yeah, from Blish's perspective, it was forever, essentially. Why do you always bring this up? Because it's fucked up. I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty messed up situation. I don't think... Okay, do you know why I bring it up? It's because people don't think about it, and also, the commander literally doesn't go back for him. I want to point that out. Like, I don't think he even gets mentioned, right? Like, after he gets sacrificed. So, the entire situation is actually very unhinged. Because the commander's like, you know... I mean, you know, yeah, he's gone. Yeah. There wasn't enough time in the story. Like, not enough time in the story to talk about Blish again. Yeah. If you could choose one of the main characters from Guild Wars 2 to erase, which one would it be? Timey? Oh, definitely Timey, yeah. I think Timey is... yeah, dude, okay. Adding the... Okay. Timey... not even for the reason you're thinking of, okay? Like... I would not remove Timey because she's an annoying character. I think that some people like her. I think she's annoying, but it is what it is. That's fine. I would remove Timey purely because she added the communicator. I think the communicator, like, so NPCs can yap at you across the map, I think is one of the worst things in the game right now, actually, in terms of the narrative design. I find it so annoying. And also very immersion breaking. Like, please stop yapping at me. Like, just please stop. I want to have to actually talk to people. Oh man, it does not feel good. The communicator is not good, guys. I do not like it as a story device in Guild Wars 2. Yeah. None of issues? Hey, no worries. Okay, I was also an asshole as well, but that's just normal. Maybe it's normal for both of us, Bumper Shoot.
In effect,
it's not a big deal, my friend. And yes, I do agree with you. I understand why you're numb. It's because it is an issue that has been long-standing that has not been addressed. I completely agree with you. Like, we're on the same side here. Despite if we can, like, bicker and quibble a little bit, okay? That, in a lot of ways, is entirely irrelevant. You are correct. It is very frustrating when... it's very frustrating... when you see people who do all this stupid shit, like all these dumbass exploits, and they don't get punished for it. It's very demotivating and it's very demoralizing for that to happen. And I completely agree with you. I just want to make sure that we are talking about the fact that it has kind of, in my opinion, escalated. Like the issue that we're talking about here, like this exploiting stuff, it is escalating. It is getting worse. It's getting notably worse over the last couple of months as there are actual communities forming around exploiting and communities forming around hacking, essentially. I view that as completely unacceptable. And very alarming, actually. Like, hacking is always going to happen. Like, every MMO is going to be, every game, really, is going to be vulnerable to hacking to an extent. Like, that's just always going to be the case. But when you have, like, an escalation in the hack arms race, I think that is notably concerning. If Timmy and Aurene died. Honestly, dude, the story would have been way better if Aurene died in Season 4. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that kind of Edge of Tomorrow montage of Aurene dying over and over again, that was actually so fucking cool. Especially seeing as we're like, you know what? Fuck it. We're doing it anyway. Right? Like, even though it's certain death for Aurene, we're doing it anyway. And then we just do it. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that actually would have been really interesting story arc. To see how that was gonna how that one was gonna pan out. Yeah. That's how it is. Last episode of season 4. I do agree. I think the last episode of season 4 was a pretty big fumble, to be honest. All right, what are we doing now? Oh, we have the matriarch, guys. The matriarch. Who would fight Sue-1 then? Well, I mean, we'd have to figure it out on our own. Maybe, dude, maybe we make like maybe it's Mr. Bots. I don't know. Maybe we juice Mr. Bots up and he just demolishes, right? Like, what about that? The feet of the fungus. Oh, yeah, Cole got invisible boots from Gamba, I believe. Always, actually, this guy is always lucky. It's crazy. That is true, yeah. We did get all the other Elder Dragons without Aurene. Aurene only came in at the last second to help. Oh, you got another set of boots? That's actually crazy. I think Enko's actually made profit, right? I think Enko's made profit, actually, on his boxes. I wonder if they're ever gonna do like the Timey arc, because the Timey arc is essentially. Oh, we should go do hero points for a while, actually. Yeah, let's go do hero points because we have like 10 minutes before that's happening. Let's see, what are the good hero points to do in Verdant Brink? The ones you can get to, like, are there even any good combat ones? I guess you got like the Vampire Beast and like I guess this one at the start, right? Because they very heavily implied that the Timey arc is oh yeah, the frog, yeah. The Timey arc was gonna be Timey turning into a robot, basically turning into a Blish to escape her failing body. But I'm not sure if that's really on the menu anymore, because I think it's gonna be way better for the story in Guild Wars 2 to focus on new characters rather than older characters. I honestly don't really want to hear about any of the characters that already exist in the game. I'm much more interested in characters like Isgaran, right, than like, what's our guild even called? I have no idea. Dragon's Watch or some bullshit. I don't know. Like, those characters are just, I'm not gonna lie, they're low tier. Guild Wars, yes, Guild Wars. Veteran Mordrum Wolf. Dude, how are we even gonna tag this when it's just gonna die instantly? Also, wait, where are the other NPCs? Oh, they spawned over here. What? It's very weird. Where is the commander? Oh, large airship cargo. Nice. Big. I got no rares from that. I got scammed. It's completely over. All right, let's face the frog. Caustic Itzel belongings. The Breaker. This frog is far more powerful than Ceres. And any NPC in any other expansion. There should be an achievement for actually defeating this frog. It should have a purple title. Purple title for that frog, guys. 100%. Boom. Oh, I got 2 rares from that one. Very nice. That's basically a full gold if you think about it. Oh, now it's scaled up, guys. Now the frog is juiced as well. The frog is actually juiced. Nice. Which hero point farm farmed the most people at release, in your opinion? I think actually, I feel like the Vampire Beast got people. Because the Vampire Beast, it has like a lifesteal thing that like it can heal itself. Like it will, if you don't know what to do, it can win. It can definitely win. Right, we have to go into the air now for the golem, don't we? Let's go to the air. Oh yeah, yeah, and the Mushroom Queen, dude. The Mushroom Queen was an actual farmer. It would just feast on people. I think the golem's over here, right? Is this the golem or is this not the golem? No, that's not the golem. Where is the golem? It's over. We have... Wait, actually... Wait, don't we have 2 minutes? Doesn't it spawn? Doesn't the Matrix spawn in 2 minutes? Guess we might as well just get over there now. No, I think it spawns... No, it spawns at 10 past, doesn't it? I think. Or do we? Or does it? It's on 10. We can do like at least another hero point then. Is there an easy to access hero point from here? Isn't the vampire... Wait, isn't this the Vampire Beast one over here? Maybe I can get to that one. Let's go. Ah, yes. Pile of guano. This is feces, guys. Feces. Destroy it. Man, these things get owned. 2 res. Not bad. Okay. Guano Gang. It won't come out. It came out. I think we've all been there, guys. It won't come out. I think in many ways that's... It's not only something that we as players can relate to, but also game developers. I feel like there have been many times in a game developer's career where they're like, yeah, it won't come out. Where is the golem? Did I just hallucinate the golem hero point? I have no idea where it is. Surely we can find the golem hero point. I thought it was over... Oh, it's this one, isn't it? Oh, yeah. It's over here. It's on it's on that side. Yeah, so, like, I think seeing this, X wants to come back. Like, he's like, oh, man, you know, I miss the peepos, right? I miss helping the peepos earn their gold, teaching them, petting them, right? They were, like, learning. They were getting better at the game. And then the peepos lashed out. They called boons toxic. The peepos bit the hand that fed them. They rebelled in anger and fear. Yeah. You honestly hate to see it. You hate to see it. I would only come back for a dedicated Labyrinth farm and Octovine griefing build. Interesting. What do you mean by petting them? Well, just helping them out, right? Just, helping them, like, progress and achieve victory. Actually, wait, have I actually not done this hero point? That's interesting. Yeah, I actually haven't. How about that? Fresh hero point. Mark 1 Golem. Let's go. Mark 1 Golem. The Breaker. Boom. And there you have it. Done. Nice, got 2 rares from that. Wow, we got a lot of loot from that, actually. Seriously, doing these hero points is actually mega value. It's actually crazy. We could even... Wait, can we do that in events? We have 4 minutes, so we have a little bit of time. Can maybe just do this event real quick or something? Are there any other combat hero points on this map? You know what's interesting? I wonder if this is even, like, worth it to do. It might actually be worth, like, showing up a little bit early just to do this. Pretty high value. Well, I mean, that wasn't very good, was it? Dragon's End. Man, Dragon's End was good, guys. Like, we need to... If only Dragon's End still existed, you know? If only. If only, guys. Those were the days. Let's talk disposal. Hashtag NA server. Look, I'm just going to say it, guys. You're all saying that NA is dead. Even Sneb. Sneb is the champion of the NA server. He is the light in the darkness. The blazing light. Sneb. Even he believes NA cannot be saved. Let's actually get a poll. Let's go ahead and get a poll, guys. Here we go. Poll. Can NA be saved? Yes. I will save NA. And no, it's completely... no. Say NA is a barren, desolate... Oh, I can't even fit all of that in, okay? I'm just going to say NA is desolate. There we go. All right. There's the poll, guys. Let's see. I saw a bronze boss blitz the other day. No, without a com. Someone commed up. They got bronze again. Very nice. I mean, so far it's 70. Yeah, I mean, there's a good chunk of people who believe NA can be saved. It's 28% of people believe that NA can be saved, and then 73% are now saying that NA is just destroyed.
We did it. We held strong.
I'm not gonna break to NA, guys. I won't break. I'm not gonna break. Okay, here's the helicopter. Let's get up there. Let's go. You're late? That's fine. We're getting up there now. Boom. Matrix hasn't even spawned for me yet.
Nice one.
What's the timeline for you to save NA? I think I'll probably be showing up there. I think it will either be a month or 2 months after Janthea Ward's launch. Because I've got some WoW stuff that I'm going to have to be like really focused on after that. So I might have to wait until like the raiding has calmed down a little bit. Which will probably be kind of, you know, like a good chunk through September. Nice, nice. Okay, Matriarch is down. I believe it's the anomaly now. Which anomaly is it? Someone linked me the anomaly, guys. That is where we're going. Transfer 0 to hero now on Janthea 1. It's just both regions fresh. Ah, here we go. Nice, let's go. I'm going to be on NA. I think I'm going to play on NA for like a month. It's kind of, I'm basically going to be bringing Community Month back, guys. I'm going to bring Community Month back. So when does this thing spawn? Oh, wait, what? Wait, we have 10 minutes? Oh, we can optimize this way harder, I think. This is just like some random downtime. We don't need to be there yet. We can like just get some airship parts, I guess. But yeah, I'm going to be over there on NA for around a month, I think, or playing on NA for a month. And my goal is just going to be to essentially bring DPS to NA. I am going to increase the DPS on the NA server. I will teach NA about subgroups, about boons. You will have commanders on the NA server. You will. High DPS on NA as well. Boom. I will bring back the LFG on the NA. On the NA server. What's a boon? I've never heard of it before. It's a good question. That's good because my DPS is putrid. Well, I mean, that's good news. We will deputrify it. I think we just need, you know what NA needs is leaders, right? Like, NA needs leadership. That's the important thing. What is the percentage of people who think that NA is already good? I mean, that's a good question. I guess it depends who you ask. I guess we could have just done some of the other bosses as well. That might have been decent too. Because I'm not gonna lie, this isn't really that good. We're still up to 54 gold already, though. This is pretty damn good. We have a lot of very high-value events at the end as well. The Convergence, CM, and Dragon's End. Like, Dragon's End is, like, mega high value. This train is a little bit slower than the one we did last time, though. This is, like, lower gold per hour. Because it doesn't... This one, like, deliberately shows up the stuff on time, right? Like, you're never having to, like, break into a map for this one. Zeb said this train is low energy. Well, I mean... I will admit it is a little bit low energy, but look, this is just version 1.0. Oh my god. See, this is what I'm talking about. You guys are hard to please, okay? Like, listen, this was fresh from the oven, okay? Fresh from the cook that the team came up with to make a train that kind of works without having to do any kind of crazy map breaking into and stuff. But don't worry, we're gonna optimize, we're gonna find other ways to make it better. And go even faster. I need like a meta train builder. I think maybe I'll do a little bit of a cooking session. I'll do a cooking session after I finish this train, maybe. We'll do that, guys. We'll cook together. Come up with some good shit.
Thanks for the help. These supplies...
I think what we need is just things that we can do as fillers. Like, you know, we need to make a collection of all of the events that we can start whenever we want. Right? That's what we need to know. It's like, if we could actually do the, the Sandswept Isles event, if we could reliably do that at any time, then it's going to be pretty good. Need to hire Mike to make a good train. I mean, Mike, he would just do the doppelganger over and over again. It would just be nothing but the doppelganger. That would be it. Marionette private. No, that's coming later in the train. But yeah, I think we need to actually think about like where we can play stuff like that for sure. I need like a... Is there a good way to visualize like the meta train timeline? Like maybe... I think the Guild Wars 2 events page is decent, but we almost need like a meta event builder, right? So I can actually get a good overview of what the hell's going on. You can do incursions on mode. Wait, incursions are good on Death Round and Shadow? That's actually really interesting. But you're doing Death Round and Shadow now? Wait, why are we not doing Death Round and Shadow now?
Anyone anxious to fight on? Here's your chance to catch an airlift into the canopy.
Yeah. Mike's reset train had 0 downtime. Yeah, but the thing is, you've got to think about it on. You got to think about like reset versus prime. I don't want people to get stuck. Bringing 2 metas? Oh, that's not bringing metas. Well, no, we'll adapt it, obviously, right? Event table in Blish HUD. Okay, right. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm launch. Wait, blishhud.exe doesn't exist. Nice. Okay. What happened to my Blish HUD? I'm launching it. All right, I'm going back to the anomaly while I wait. Okay, here we go. blishhud.avi. Manage modules. Dude, some of these modules are also incredibly sus, by the way. Like, I was poking around and like, bro, stuff has escalated. Like, yeah. Since the last time I loaded this up, like, holy shit. We've got some, there's some wild stuff you can do these days, man. Like, in Blish. It's actually crazy. Some wild stuff. Please, okay, you loaded Blizzard after starting Guild Wars 2. Please change maps to refresh. Wait, if I, like, teleport over here, will it make it load? Didn't fucking work. Unlucky. Okay. I don't want that, though. Let's see. Modules. What module is it called? Event table. Okay, I'm installing it. Here we go. Enable module. Ah! Metrics? Fuck no. Okay. What is this? The fuck is this? Holy shit. What is going on here?
Hey, over here.
How do wait? Is there a way you can like make your own little version, basically, and like make a train? Yeah, you have to kind of set it up. Yeah, I mean, I'm not looking for basically event table. I'm looking for like a thing that I could like build. I could make a thing from the menu. Dynamic events, event timers. Manage events. This is not really what I want, to be honest. I don't think this is, you cannot do what you want with this. I don't know. I don't think so. But to be fair, like, the thing that I would want to do is, like, insanely niche. So I wouldn't really, oh, wait, reorder events. Hang on. What about this? You got a spot? Probably. Who can we cleanse? This player's offline. Oh, anyways, see and plan. Yeah, no, this is no good. We have to just cook on a spreadsheet, guys. I need to get rid of this. This has now ruined my user experience, guys. Oh, the anomaly is it up? It is up. Okay, here we go. I need to cleanse this. I'm just going to close Blish, actually. No, I'm going to delete this and then close Blish. Guys, watch this. I am now turning off Blish's higher functions. Boom. JB Shit, thanks for the Prime. Very nice. We face the anomaly. Wait, did I turn off music in the game? All right, actually, let's play the game, guys. Send me good songs to listen to from the Guild Wars 2 soundtrack. Go. Do people still do Dragonfall? Oh, yeah, I think it's still one of the more popular farm maps. I don't really like it, though. I don't really do it, but people definitely do it. Send me good songs, guys. And it's not going to be Be My Honey. I'm not listening to any of this weeaboo trash. No weeaboo music. It's actually funny. I was talking to Lara last night, and she said, I can't wait to destroy Honey Be Lovely in the Arcadian when I get to max level. That's such a direct quote, guys. All right, let's see. Jester has linked something. What's this? Ah. I think I'm going to get copyright destroyed if I listen to this. I cannot listen to this, unfortunately. It's over. Okay, let's see what we got here. Very nice. Look, come on. This you guys linked like the fucking overture for all of Guild Wars 2. Like, come on, man. What do we got here? This is clearly Rick Astley. Okay. Let's see what we got. Dry Top. This song actually is good. Give me my mystic coin. Why am I skill lagging? What the hell is this? Well, we got it. Easy mystic coin. All right, next meta train. Chuck. What is the honey thing? The honey thing, there's a new boss that came out in Final Fantasy, and essentially you become a simp during the course of the encounter. So that's the situation. We have 7 minutes. Let's go harvest and do hero points. Let's go. It's time. Wait, where are all the little chests? Who's the angriest player you've ever known in Guild Wars 2? I don't know, it's probably some world versus world people, honestly. Some fucking lunatics in that game mode. Bick? No, wait, isn't it just Angry Zorik? I mean, he's even got angry in the name. Man, I kind of miss Zorik, dude. Zorik was content. He's actually really funny, guys. Like, Zorik was like... He was basically a mega casual, basically. He was like an omega casual. But here's the thing. He would actually, like, debate and argue and stuff. So it was, like, really good content. But here's the thing. His community was toxic, obviously, right? They were basically extreme toxic casual players. And after he talked to me and like all of the other Guild Wars 2 content people in the debate, his own community cyberbullied him and bullied him so hard for even talking to me that he basically completely moved away from the Guild Wars 2 content creation scene. And completely stopped interacting with any of us ever again. And that's like casuals. Like the casuals essentially bullied him. They turned on him for even talking to us. Yeah. It was a real shame, actually. He's a good guy. He's a good guy and very entertaining, I think. Oh yeah, no, that's literally what happened. Yeah, yeah. He ended up basically posting like an apology in his Discord, like apologizing for talking to us. Friendliest community, guys. Lara is that is true, actually. Lara is just furious gamer all the time. Okay, there we go. Hero point completed. Love to see that. Oh, we didn't do the... Well, no, actually, we did do the Chak. We did do the Chak hero point. Is there still Dragon's Den beef with Mukluk? I mean, there wasn't ever any to begin with. Not really, anyway. Or at least not in my opinion. I know his community didn't really like me over that, but, I mean, they were just all wrong. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. But I don't think it was any issue with him personally. But yeah, sure. Like I definitely didn't agree with a lot of the community members for sure. Yeah. This one next, please. Anyone? If anyone played on stream, you mean on Steam? Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, playing on Steam's fine. Oh yeah, this is a good one too, actually. Need Captain Crapface YouTube review? Oh man, I honestly want to talk to that guy. I think he's interesting. Like yeah, look, okay. I want to be like mega good faith. I know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't. The problem with like some YouTubers is that there's like a really fine line between someone who disagrees with you and someone who's just wrong, right? You know what I mean? It's like there's not much of a super interesting debate to be had when people just don't really understand the game that much. But okay, look, so I think that I think that if you go like mega good faith, so Captain Crapface made a video about conditions recently, and he expressed frustration about how conditions can be pretty bursty these days, and how condition-oriented builds, you know, can sometimes be a bit rule-breaky. And, okay, so, to be honest, I think a lot of what you said in that video is just wrong. It's just, there are just some things that were incorrect, basically. Like, he basically said that dodges don't work as well against conditions because they tick while you're evading. That's just incorrect. That's objectively wrong, because, you know, you can just dodge the initial application of that condition, right? I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That, you know, you've dodged the condition. That's just is what it is. That's how it works, right? So there's some stuff that's just wrong. To be honest, it's incorrect. But I think that underneath that, there's a real frustration that you can engage with. And the way that I would engage with that video is that I think that conditions can feel very frustrating to die against because you don't immediately know how many of you've got on you because of poor interface communication. I think that it's very easy to fuck up and burn all of your cleanse and manage your cooldowns and get punished very aggressively for that. That can 100% happen with conditions. For sure. And I think there are some things that actually can be frustrating about conditions, to be honest. There's a reason why people don't like them. Hey, thanks for the Rainbow Alcatraz. Appreciate that, my friend. Have you guys killed Sabbath the 4-man yet? I was spying on some late night 4-man Sabbath action. Love to see that. But yeah, you know, it's, there's something you can actually talk about. Like, again, I just wouldn't really want to engage on, like, the factual matters because, again, there's just some stuff that's just incorrect, right, about, like, power versus condies. But I'm actually willing to overlook that to actually talk about it because I think there is something there. Like, because ultimately, what is Crapface, I think, frustrated about? I think he's frustrated about, like, how many condies can get loaded onto you, right? That's something that he brings up in his video about, like, how quickly you can get loaded up with condies. I think that's a very legitimate take, right? That's absolutely a legitimate thing to be frustrated about, right? And I think it's true. I think that in general, application and removal are probably pretty overtuned, right? Like, you know, if you look at how quickly condies get applied and how quickly they get removed, I think it leads to a pretty unhealthy dynamic there as well. Like, the issue is, of course, the problem is that it's not valid to then say conditions are fundamentally badly designed. And he doesn't really, to be fair, his video title there was kind of a little bit of a bait. He basically doesn't really say that either, but I don't know, it's a very, very difficult because like there's also, it's going to be very hard to have a conversation with people like that because there's a lot of things that he said just incorrect, right? To be honest. Like, there's a really funny thing, like he's just like slightly unaware as well, right? Like, basically there's a new meta warrior build, like the Heretic Bunker Warrior build, and then he's on the forum saying, like, why the fuck could you ever play this on Warrior? And it's, like, absolutely one of the meta builds. Although, again, if you want to engage, like, a mega good faith there, like, would you want to play that build in ranked? Probably not. But definitely for competitive, it's absolutely, like, you know, one of the meta builds right now that you can play in PvP, right? So, like, there's a lot of complexity here. There's a lot of nuance, I think. Nobody's what's in ranked. Oh, is it really? Wait, why is it good in ranked, actually? Yeah, he also thought the warrior spear was bad when actually it was like actually one of the better weapons actually. One of the better spears. It's pretty strong in PvP. There you go. Any nuances, guys? Any nuance gamers? That shift over the... Oh, you can just, like... You can just basically, like, hold 1v2s, 1v3s for ages, right? See, everyone acts in good faith. Well, I mean, look... You know... There's no point in even discussing some of these things if you're not going to engage in good faith, right? There's, like, just no point. Like, why even engage? Like, I'm not gonna watch a video and, like, assume bad faith. There's no point. Like, why would I even... What would be the point in talking about Crapface's opinions if I just go, oh yeah, I'm assuming he's in bad faith? It's like stupid. I don't think he's bad faith. Like, obviously. There's no reason to even engage if you approach it that way. That's how it is. In Goon Faith. Well, I mean, I guess that's an option too. Gooning. I see seed. I'm doing my part, guys. Yes. Why do so many of the spear weapons feel like they're designed for PvP in world versus world? I think it's because they didn't want to. They kind of didn't want to power creep the game that much, to be honest, and also because it's kind of difficult to come up with new weapons that don't like overlap, I think. And also, I don't think that's even necessarily true. Like, the ones that I feel like were PvP oriented, isn't it just Guardian? Honestly, I think it's just Guardian is the one that's like world versus world specialized, but like everything else, I think is gonna be fine in PvE. That won't be a problem. Ranger. I mean, the Ranger one a little bit, but I think it will be fine. I mean, like, what's wrong with it in PvE? It's like, if it just does good damage, then it's fine. And the reason why is because, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of irrelevant for PvE what the design looks like. As long as the number is good, nothing else matters. Whereas, if you make a weapon that's, like, fundamentally broken in PvP, then the game is fucked, right? Like, you know, it has to be, like, nerfed into oblivion. So, you kind of have to design around PvP and world versus world first to avoid breaking the game. And then just, like, make the number good enough in PvE. And then it's fine. Okay. Alright, where are we going next? We're going to the Janundu, I believe. To the Janundu! Onwards. Dude, wait. Janundu is here, right? Yeah, it's over here. Dude, I actually... Oh, yeah. It's, do I even have this waypoint? It's like this one, isn't it? Yeah. If you start interacting with people that always assume that someone is not acting in bad faith, no matter how weird or shit the take is. Well, I mean, I think that's true, but in that case, just don't engage, right? Worms. Is the event even up? Oh, wait, no, this is wrong. Wait, it's not Janundu. We have to do Doomlaw. No, this is wrong. We've actually come to the wrong meta, guys. I misread it. We just did chat. We have to go to Doomlaw Shrine to get the key. I have griefed all of you. Enjoy. We go to the shrine. Generally low for spears and PvE. Yeah, but that's irrelevant. They just need to make the number bigger, right? That's not really a big deal, to be honest. Just make the number go up. Is Doomlaw Shrine even up? Yeah, it's up in 3 minutes. Nice. 3 minutes. I guess we could have done the bounty there, actually, couldn't we? We could have done the bounty. I missed it. It's over. This is just like farming world quests. I mean, yeah, that's basically what it is, yeah. Pretty similar. No treasure mushroom. No, I did not go for the treasure mushroom. Janundu is up. Yeah, but we're not supposed to do it yet. We do it later. Yeah, I think this meta train, guys, I hate to say it, we got to go back to the drawing board. After I'm done with this, we're gonna cook. We're gonna directly cook. We need to go to the kitchen and figure out what's going on here. We need to create the ultimate meta train, guys. The Omega meta train. 1 billion gold per hour. Yeah, you know, speaking of a really interesting video, guys, actually, I want to talk a little bit about the Sneb interview with Cameron, who is ArenaNet Cameron. He said some really interesting things. Like, the thing that really stuck out to me is when they were talking about kill proof. Basically, he actually shared the Guild Wars 2 opinion that ultimately killed the endgame scene in Guild Wars. like, again, I'm going to paraphrase a little bit here, but he was basically saying, like, oh yeah, if you want to have like a good group, a high-performance group, then you should make a guild, right? That was, like, his take on that. He has said that he doesn't really feel that way anymore, and he's like, refined his opinion, but that's why they did the kill-proof change. They actively tried to remove kill-proof from the game, which, in my opinion, I think actually made it so much worse. I think it's very, very interesting, actually, that it looks like, well, you know, this is, like, definitely one of the most powerful developers, actually, at ArenaNet when it comes to instance content. Like, essentially was of the opinion that led to the death of the endgame in Guild Wars 2, right? Like, being so anti-Kilbrov and, like, trying to remove it, like, making LI into a currency, making fractal currency into a currency, it straight up made it worse. Made it a lot worse, actually. I think that's actually very interesting, that, well, he has changed his mind, to be fair, right? So, you know, like, you know, there is that. But, yeah, I think it's just very interesting that ArenaNet really bought into this idea and actively took changes that damaged the scene, but because of this belief. Yeah. NA that bad? No, I mean EU as well. It damaged EU as well. Like, a lot of the changes they made to try and remove kill-proof made the scene significantly worse. Way worse, actually. In terms of, like, how easy it was to get into and, like, how hard it was to get into. Not just, it's not just NA specific. I think it's really funny, though. To me, this is just so obvious, but I guess it's maybe not from a dev perspective, but if you say to players, if you want to have, like, a fun, smooth experience, make a guild, that's exactly what they'll do. And that's exactly what they did do. And it killed the LFG, right? It, like, murdered the LFG, right? And that's just so interesting to me. It's so interesting because every other MMO doesn't do it like this. This is the weird thing. Like, every single MMO that has a successful endgame scene, it is basically oriented around pugs and, like, making the game very puggable and, like, friendly, not only for new players, but also to pugs. It's so weird to me that they didn't realize that. That is fascinating, actually. Because here's the other thing. Like, it's, oh my god, holy shit. Like, dude, this is honestly, like, video essay worthy. Like, that mentality murdered the Guild Wars 2 endgame scene, actually. Oh my god. Like, I can't even begin to describe it. Because guess what, guys? If you say, if you want to play with people on your skill level, make a guild, guess what fucking happens, okay? You know what happens, guys? They join guilds, and they clear the raids, and they raid log. They log out of the game. They're done with their static, they fucking raid log. They don't do anything else, right? They don't interact with the public. They don't make more groups after they've already cleared. There's no pugs. Like, you don't have, like, new players meeting some of these players on the way. Oh my god. It was, let me put it like this. When it comes to the endgame scene, I think it would actually not be inaccurate to say that some of the decisions ArenaNet made were the exact wrong decisions. Like, not just, like, not good, exact wrong decisions. Like, some of the worst possible things they could have done. Oh, man. That is rough. That is rough. Yeah.
Opposition's getting stronger.
And less alive. Must be on the right track.
Oof. Yeah. I like when Cam said multiple distinct ways can make a fight feel less of a slog even if it's long. Yeah, like HTCM. Although HTCM does feel a bit long, to be honest, because, like, the first phases are kind of easy. But yeah, of course. I mean, that's exactly what the criticism of a lot of EOD design is, right? Is that it's like the same mechanics over and over again. Join Discord. You're absolutely right, Donut Much, yeah. It becomes join Discord and we are going to vet you, right? Like, it becomes exactly what they tried to prevent, but even more extreme, right? All of a sudden it becomes, you are going to pass these requirements, and if you don't play ball with us, we are going to remove you, right? But the thing is that I think it's worth noting, this is the reality that the Guild Wars 2 community and ArenaNet wanted. They made this. Because the thing is, experienced players actually like pugging. Like, people like to pug. But the Guild Wars 2 community said, well, we don't want you in pugs. And they said, okay, we won't pug then. And the scene died. Both regions. It's not just NA. Like, I consider EU to be dead as well. in terms of the pug scene anyway.
Hope this works. Me too.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
This spell takes some time. Keep the pressure
What
off.
yours is the built-in voice system? To be honest, systems like that are kind of funny, but nobody uses them. Like, WoW actually has this. I don't think anyone really uses it.
All that your kind deserves.
Great.
Yeah.
A necromancer ghost with a grudge.
And now, the scene in Guild Wars 2 Endgame is entirely done through Discord. I enjoyed pugging in Guild Wars 2 far more than in WoW. I think it's actually because it's easier. I'm not even joking. This is not even like a roast to Guild Wars 2 or anything. But, dude, pugging heroic, it's like, bro, sometimes there's just that one fucking idiot who doesn't get it, right? Like... Whereas, like, Guild Wars 2 raids, they're kind of easy, right? Like, you can just like, hard carry people. Like, you don't really need people to know what the fuck they're doing to clear the Guild Wars 2 raids. Whereas, like, some of, like, the WoW heroics, it's like, bro, like, they're designed to not be like that. They're designed to... You need people to kind of vaguely understand what they're supposed to do. And that can be annoying sometimes. Cause yeah, it can be frustrating to pug heroic, because like even after like it's like we're like 10 weeks into the season. How do people not know how to do this? How don't they know how to do Farak? Why are we wiping on fucking heroic Farak, guys? What is this? What's going on? Right? It's like, oh god. Whereas in Guild Wars 2, I don't know, like that's not gonna happen very often. And you can also carry way harder as well in Guild Wars 2. You can just play like Heal Scourge, right? Play Heal Scourge in 1v9. Like you can carry the DPS check way harder. You can carry the heal checks way harder. Because the Guild Wars 2 encounters are just easier, right? They're just much easier than a lot of the WoW stuff. Does Guild Wars 2 have one less person construct the mechanics than WoW? Oh yeah, for sure. There's definitely a lot less of that in Guild Wars 2. And just like in general, a lot of the WoW raids, if you got lucky, you can definitely... Look, don't get me wrong. Like, heroic is not really that hard, in my opinion. But there's definitely a couple of moments where if the wrong player gets the mechanic, then, you know, you're like, oh, okay. It's not looking good. And there's like there's also just like more punishing stuff. Like if your tank fucks up on heroic, you're probably just dead, right? A lot of the time, unless you can combat res them, right? Like it's pretty bad if a tank makes a mistake. Like, you know, if a healer fucks up and doesn't do a dispel, like you can just die, right? There's some stuff like that, right? There's like more of that in the game. Like Guild Wars 2 raids typically require like 3 or 4 people to know what they're doing, and then everyone else is just a passenger. Top 3 metas for gold making. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure if it'd even be metas. I would just say just do Dragonstorm, do Convergences, Convergence CMs ideally. Then let's see. What's another really good one? I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what the top 3 is, but I feel like Palawadon is really good right now.
She's gone.
Oh, I didn't even open my champion bags. Let's go. Oh, look at that. Oh, no, I'd have to look at the spreadsheet to see what the best ones are, but some pretty good stuff out there right now. Champion bags, let's go. Okay, what's next? The oil meta, guys. To the oil meta. Where... Thunderhead Break. Drizzlewood? I'm not sure if Drizzle's that good. I think it's kind of slow, right? Some of my best friends in the game, people I met through the LFG. Finding friends at Guild Festivals isn't gonna be theirs. Yeah, it's not good. I don't like it. Like, in my opinion, if the pug scene isn't alive, then you don't have a scene. You know?
You'll have to be quick. I doubt the drills will run for long.
There are many ways to get into the raids, like you mentioned, Discord. Coming to other PvE carnivals hard to get into. I never need these for strikes or fractals. Yeah, it's because... I can tell you why. It's because... in a strike or a fractal, you can just kind of hard carry in a normal mode strike and a normal mode fractal. In raids, it's just such a meme, but I hate to say it. But in raids, you're just much more at the mercy of other people, right? Like, it's basically the situation, right? Yeah. Yeah. And this basically means... Dude, I am way behind. Man, everything dies so fast. There's power creep in this game. Feels so fucking bad, dude. I'm not even getting to tags. I'm just dying instantly. Hardstuck was on another map? Okay. Well, let me try and join you guys then. Dude, this is actually crazy. Yeah, the scaling is honestly out of hand. Wait, hang on, guys. Wait, no. There's no event on this map, guys. Oh my god. Nice bait. Well, I mean, we should just go do my map as event. Wait, where are you? It's 15Q. I mean, let's see. Use your referral link. That's true, actually. Definitely use my referral link. That is a good call. Well, I mean, we griefed. Okay, let's go somewhere else. Well, can't we just do the Convergence CM now? Yeah, we can just do the Convergence CM. Let's go. Let's converge, guys. I'm gonna converge. I wish I got priority in queues. Should Fashion Spec be removed from the game? No. Fashion Spec is based. Cone. Right, get in here, guys. We converge. We converge. I'm actually making a new squad because there's some people who are AFK. Guys, I'm making a new squad because there are some AFKs. Get in here. Should a cone enemy be added to Guild Wars 2? I would actually say so, yeah. I would definitely recommend adding a cone enemy. Right, get in it. Someone open the Convergence. Let's do this. Open the cone. Cantapletula back in the mix. Rip Bozo. X. Guys, squad join. You need to pass the IQ check. Can you show the list that outlines this meta train again? No, I can't, because we're going to recook this. This meta train is scuffed.
If you say so. If nothing else, I think they must know something happened.
That's the situation.
Who the Cryptus are.
Undercooked. Yeah, this meta train is currently undercooked, guys. We have 3 cone enemies in the final Wing 7 encounter. What are we even talking about there? Alright, we nearly got people in there. Someone open the Convergence, guys. Jester is forced to open the Convergence. That's what I'm going to say. ++ for Convergences. Also, codename Fungus. Like, this guy just moved himself to Group 2. Alright, here we go. Group 2-3. 2-3 is northeast. 4-5 southeast. 6-7 southwest. 8-9 northwest. 10-11 Zoja. Dude, no one's opening. I'm trying to greed and force someone else to open. Let's see if they're going to, though. It's like a game of chicken. Like, who's going to break first? Who's going to break first and just give in and open the Convergence? Who's going to pay the price? Spud Club member is here, guys. I will open, I shrimp. Ah, yes. Now, Jester, I actually want to take a look at a clip. While you're opening, I want to quickly take a look at this clip. Yeah. I sent you the key to open the Convergence. I need to invite this guy to the guild. I can't take it. Well, I think someone else is opening, so I'm going to send it back to you. Hey, why don't you just open it? Jester is opening. Jester opened. So, guys, let's take a look at this clip, Jester. So, as you can see here, as you can clearly see, guys, Awesomeness snitched, and he actually sent me this clip. Jester is here in the Ungoro crater, facing level 50 Blood Petal Thresher. Dude, okay, I'm sorry. This is why Vanilla WoW is one of the best games ever made. Maybe even the best game ever made, guys. I'm sorry, this game is so fucking good, right? The devs set this up so this would happen to you, okay? This would never happen in Guild Wars 2, and honestly, it feels so fucking bad that it doesn't happen in Guild Wars 2. Look at this, guys. Jester has 0 weight. He even has world buffs. He's literally about to lose world buffs. He actually has both world buffs, and he loses them. What? Ironhide Devilsaur, level 55, elite dinosaur. It patrols around hunting you down. It hunts for its prey. Right? Look at that, guys. He's trying to run. He's trying to get away. He's 8 HP. Boom. He's done. His world buffs got dispelled by level 55 dinosaur. Oh, man. It's so good. It is just so good. I'm sorry, guys. That is just what we love to see. Like, that is some actual good gameplay there. If the open world doesn't do stuff like that, then I'm sorry. It's not even real open world content. It's like fake open world content. It's not even real. All open world content should have the chance just to randomly... You're put into a situation like that. You've got to run away from a giant dinosaur, right? Like, that needs to happen. The world should be dangerous, guys. Like, I like a dangerous open world that can instantly deplete you at any moment. Why do we have so many dragon hunters in here, guys? We have a copious amount of dragon hunters. I'm starting the Convergence. What are we doing, actually? I think we probably just do the Demon Knight. I think it's the Demon Knight, guys. It's time. Vertebrate and Pocket Raptors, but Pocket Raptors are not the same. They don't patrol around, right? And Pocket Raptors are also a joke. They're very, very easy to defeat. Like, Ironhide Devilsaur is a serious threat to you, okay? Like, you know, this is no joke. You will get destroyed by Ironhide Devilsaur. I want more. The HOT, I would say... Oh, wow, people want Umbriel. Not voting for Umbriel is noob stink. I actually agree. I'm voting for Umbriel. Umbriel the Breaker. Wait, do we have time, though? Yeah, we probably do, actually. Should be fine. We might be a little bit late, but should be okay.
Portaled in as soon as we lost track of your astral fluctuation. I'll need to focus on maintaining our tether to Tyria. The nearest waypoint is a little out of range, so reviving will be a challenge.
WoW doesn't visually appeal to me. Oh, man, I fucking love it, to be honest. I mean, I don't know. I like the Warcraft art style a lot. Definitely not for everyone, though, that's for sure.
Bring that essence to me.
Look at it. It's beautiful. I could watch that clip forever, guys. I could watch it for all eternity. Gorman dies. Guild Wars 1 dinosaur. It'll eat your ass. Mobrin. Lord of the March. I think Guild Wars 1 open world was pretty dangerous, honestly. You could 100% get farmed. If you're going up against, like, boss-level enemies, especially elementalist bosses that just nuke you with, like, churning earth and stuff, that will wipe your party out very, very quickly if you're not ready for it. You have to be ready there. You definitely do. How do you get your ArcDBS font of that? This is a file you can change.
I keep losing my concentration. Break those catapults to pieces.
Does not require Discord's a largely expanded LFGs, mostly just text communication. Sometimes it's made if you join voice. Even then, you can just listen, not actually speak. Oh yeah, you don't have to talk to people whatsoever. But like I said, like, the Guild Wars 2 is beyond saving on this. I almost do want to have open a conversation about this. It's like, how do people square the fact that MMOs that have alive raid scenes have gear inspect and like proper experience checks, like logs, pauses, in-game skill rating, right? Like all this kind of stuff. How do they square the fact that games that have this are far easier to get into from a new player perspective than Guild Wars 2? Like, because people are so if you bring this up, if you bring up the fact that it would be really good for new players if gear check existed, and it would be really good for new players if some kind of in-game kill-proof system existed, that people would just say, no, you're toxic. We don't want WoW. And it doesn't matter what... this is the weird thing. It doesn't matter if you tell them information, right? Like, if you say, well, actually, you know, these games do it, and it's less toxic than Guild Wars 2, they just don't listen to you. They don't want to hear it. It's really weird. I don't know. I don't fucking know how to engage with it, to be honest. No idea. I'm clueless. I think the issue is that, and this is where, this is a slightly, I will admit, this is a very uncharitable interpretation. The only thing I can really think of as why people wouldn't accept this information is that if you have stuff like gear check and kill proof check, you get punished for not putting effort in. Hard. If you play World of Warcraft and you put 0 effort in, you will be punished very hard, actually. Like, because people just don't want to play with you, right? Like, you know, if you refuse to put effort in WoW, people will not let you in their group, right? Like, if you're not going to put the work into, like, actually gearing your character and running, like, a proper build and stuff like that, people don't want to play with you. And I guess people are worried about that. But the thing is, isn't being worried about that literally self-reporting? Because... if you're worried about that, you're not putting any effort in, right? Like, because like the only reason that would be a problem is if you can't be bothered to actually like put effort in. Yeah. And you know, it is very funny. Okay, look, I honestly hate to say this, guys, but whenever I see anyone saying, like, how toxic the WoW community is, I know they're not telling the truth because I've played the game now, right? Like, they're just wrong, or they're being dishonest, to be honest. Like, it's just not accurate. Like, the WoW community is toxic to people who don't put effort in. That is true. 100% true. But I don't really view that as a bad thing, to be honest. Yeah. I see a lot of active hate or disdain for that game in the Guild Wars 2 community. I definitely think that a lot of people who play this game were basically gamers that WoW spat out. And it does spit you out. Like, if you refuse to, like, engage, it will spit you out. That's for sure. It decays after 3 days, I think. Boom. People want to play Guild Wars 2 casual, they don't want to put any effort in. Well, I mean, then you've got that paradox, right? Then why are they trying to get into raids? Like, if they don't want to put any effort in, why are they trying to raid? That's content that requires effort. The current kill-proof solution is less toxic than not using kill-proof at all. I mean, of course, yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, you can also kind of see this as well because you can see this because the NA scene is so much worse than the EU scene, and what I mean by that is that which scene or which server is it easier to get into raiding on? It's like way easier to get into it on EU. Because there's actually at least some pugs still around. Whereas on NA, everyone has retreated to private discords because the community is so toxic towards players who want to set expectations. It's so horrible to be there as a commander, like in public, that nobody does it anymore. Yeah, it's like way worse. So yeah, like kill proof is definitely better than no kill proof, obviously. Oh. Most being repelled by the idea of instance content. Well, I mean, because people fucking cry about raids being toxic all the time. And I think in general people do want to experience that content, but I think that's why I do think that it's not entirely their fault as well. Like, realistically, like, raids are just too hard for the majority of the player base, and that's actually a development problem. Like, ArenaNet messed this up big time. Man, like, holy shit. Like, like, it's funny. Preach made a video about why raids didn't take off in Guild Wars 2, but in my opinion, he didn't see the full story. Like, oh man, there were just some decisions by ArenaNet that were just really, really not good. Like, I don't even really like blaming the community for the death of raids. It's technically kind of true, but to be honest, the only reason why the community not being particularly good in Guild Wars 2 caused problems was because of poor design decisions by ArenaNet. So realistically, I think it's actually slightly unfair to blame the player base for this, whereas in reality, the reason why raids failed in Guild Wars 2 was entirely because of the refusal to create difficulty settings and options for players of all skill levels across the board. Like, the failure to make proper difficulty settings, the failure to make, like, the LFG better, essentially. Oh, man. Like, that decision was just wild. And the thing is, like, ArenaNet really doubled down on this, right? They said, they don't want to... The quote that they always said, right, like the line they always had is they don't want to divide the community with difficulty settings. Oh, man. Oh, dude. Like, it actually hurts to think about, like, what the Guild Wars 2 raid scene could have been if they hadn't stuck to that line. I'm not gonna lie. They really wanted to not be WoW, basically, but it was a terrible decision. Like, there's a lot of things that WoW does poorly, but this is not one of them. Oh man, that was such a misplay. Like, it absolutely destroyed any hope of the raid scene ever being healthy in this game, to be honest. Yikes, that was such a bad call. Yeah. Umbriel. I don't know if you can or even want to change the culture of the game. Fear it must risk alienating the existing player base without attracting a new blood that would sustain the game in the setup. When you got stronger first and challenging endgame content. I mean, I would just say that the way that you want to go about doing this, right, is by not alienating those players. Like, in my opinion, you can have your cake and eat it too, and they're doing it with Janther Wilds. I hope they do it really, really well. Like, they're just doing difficulty settings. Like, there you go, job done. I do think there is a cultural problem in Guild Wars 2. There's a very, like, anti-hardcore culture in the game, which probably means that the raid scene is never really going to be big, just because there is such an anti-effort mentality in the Guild Wars 2 community. And, like, those two things, like, fundamentally don't gel together, really. But, I mean, I think they can definitely, like, make the content, like, more financially viable for themselves. I'm dropping off my essence. Do I see the game changing? No, I don't. To predict, you force design that would have players be held hostage in a group with a different skill level. You can't do anything because they're okay with it. You're the bad guy. People will leave. Yeah, and this is actually the thing. Like, this is why, in a way, you can't really blame the community. Why do people have this anti-effort mentality? Why do people call setting requirements toxic? Because ArenaNet agreed with them. Like, they designed the game in a way that essentially implied that they agreed with people saying setting expectations is toxic, setting expectations is wrong. Yeah, if you want to actually play with people on your skill level, yeah, make a guild. And guess what? That's exactly what people did, right? Like, that's what they do. They do make a guild, and now there's no groups left for these people. Like, the thing that is, I hate this so much, is that, like, the Guild Wars 2 community and ArenaNet kind of, like, signed their own death warrant here, right? Like, they said, we're getting gatekept, but they also said, don't make groups in the LFG. Go play with other people, you toxic elitists. And then when people actually did that, they acted surprised. And I hate it because it means that Guild Wars 2 is unironically really hard to get into right now from a new player. Well, it depends what we mean by that. Like, is it actually hard to get into? I mean, no. If you put in like a tiny bit of effort, then it's fine. But it's actually hilarious how much harder it is to get into than literally every other MMO, including the toxic World of Warcraft. It's so funny to me. But hey, that's just how it goes sometimes. I'm running away in fear. Holy shit. Dude, everyone just got fucking farmed. Fortunately, we have Heal Scourge. Boom. Yeah, that was an actual meat grinder right there. I think you do quite well. I'm sure you do. I mean, look, a bit like this. You're on Twitch. That means you're probably a pretty high engagement player, right? Like, even the really sad thing is that the people that I'm concerned about, and I really feel bad about people struggling, like, getting into the game, I'm not talking to any of them right now. It's, like, very hard to actually reach those players because they don't watch streams, really, you know? Very much against healthy social engagement communities and content the way we think about it. No roles, no player you want. No game feedback on performance. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some questionable decisions they've made there as well, for sure. Yeah. We have landed. Yeah, but it really sucks. It really sucks. To be honest, because, you know, the reason why it makes me sad is that, you know what, unlike a lot of the Guild Wars 2 community, I have a lot of empathy for people, right? Okay, no, I know that sounds like such a... It sounds so fucking dumb to say, oh yeah, I'm, you know, I have empathy for these people, guys. But you know what? I do. Like, I hate the idea that someone would struggle trying to play content. I hate the idea that people would struggle to, you know, get into some of the stuff and like, have negative experiences. I really don't like that. But they do. And a lot of it is because of the way the community is, and a lot of it is because of the way the game is designed. And that just feels really bad to me. I don't like it. And the annoying thing is I feel very powerless, I admit this. I feel very powerless to do anything. I don't think I can do anything, really. Which also feels bad. This guy's dead. Is there a way of implementing something like the hard mode in Guild Wars 1? Pretty basic changes in normal mode can you all players in older maps. I mean, it's not possible because Guild Wars 2 is not in. Yeah, it doesn't really work in Guild Wars 2. I think you can just like, I mean, you can make something like Dragon's End, right? But you just have to, you know, have the spine to not nerf it. Can community overcome a systems problem? No, and also, look, the culture is so ingrained at this point. Even if the systems change, I actually don't think the culture would change that much. Because that's just the way people play the game now. Because, you know, in the same way, like, WoW is always going to have, like, pause culture and effort culture. That's never going away. Like, literally never. It's the same thing. There's a lot of friendly guilds that will teach people stuff. Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't think people realize the scale of the problem here, right? Like, that's never gonna be good enough. Like, the supply is the supply is never gonna be enough for the demand, right? Like, that's the reality here. And also, most people won't even get to those people, right? Like, because most people want a pug. Most people don't really want to have to, like, go out of their way to get involved in these communities in order to do content. That's just not how people play these games these days. Like, that's not how people play MMOs. So it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, there are a whole bunch of guilds, but it's nowhere near enough. It's not even close. Not even a tiny bit close. And it is worth noting, by the way, that this is not unique to Guild Wars 2. Like, every game has this. Like, every game has this and an LFG, like, pug system that works. Like, so you have both. Uh-oh. Okay, we need to get to Deathbrand and Shatter pretty quickly, actually. We might be too late. We might have missed it. That's fine. Who doesn't love a good converge, guys? Who doesn't love a good convergence? You know what I'm saying? Love to see it. Do you play MOBAs? I played a couple, but I don't really play them actively now, no. Right, I'm going to deposit some essence. Let's go. Look at the essence, guys, actually. Put your essence in. We're actually kind of at risk of potentially feeding here. Boom. About having caking in it too? I think I am. I mean, look, you know, it works in all the other games. Like, difficulty settings are pretty good idea. It's a pretty good idea. I like it. Dude, Umbriel is just... He is a breaker. We're actually nearly not getting gold, huh? We still do pretty easily, but... It's almost a failure. I want to come back and, like, get, like, a big group together and start sending, actually. Start blasting, you know? Need to get the world records. Finding a group to play with that I can find around IRL is different. And the somewhat easy basic engagement with open world, own ability to deal with really big groups. Been solo open world, mostly pugging along with whoever tags up. Not a lot of instant stuff, even though I'll watch guys on builds, mechanics, etc. I mean, yeah, it's because like the LFG is pretty dead, right? So it's kind of hard to like find pug groups for sure. Boom, kill him. Wait, Zodra is actually nearly dead. I like why she nearly failed. Nice. We did it. We made it, guys. Good job. Love to see it. And we still got gold. So we got there in the end. Not even close. Yeah, we had 30 seconds of time left over. We converged. I converged, guys. Lovely. Essence. 34 rares, man. You get so much stuff. Very nice. All right. What have we got next? I guess we're probably a little bit too late for Deathbrand Shatterer, but we can have a go. Deathbranded Shatterer. See if we can make it. I'm porting them. Here we go. Misguided historical decisions. I completely agree. Yeah, like ArenaNet are definitely kind of shackled. Ah, it's already dead. Yeah, it's already over. Like ArenaNet are very much shackled by poor decisions from the past. Wait, maybe we could do the ooze pits. Let's go to the ooze pits, guys. Ooze. You know what they say? You ooze, you lose, right? Let's see if we can ooze. Ooze? Oh, yeah, actually, it looks like there is a comm doing the ooze. See if it's still going. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, shit. Grad Champion Ooze. Grad Champion Ooze is here, guys. Let's go. Oh, no. No. Grand Champion. Wait, can I just give boons and somehow leech this? Grad Champion Ooze is dealt with. I got the right color. Oh, I think we're good, actually. Yeah, we should be good. Let's go. Elite Immunized Green Ooze. Burst that ooze down, guys. Ooze dealt with. Red ooze now next. Fuck. What even happened? Oh, it like split into more oozes. Level 1 ooze. Break the ooze. This one's actually really good to do, by the way. This one is high tier, guys. Because look at this. You get this key, Blood Legion key. Boom. I think this is 2 gold. Is it 2 gold?
Need something?
Oh. Yeah, 2 gold. See? 2 gold in this ooze. So actually very high value. Okay. Let's see. What can we do next? You know, I wonder if they would ever consider actually going back and updating the HP and scaling of some of these old events. Because I'm not gonna lie, guys. Like, this stuff is fucking ridiculous. Like, this stuff just dies instantly. No! I wasted my Cryptus. I opened this worthless trash instead. No! I just nuked 10 gold. Oh my god. I did not want to do that. What, dude, it's such a noob trap. Why do they even give you that option? Oh my god. What a terrible thing to have in the game. You honestly hate to see that. Oh, dude, I got noob trap, man. I fell into the noob trap. What can I say?
Victory at any cost.
That's just how it is. Wait, okay, wait, can we do Skywatch Leech? Guys, this is going to be a high-level tactic. This is going to be a very high-level tactic. Oh, no, we can't. Yeah, Maybe someone gets into an active map, though. Wipe your tears with this, Mr. Commander. I can't take this. I cannot take it on the 0 to hero, Zeb. I have to return it to you. I did not take any gold. I take nothing. What happened? I accidentally wasted my Cryptus motivation. Join this one. Better on this one. Ah, Count Depletula made it in. Okay, let's go, guys. We're in. Okay, guys, we're leeching. This is Skywatch Archipelago Leech. Okay, guys, look, when you're done with the meta train, we're going to have to cook, though. I'm sorry, guys. This meta train was clearly undercooked. This is fucking raw, dude. This is like, I don't know what this is. But it's not good. You know, we were maybe going for like a, rare steak, but it's just, it's still mooing, okay? It's not even dead yet.
Hurry! Everyone inside! Those bastards are coming and we're out of time!
Here we go.
Ran, get ready!
Discord usage. The weird thing for me, the weird thing for me that I think is quite difficult to deal with, and I think Snab was the first guy to actually bring this up and start having this conversation, was that, like, people say, these people won't let me join their group, right? And then it's like, it's a very high effort group, basically, they're trying to join, and they say, well, I don't want to put any effort in. And then you go, well, why do you want to join the group then? Like, why do you want to join the group if you don't want to put in effort and you don't want to, like, you know, kind of go hard? Why do you want to join a group that does then? It makes, like, 0 sense.
Another memory excised. Keep pushing forward.
It's crazy.
We'll purge the corruption.
Snap in the chat, by the way, guys. SG leader, Goose leader, all that kind of stuff.
Corruption is spreading through his
Is it surprising that people want to get carried?
We have to hurry.
But I feel like they wouldn't say that, right? Like, would they say that, oh yeah, I want to join this so I get carried? But there's no shot.
I am sorry, friends.
Wait. I'm jumping in. Okay, I've called it. Okay. Yo, Snap, what's going on?
Happy late birthday.
Oh, appreciate that, Snap. Yeah, we haven't spoken in a while, actually. Also, bonus meme, Snap. If you say anything that can even be remotely interpreted, by the way, I am actually going to actively clip it out of context and upload it to YouTube, just so you're aware of that.
Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah.
It's totally over. Yeah, I went camping.
Yep.
You know, some people are going to get this, but it was the first time camping with the kids. They're 4 and 2.
Yep.
We only have a tent.
Okay.
My wife, she gave up after 1 day.
What? So basically you're saying that you broke, well, or rather, I guess your wife broke. She broke.
My wife was like, "I'm not doing this for another night."
Break.
So we came home early. Yeah, it was funny. Yeah, we lasted 1 night. So we went up on Friday and we're having a good time or whatever. Then we started to realize that we actually weren't really that prepared to go camping. We didn't have like all the stuff that would make it more enjoyable. So we slept. I slept on the ground because I didn't have like 2 air mattresses. So I took one for the team. So my whole family was next to me on an air mattress, and I slept on the ground. And then and then my cousin lives not far from where the campsite was. So they were like, "Oh, like you guys should come over." And my wife was like, "Yes." So we went over there, and my wife just took like a 3-hour nap.
Yep.
And yeah, we just hung out, and they helped us with things that we didn't have, and it was good. Yeah, it was. But my wife was like, "We're not doing this again," because it was also supposed to thunderstorm maybe, and if that was gonna happen, she was like, "No, I'm not.
Yep.
I'm not staying another night." So we did like a little campfire type thing. There was actually a fire ban, so we had like a propane fire or whatever. So we did that until like 11 o'clock, then we drove home. It was a good experience, but that's why you haven't heard from me in a while.
Okay.
It was good.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I did lose to open world IRL is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I did want to say something about the topic before I derailed. Well, I think that a lot of people aspire to do the hardcore stuff, but they're just not really that committed to it, if that makes sense. So they have maybe some okay intentions, but then they get in there and they're not doing what everyone else is doing, but they're getting the reward that everyone else is getting. And so they're like, well, I want the reward, but I don't necessarily want to do... They don't care about the journey, so to speak. They care about the outcome. So it does create some awkward conversations. So the answer to the question, why would they want to join that group, is because the reward is really good. But yeah, they're not really fully prepared to do it. Yeah.
Like, I do think that one of the biggest issues that I think kind of plagues the Guild Wars 2 community is that I don't think people realize that most people who raid don't raid for the reward. Right? I think that this is the big one, right? Because people make the statement like, well, you don't need like good DPS to clear content, right? And that's true, but what's being implied there is that the goal is to clear the content, right? And I think this is one of the biggest problems or misunderstandings that the Guild Wars 2 community has, I would say, right? Because that's not the goal. The goal is not to clear the content, right? At all. Like, the only goal is to essentially have fun, right? Is to, like, have an enjoyable gameplay experience. Like, that's the goal. And people miss that. I don't know why, but they do.
Yeah.
And that makes it... And the thing is, that does make it... If you look at it from that perspective, it actually looks really toxic. Well, it doesn't look toxic. It looks gatekeepy, right? Like, if you're asking for, like, full, you know, good comp for Icebrood Saga 5, under the assumption that the reason you're doing that is in order to clear it, then it doesn't look good. But that's obviously not why people do that. Like, I don't think players understand why people, like, try and play the game this way.
Yeah, it's kind of an awkward situation. I don't know. One of the things that I struggle with is, you know, there's that comment. Did I tell you that I actually talked to the person?
Yeah.
Remember that they left that like super negative comment about me?
Yeah.
And I was like, let's talk. Well, I actually did talk to them. And it was a really good conversation. I don't remember for how long maybe it was like 30 minutes or something. We just talked, and I was like, well, I just want you to know, like, from my perspective. And you know what the issue was? The issue was actually, there was a very good learning moment for me. And I actually think this might be good for you to hear too. I think that well, I won't speak for you. I think that I often assume that other people know my intention without explicitly stating what that intention is. And I assume that because I feel like, oh, I'm just like talking with my friends and they'll remember that conversation that we had forever ago. But not everybody that tunes in is going to remember some like obscure thing that happened 3 months ago, right? They're not going to remember that at all. So that nuance is like completely lost. And it does affect how people perceive you because they'll think, oh, like this person's clearly got like super high expectations for no reason. But they're missing like a piece of the conversation that I omitted because I had said it a long time ago. And anyway, I don't know if that made any sense, but
Well,
that was a very important takeaway.
What's the example here? What's an example?
I'm trying to remember what the exact example was. They said, do you remember? Do you remember when I said that I thought that Janther Wilds was above Soto on the tier list, even though it already hadn't even been released?
Well, that was obviously a joke, though. Okay, like, okay, I have a really big problem with people not understanding that is a joke because it was so obvious. I mean, come on, like.
Well, I mean. What the spirit of what I meant was like, hey, I actually think that Soto was just a big learning experience and that Janther Wilds is going to take what they learned and apply it. And it already looks better to me because it has, you know, it's got raids. I think the spears look pretty cool. I just think it's already looking better than Soto looks. And so that's the spirit of what I meant. But the problem is that I ragged hard on Soto. Like, I went really hard at it. But if you hadn't heard the conversations that we'd had in the past, where I said things like, I actually think Soto is really good for new players, but it's just really bad for me. I never said that in that specific conversation. And so as a result, if you only listen to that conversation, you just hear me say that Soto is like absolute trash and that no one should play it. But that's not really my entire opinion. I just omitted the other thing because I, made a huge assumption that other people understood that that's where I stand. But not everyone's going to hear every single bit of everything I say. So, like, I don't know. Maybe that makes sense, maybe it doesn't. But that's kind of what I gleaned from it, is maybe I ought to be a little bit more careful with assumptions that I make. But there was that, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the tier 1, by the way. I don't know. Like, I definitely know what you're saying.
One thing that I thought was, I'll add to this then, and then tell me what you think about this. One thing they said that I actually contested because I wasn't sure that I fully agreed with this. They were like, I'm summarizing this a bit, so if the person's listening, forgive me. I may get this slightly wrong. But basically, they were like, well, you have kind of a responsibility because you're a content creator. And if the content creator says, oh, this game is like totally sucks, then that may be the one time that a casual person hears a content creator and they, and you say that it sucks. And so now they think that it sucks or something. So there was that, and then they said, they kind of insinuated, or maybe even more explicitly said that they weren't sure if I understood what like the average Guild Wars 2 player is like. And I thought that was perhaps the most interesting part of the conversation, because I actually stopped them and I said, wait, you think that I don't understand what the average Guild Wars 2 player is like? And they were like, well, what do you think? I said, I think the average Guild Wars 2 player buys the expansion, plays the story for a couple hours a week, logs out, and waits for the next update. That's what I think the average player is like. And there's nothing wrong with that, because they're enjoying the game and having a good time. And I think they were kind of surprised that I said that. But I think a lot of people, when they listen to us, they think that we just don't get it. Or that we're like trying to tell people to do things that aren't possible. Which I find just so intriguing.
And the thing is, it just happened in chat, and I have to contest this. Zero to Hero isn't a reasonable way for new players to play because new players aren't as skilled. I actually completely disagree with that. I started in fucking tier 1 Fractals and Ice Brood Saga 5. No. That wasn't really the intention. It wasn't supposed to be like, oh yeah, do this if you're a new player. It's kind of more like, it wasn't even supposed to be anything like that. It's like, it's supposed to be entertaining, to be honest. It's supposed to be like something that's interesting to watch, right? It wasn't really supposed to be like some kind of guide or anything like that. And the thing is, I explicitly state that a lot, actually. It's basically in the introduction. It's like literally the introduction of every Zero to Hero video. But I disagree with this. Like, this is, you know, I actually kind of disagree here a little bit, Sneb, with this. Not with you, but actually with like whoever you are talking to. I hate how... maybe this is in gaming, but it's definitely Guild Wars 2. It might be like a general gaming thing. I have really come to loathe how we assume that the average player is a complete useless incompetent. Like, I am done pretending that some of this stuff is like just out of reach for a new player or like any player. I fundamentally don't agree with this, to be honest. I think so.
Yeah,
no.
I believe in the human spirit, basically.
Yeah.
I believe that people can accomplish difficult things. And this is why I really struggle. I heard you mention this earlier. I don't remember exactly the context, but you mentioned the LI builds. I really struggle with this because, for context, everybody, because I'm about to practice what I was just talking about, I have a brother that has a very serious physical disability that affects his mobility. He uses a wheelchair. We have a lift to get in and out of the bed and onto the toilet and things like that. And it affects our lives pretty significantly. Obviously, I don't live at home anymore, so it affects my life less, but I understand what it's like to... I understand more than most what having a disability means, right? I don't have a disability, but I have been a supporter of my brother for some time and understand what it takes, like what his day-to-day is like, right? So when I think about LI builds, I think, well, you know, if somebody has like a pretty serious disability or they can only use one hand or something, I can understand why these tools would be useful, why explaining to someone how to use a build very simply would be useful. But at the same time, I actually don't view many of the builds as particularly, would the word be dexterous? I don't know. I think that most of the builds are actually a knowledge gate. And I think people fear the knowledge more than anything else. And so people go in and they struggle with a build, not because they don't have the dexterity necessarily. And obviously there are people for which that would, they would struggle with the dexterity. But I don't think most people do. I think most people struggle with the knowledge because the game doesn't necessarily have a good ramp or it doesn't really help you learn the builds. And so you're kind of forced, as Nike always says, to have this innate curiosity. And that's what an MMO is about. And because a lot of people don't have that, they get stuck. And so they revert and they think, well, this is too hard for me. I need to use something that is more low intensity. And that's where I have a problem, is I actually don't think that they need that. I think they feel like that's the only option when it's not.
Yeah, exactly right, yeah.
Yeah.
It's really, I find it really sad because I completely agree. I think people believe they're incapable, right? And to be honest, I think that a part of this actually is kind of the Guild Wars 2 community. I think the Guild Wars 2 community kind of spreads this idea that, oh yeah, the game is so fucking difficult, right? That there's no, like,
yes,
you can't even play Ellie if you're not a top 1% player. This is bullshit. I'm sorry. Dude, there are builds that are much harder than Ellie to play in WoW, and like random fucking peepos play it day one. Like, obviously they don't do super well on it, but they play the build anyway, right?
Here's a great example. I was playing that Tempest build. Guys, never practiced the rotation before. Said, Teapot, what are the important buttons to press? You said you just gotta spam fresh air, bro. And I was like, okay. So I just will go into lightning a lot and press a couple buttons. I wasn't even pressing the right buttons. I was using my CC skill for a while by accident because I didn't even read the skill. Don't do that, by the way, but just an example. I still could at least play with you guys when we did that raid clear that one time. Remember how I was playing Ellie? And hey, sometimes the like extremely Giga Chad quick DPS was either contesting my numbers or beating me. But guess what? I'm playing with some of the best players in the game, and I am not one of the best players in the game. So I could still hold my own with the Elementalist just because I like ask a few questions and press the buttons. So I really struggle with this because I really want to like motivate and inspire people to just to be curious and to go and just try these things, even though for a while they're probably gonna fail a little bit or whatever. But I feel like when we tell people, oh, well, you don't really need to use the LI builds, what you need to use are the regular builds and then slowly ramp up. I feel like when that happens, they hear something a little bit more nefarious. Oh, I'll be right back 1 second.
Yeah. Why do we keep talking about, like, a lot of people think this? Because this is the majority opinion, Marcoverse. This is absolutely the majority opinion, yeah. The prevailing opinion is that Guild Wars 2 is like this unassailable mountain that like only the top like 1% of players can do well. This is absolutely what most people think, yeah. Or at least most people who talk about it, like most people who speak. Like it's actually impossible to know like what the majority of Guild Wars 2 players think, because like the majority of Guild Wars 2 players like never say anything ever. Right, they just don't engage socially, obviously, but that's the same in like all games really. But you can definitely get a read on like what do people who talk about the game think. And this is what people who talk about the game think. It really bothers me. Okay, so okay. I'm gonna bring up this example, guys. I want to see if I can actually find. Oh, where's this fucking video? Hang on, I gotta find the video, guys. Where is the video? Okay. So, let me give you an example of this Marcos verse, okay? So, we had a fun little project. Sub 2 hour, full clear of all raids. And we played with 2 healer, double chrono, heal Tempest instead of Druid, right? And a heal Scourge as well. We played double healer on every boss. We played all DPS Necros on every boss. And we basically showed that we played insanely safe and we could still go really fast. And you know what happened? When I posted this to the Reddit, people said, well, that means nothing because you guys are good at the game. That was the response, right? From the player base. That was the reaction we got. And it's like, I don't even, how do you even, how do you interact with that? Like, we showed that you can play super safe, you can play mega safe builds, and you can do just fine just by, you know, like, playing a little bit safer, running more healing, running tankier builds. And people say, well, that doesn't count, right? Because you're good at the game.
I've returned. Sorry.
Welcome back. What are we doing next, by the way? Next meta event is ArenaNet, actually. Let's go. We face the ArenaNet guys. To Eye of the North. Go.
You're on EU, right?
Yeah, we're on EU. Yeah. Wait, do you think I would fail if I was on NA?
No. I just think it would be harder.
I randomly stumbled on your Zero to Hero and instantly downloaded the game. When you buy the game, make sure you buy it using my referral link. Ha ha ha! Very nice.
Did we kind of cap off the conversation? I can't remember. Basically...
We're derailed. We're fucking immediately derailed. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, I find it to be a very difficult conversation to have because you don't want to tell people, like, oh, like... these builds are evil and bad, because it's not really the case. It's just that I believe that they have a lot of potential and that they can do the thing that they think is really hard or out of reach, but that we've propagated the community to believe that they can't. And I actually think that this is the same with raid training. And I fight against this all the time. I've actually quit fighting against it because I just find it too frustrating. The idea that somebody needs to be trained in raids is ludicrous to me. And to be very clear, need. need. Like if you want to be trained, that's a bit different than need. I think that if you can get a group of people, and I'm not saying that's even easy, but if you can get a group of people that are willing to progress together, that you're going to learn just as fast, if not faster. But the problem is that I think the community props up that you like must go through training in order to play, but it's really not that complex, people. Like if you take a Hardstuck guide, put it on your other monitor or on your phone or something, and you get in Discord with 10 people and just like read the guide to each other and just do what it says, you'll probably fail mechanically a few times as you learn, but you'll get through it. And frankly, it's better to fail, because that's how you're going to learn anyway, than to have somebody kind of carry you through with their buddies. And then when you actually try to go do it in a less experienced group, you fail anyway. But that's my perspective on it. I find it very challenging to say that, though, because when I do, people, what they hear is, oh, Sneb thinks
Bloom
it's
in the
so
chat.
easy, anyone can do it. Oh, Sneb thinks that, you know, training is worthless. And that's not what I mean at all. I just think that there are other options, but we kind of force people to only pick one option. And by doing that, we limit ourselves as a community, and we make people feel like it's far more difficult than it is, which psychologically just scares them, and then they're less effective anyway.
Join for the marionette, by the way, guys. Get the fuck in here. Let's go. Join now. Get in here. Well, yeah, the way I describe it is I feel like the gw2 community has been baited into treating the symptom rather than the underlying disease, right? Like, what I mean by that is we say, well, people feel like they can't play the game, so instead of convincing them that they can, we'll just give them a placebo that gives them the ability to think that they can, basically, right? It's like, because look, I'll tell you a secret, guys. I'll tell you the ultimate secret about any kind of LI build. An LI build is basically the exact same build as the raid build, but just like with no weapon swapping and like removing some of the abilities that aren't really that good. That it's like exactly the same outside of that. They're not really different. Not really, to be honest. Like that's what they are. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but it's weird because in a lot of ways, it is just placebo. Like, that's all it is a lot of the time. But, I don't know. It's a weird one. Like, the barrier that the LI build is breaking down is entirely a self-imposed mental barrier. It's not anything really real, to be honest.
Yeah.
Join us. Join us! This convo is missing its target. I mean, it's definitely a sad aspect of it. Is it? Yeah, it's like really difficult to actually talk to the people who kind of need to hear this information. For sure, I think it is difficult to do that. But I mean, I don't know. It's still interesting to talk about, I guess.
Well, it comes off as the reason that we're not is because it comes off as exceptionally aggressive if we do. Because imagine that you're like playing with your friends. Okay, this is real life case actually. Somebody came to me and they said, I heard you have this raid community and I'm thinking about moving my group over, but I feel like you're pretty hardcore. And I explained that we're like there to help, but you know, if they move the team over, that they just would have to abide by our community standards. And I explained what those standards were. For example, like if they're an HOT team, they need minimum exotic gear and they need to be learning a couple roles, 2 roles. So that their team isn't, you know, hamstrung if their one tank is gone, for example. So I kind of explained like the process, and ultimately they decided that we were too hardcore for them. But I have a friend who kind of joined them to help out or whatever, and has been telling me kind of what's been going on. And they are really struggling to get through like 1 wing in an hour, and they've been going for months. And I had offered to give these people any advice that they wanted. And they just didn't agree. But as a result, they're, you know, in my opinion, they're making this far harder on themselves than they need to be. Like raids seem way more difficult than than they actually are because they're not willing to change what they're doing. But if I go in there and I'm like, you should absolutely change what you're doing, like you must play like this, you need this attitude, that just comes off as like a bit of an asshole. Like I'm not gonna go, like if they're having fun doing what they're doing, then it's none of my business. Now, do I think that they could do it easier? Yeah, but if they're having a good time, then who am I to tell them no, right? But it just comes off as so aggressive if I try to force this idea or this way of thinking on anyone else. And so, as a result, I won't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely hard to have that conversation. You know, one thing that I think... you mentioned about, like, playing how they want. This, to me, is... Oh, I want to address this. There's so many things I want to address, but I actually think that one of the...
Well, what do they want?
Well, no, what I mean, I feel like misinformation is so bad in Guild Wars 2, right? Because I have to bring it back to this Reburox video. Dude, this video is so fucking good because he basically said that the meta in PvE is incredibly restrictive and you can't really play the kind of build that you want, right? All that kind of stuff, and you know you have to play Mesmer everywhere. That. I don't blame him for thinking that, because if you talk to people, they will tell you that, right? And they are wrong. They are just flat out wrong. They have no idea what they're talking about. But the thing is that information propagates. But the thing is, I think that statement is ridiculous. I think that you can pretty much play just about any build that you could like conceivably imagine, and it will actually work pretty well. Realistically, I think you actually can unironically play how you want in Guild Wars 2, and I'd go further than that. I'd say in basically all game modes as well. I think there's a build that will work pretty damn well in every game mode for pretty much every conceivable style you want. If you do training like they do in Guild Wars 2, it's obsolete. There's no reason for it to exist. It does exist in like guilds. Obviously, there are guilds that are aimed at newer players and players that just want to do heroic rather than mythic, for example. But training is obsolete. There's no reason for it because there are just so many groups that are for players at different skill levels. But yeah, it wouldn't even... I don't think it would even really occur to WoW players. Wait, oh no. This player's on... Wait, are they getting any damage on it? Hang on, we need to whisper this player. If you lure it to the edge, then people can hit it through the wall. I need to message this player. This player doesn't know what to do. Oh, why can't I click on them? Lure it to the edge. Turn it... and the friends can kill. Make sure it's turned, and you should be able to kill it. Is it working? Yeah, we're missing a player here. This one's kind of annoying to do solo, to be honest. Is it dying? We lose, don't we? I'm not gonna lie, this event is designed pretty poorly. But yeah, this player did not know what to do and basically failed the event for us, which is a bit unfortunate, I will admit that. Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah. You hate to see that. It's fine, we still win, guys. We still win. Not a problem. Restart the train. They'll need to go again. It's fine. Lane 2 will succeed. Lane 2 will win. That's how it goes. We have been defeated, guys.
Dude, I'm shook.
Yeah.
I can't stop thinking about that log.
Oh, the Epoch log? I mean, do we want to talk about the log?
Epoch log.
Do you want to discuss the log?
Let me talk about the log.
Let's talk about the log.
So, are they in chat? Okay, so somebody whispered me.
Yeah.
And they said, Safari Epoch.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm in. And then, as the meta was beginning, I realized, I was like, there's no hope. Like, there's no subgroups. Like, there's not even a class that would provide a boon.
Yeah.
Like, this is going to be really rough.
Yeah.
So I swap. I'm on NG, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get back in the map if I swap to like Herald. So I just swapped to Quickness Scrapper. I then proceed to do 15 minutes full button mashing.
Yep.
Right. 3rd DPS.
Okay.
This group, 60% of the squad.
Yep.
Did less than 3k DPS. 60%. 60. It was unbelievable. I'm still like shook by it. I cannot believe it.
And that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Now keep in mind, I think was it like 10 people did over 10k DPS or something? 10. So we failed the event, obviously, with 25% remaining. But you know what? This is what got me, though. At the end, the commander instantly left. The commander also didn't do a ton of damage, but I'm not sure if that's because they were doing rifts or not, so hard to say. I didn't check. But what I found startling is people just said, man, they should just nerf this boss. That's what the response was. And keep in mind, 60% of them are having almost no impact whatsoever on the boss.
Jesus.
And their response, rather than reflecting inward and going, I wonder how we as a team could have overcome this challenge a little bit better, i.e. subgroups, better organization, etc. Instead, they just go, you know what, they just make it easier. I just found that extremely interesting.
Yeah.
They should just nerf it.
Yeah.
Now, do I think the fight is all well and good? I think the fight has a lot of HP for not a lot of mechanics. So it's a little bit boring. But I think there's a community answer here. And the community answer is literally put on any build and just auto attack and that thing's dead. And I'm not saying that to be rude. That's just the reality. It's like, look, we tested it once, and this was ages ago, and so it's probably even better now. But you can go on Core Celestial Warrior, and you can put on some like decent, like let's say you were just like looking at the traits and you just went and clicked all the damage ones. You could do that, and you could just auto attack on Greatsword, and you'd probably do like 6 or 7k. If everyone did that, you'd kill Eparch every time. I just found it super interesting.
Yeah.
But it did mentally break me slightly because I just realized, that's a big issue.
3k DPS.
Well, it's just the sheer number of people, right? 60% of the squad doing less than 3k. I mean, I could have multi-boxed and done more on every account, and that doesn't mean I'm a good player. That means that I would have just contributed more. And I think that's a little bit weird. Because theoretically, people should be able to contribute more than that. Now, granted, I will say some of those people may have been doing rifts. Some of those people maybe were healers. I don't know. But I sure saw quite a few soul beasts doing almost nothing. In fact, a few people looked it up and they realized that there were a few soul beasts that had no second weapon equipped. They had longbow only.
Come to NA, Planix. Look, join me. Join me in the NA server, Planix. We will do Operation Eagle Dawn. It's gonna be good.
Isn't that wild though?
It is pretty wild, yeah. How are you gonna correct that? Okay, so,
well, I don't know that it's not correct. Correct is the wrong word here, because it implies that they're just wrong. but we don't really know what they were trying to accomplish, right?
Well, they were trying to accomplish they were wrong relative to completing the event, right? Like that's the
yeah. So if we want to help people understand that they can have a greater impact, then to me, I'll just be completely transparent here. When I think of this, I just get overwhelmed. I have no idea how you can possibly convince people to make those changes. And maybe it's a trauma response because I think back to Dragon's End when I was telling people to play literally
one more
any
for the
build that
Marionette,
made
get in
sense.
it.
So
yeah, this is the one. Do you know the one that I'd really want to challenge? This is kind of like the same thing. It's the idea that the bar to perform well in Guild Wars 2 is very high. You know, do you know one of the things that I think you get criticized for this, and I do as well. Like, oh man, you're expecting so much here. We are expecting you to show up and participate. That is it. I don't give a shit. Bar. I don't care if you're doing like fucking auto attack only. I don't care if you're like doing the sickest ass dank Snowcrow's rotation. None of that matters. The only requirement is to actively participate and play the game. Like, people make it sound like we're asking everyone to be running, like, the sickest meta build, like, the most optimal shit ever, right? You know, the ultimate Omega Giga rotation. No, nobody cares about that. The only thing we ask is that people actively show up and basically pay attention to the game for like 10 to 20 minutes while completing an event. Like, that is all we want. Like,
yeah, that's kind of my requirement. Yeah.
That's the bar to pass.
Yeah. Or, okay, if I'm playing in like raids or something, my bar will change. Sometimes, like, guys, I had a rough day. I just want to blast. Like, I don't want to teach anyone the raids or anything, right? So if you want to come in, just know the fights and be able to do like reasonable damage. That's my bar. And when I say reasonable damage, I'm typically talking about like, can you do the average on Wingman, which is heavily skewed downward anyway, right? So I'm talking like, can you do like 15k at most bosses? And I think it's that people don't understand what that means. That's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for anything completely outlandish. I don't think, anyway. Most of the time, like, look, if you have almost no impact but you're funny, I'll probably invite you to the group anyway. Right? But I want to play with people. I actually just want to experience the MMO and MMORPG, the massive multiplayer online. You know,
are you saying that you're playing with bots most of the time? So that's kind of something you're saying that basically people are bots. Most people are bots, bro. That's a bit toxic.
Well, what I'm saying is that most people don't talk, and I don't find it like very fun to play with people who like won't engage or participate. I think it kind of sucks, actually.
Bots.
Also, Intel to the moon. There you go. Said it.
Is it really, though? Isn't it fucking worthless right now? Like,
it's getting annihilated,
yeah.
But gotta buy the dip. Seriously, it's my dad is a financial advisor, right? So
yeah.
I went and sat down with him and I was deciding what to do because I'm about to do the PhD thing, right? So I'm trying to be like careful with my money and stuff. And he was like, "Well, what do you want to do with this money?" And keep in mind, this was like Friday, and Intel was like tanking. And I looked at it and I was like, let's just put a little bit on Intel just for fun.
Yeah.
So I've been watching it pretty close now. Yeah, I think it could get annihilated even more, but who knows?
The DPS meter is arc DPS, by the way, guys. I don't know. I think is I really want to understand. I have the burning urge to understand here. Like, I see a lot of, and I think, again, this is not really how I think the majority of players feel, but I can only look at, like, the public. You know, that's all I can really look at, like, what people talk about. And I see a lot of helplessness, right? And almost like, let's use the word despair, because it's a bit funny, right? I think that people feel despair. And they think that it doesn't matter what they do, right? Like, you know, no matter what they do, there's no impact, right? And they won't be able to influence the outcome. Stuff like that. And again, I see the misinformation, right? Awesomeness was talking. This was really interesting, actually. Awesomeness, I actually saw this. I think I saw that you talking about this in chat, actually, Awesomeness. I was there when you were doing this. Where people were complaining about, like, Vert being the only way you can do Ceres. And even when presented with logs of the Soul Beast kill, of other, like, Ellie builds killing it, like, Warrior builds killing it, of, like, so many other ways to actually kill it, they refused to change their mind. They would not acknowledge that this was even reality. They actively rejected reality. Because I don't know why. Right? I don't know, like, what was going on here. Oh, yeah, it was during the Cameron interview. But yeah, this Twitch chatter, like, could not comprehend or would refuse to accept that you don't need to play, like, only Verts to kill Ceres. They simply refused to concede that, even when confronted with evidence. And that is just so interesting. And that player, by the way, guys, will now go on to spread misinformation. Right? They will go on to spread misinformation about Ceres. Which is just like, man, I don't know, it's tough to contest this.
I think it's I think there is a misinformation part to this, but I actually think there's a I don't have any information part to this as well. Where people look and they go, I don't know if I'm having an impact, and I can't perceive what my percentage impact even is. And this is because maybe they don't have something like Arc, right? So the game isn't necessarily rewarding them one way or the other, depending on what their impact is anyway. So how are they to know? So not only is there misinformation, but there's just lack of information. Because think about this, people. Me and the top 5 people in that group I was in for Eparch, we were doing like 20% of the damage or 25% of the damage. 5 people. I was doing 18k and 60% of the group were doing under 3k. My impact was at least 5 times the impact of one of those people in that 60%. That is wild, right? That is a substantial difference. And this isn't a, puff out my chest, look how good I am moment. In fact, quite the opposite. I don't think I was doing anything fancy. Teapot, you were watching that. I told you, I actually don't even know the rotation for Quick and Scrapper. Yeah. I'm just pressing the buttons off cooldown. And so I wasn't doing anything particularly amazing. I just had the gear and just slammed buttons. So to me, this is kind of a startling issue, because that, to me, what I did was pretty low effort. That's my view. But I think that the people that are in that 60%, there's a couple things going on there. One, they're a good player who's actively choosing not to participate, aka like leech the event. Or perhaps they're a new player and they just don't know what's going on. Maybe they're a veteran of the game, but they don't understand how many of the systems work, and so they're not aware of their impact or lack thereof. I mean, there's just a lot of confusion around all of that stuff. A lot. Dragon's End time?
Wait, what the fuck is this? Dude, the train says I go Dragon's End now, but it's not up for another hour. It's over. What? What? Wait, what else can we do?
Yo, on NA, there's a group that's forming for it right now.
Wait, for Dragon's End? Yo, that's cool, actually. I like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they have almost a full squad. That is super interesting to me.
Full prep. I mean, look, full prep Dragon's End. They were not doing Kaineng.
Yeah, that
Kaineng
means they
is
want
dog.
the full prep.
It's dog, bro. I'm not doing Dog's End. We've done like every other meta event though. We can't do anything else. We'd have to do Kaineng Blackout. So I've earned 102 gold, and this meta train is scuffed, by the way. Okay, fine. We do Kaineng. Kaineng the Breaker. Let's go. We have literally no choice. We have to do it. I guess we could do. The other thing too. I don't think Vert is a big deal. I mean, Vert is not a big deal in the overall PvE scene, to be honest. It is definitely a problem in it is a problem in harder content, which I don't think doesn't make it an illegitimate problem. It's definitely an issue. Yeah. It's just that, like, Vert is going to dominate pretty much all hard content, because it's not even because it's easy. It's just because it's ranged and it has mega utility. And Portal is very good as well. It's like insanely tanky, insane range DPS. It has AoE as well, which is so broken, to be honest, with how much AoE it has. But yeah, in terms of in raids, it's not really an issue. Not really. Well, not Combi Vert. Like, Power Vert is also really good now, but it's not a big deal. Thoughts on Twitter?
Yeah, I think...
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I think that Condivert is... I think a lot of people correctly say that Condivert is a problem, but they incorrectly attribute the why. Condivert is not just, quote, overpowered from like a strength perspective. It's overpowered because of the utility that it provides in addition. So think about this. Condivert can heal itself without any DPS loss.
Yeah.
Right? That 3% or whatever.
It basically has
So it's healing
Zakharos Relic.
itself.
It has like a free Zakharos Relic. It's mega disgusting that it has that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it has that. It has built-in feedback where it can be immortal for a given period of time. It has its attacks have AoE and Pierce, which Pierce is something that a lot of people don't talk about. That means that it's healing itself more, and it's doing more damage, and it's able to deal with a lot of mechanics way more effectively without losing DPS uptime on the boss. And then you combine that with like Blink and Portal. I mean, that's when it becomes problematic, is that it's got a billion things to make it way tanky and to be able to fly around places and do whatever it wants. So if I was...
Oh. I think Sneb's... wait, I think Sneb just disconnected, by the way. Like, he's offline now. I think his internet went out, or like his power went out or something. Sergeant Alex there with the prime, I appreciate that. That is very funny. Okay, no, he's back. Nice, he's back.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I was saying how I would fix Virtuoso. I would probably remove like the healing thing. I don't get why that's even a thing for Virtuoso. It doesn't need it. So I'd probably get rid of the built-in Zakharos.
I think it could stay. I would just make the other trait. I wouldn't make it a DPS increase, right? I would just remove the damage from it, and just make it only a sustain trait. And there's nothing wrong with it, right? If you look at Scourge with Parasitic Contagion, it's not inherently broken to have something like that, but there has to be a trade-off. I think one really elegant change they could do is the following. So you know there's a trait you take on power. It's the one directly above the heal trait. It says 15% more damage when you're within 600 radius of
I know where you're going with this. I totally agree.
What I would do is I would make that power and condition damage. Nerf the entire class by 15%. So that you basically get that 15% back when you take that trait, and then remove any damage from the lifesteal trait and just make it lifesteal, nothing else. So it's a 15% DPS loss. Honestly, I think you could actually go further. I think you could say make that trait 20%, nerf Power Vert by 5% to compensate, nerf Combi Vert by 20%, and then take the lifesteal trait instead. So in other words, you lose 20% of your damage when you're further than 600 radius away, and I think that would actually be... Like, I actually think this will be a good way to balanced ranged. I think another thing that they could do, by the way, because Scourge, look, the thing is, you've got to like think ahead here. If you nerf Vert, Scourge replaces it, right? So I would say that on Scourge, nerf Scourge by, like, let's say 5-10% overall, but then make it so that you can hit your target with Desert Shroud in addition to a Shade. So when you're in melee, you get double value out of Desert Shroud or something. And boom, there you go, job done. Like, we've successfully made it so these ranged builds don't have perfect damage while at ranged at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. I think basically every ranged class should have this. And the reason is because inherently, pretty much all ranged builds are just better utility classes. Like if you're an average player like myself, I'm just gonna take the stuff that's like kind of broken. Where if I don't execute like the mechanics and stuff perfectly, it's still gonna do decent DPS uptime, and that's always gonna be a ranged class, always. And Virtuoso takes that slot almost every time, because even though I'm not particularly good at a fight, or maybe you know I'm not that good at the class, I can just button mash and do pretty good. So there should be more punishment for your positioning, in my mind.
I would also buff Portal. I think I would reduce the cooldown on Portal to 30 seconds in PvE. So basically, all Portal fights go from needing 2 verts to 1. Or 2 mesmers to 1. And the reasoning for that is very simple.
That's a good reason.
I think that Portal makes the game good. I don't think your goal is to actually make it so any fight doesn't need Portal, because I actually think Portal being in the game is actually a good thing. And by the way, guys, there's actually some very, very big precedent for this. This is literally what World of Warcraft does. You basically have one Warlock. You can use, basically, Warlock has Portal, essentially, in World of Warcraft. And you're always going to want one for any fight that would require that kind of mobility, because it's really, really good. But they have it set up in such a way that you don't need more than one, right? Essentially, this is exactly what WoW does, because they realize that Portal is fun, right? Like, that type of ability is a fun thing to have. I think the exact same thing is true in Guild Wars 2. So I would just make Portal have a really short cooldown in PvE, so you only need, like, 1 player to do it, pretty much, instead of needing 2 players to do it sometimes.
Situation assessment. Unmitigated disaster.
But there you go. Sounding a lot like class buffs. Well, yeah, I mean, ultimately, like, it kind of is. But, I mean, I don't know, just make it say you need 1 vert. Boom. Not every WoW boss needs one, but Guild Wars 2, all the recent hard encounters make Portal mandatory. Well, they don't really make Portal mandatory, it's that Portal is really, really good on them, to be honest. And yeah, I mean, what can I say? Look, but the thing is, it's worth noting that basically, I think most hard WoW encounters do. Not all of them, obviously, but this is just like a case of volume, right? Like, you gotta bear in mind, guys, that WoW releases 30 raid bosses-ish per expansion, whereas Guild Wars 2 releases 2, right? 3 with Janthea Wilds. So there's a lot of volume. Like, ArenaNet kind of have to make these encounters kind of go a little bit harder. Like, not every Guild Wars, not every WoW encounter needs to be, you know, a mega, hyper, epic, super huge scale thing in WoW. But in Guild Wars 2, they kind of have to do that, right? They kind of have to go pretty damn hard with all of their encounters because they just don't have as many. There's a lot more room for variety, basically, in World of Warcraft, where there really isn't in Guild Wars.
Situation assessment. Unmitigated.
Yeah, WoW doesn't have 30 Ceres. It doesn't have 30 bosses that are like that, no. It has bosses that are really hard, that are in the middle of the raid, but they're not all the same, right? They're not all going to be, like, very high mobility fights. Like, some of them are, like, you know, significantly less mobile, right? My friend is terrible at PvE and WoW and got cutting edge because he played Warlock, the only needed port, no skill necessary. Based. There you go. That's how it is. Easy cutting edge. Yeah. Yeah. all the recent boss make Portal mandatory, but actually it's only certain strats, only 2 LCM fights. Well, I mean, yeah, it's basically HTCM needs Portal. Like, Dagda doesn't need Portal. It is actually good to use there. But, you know, you don't really have to, right? It's kind of nice to Portal out from the middle. But you don't need to. I mean, like, most EOD fights don't need Portal, right? You don't need it for Mitrin, don't need it for Anka, don't need it for KO, and you need it for HT, but that's it. So, you see what I mean, though, right? It's like, people do hyperfixate on the hardest content in the game. It is certainly true that Vert is a... You know, it's actually really funny. Here's a fun meme for you guys. Did you guys know that Virtuoso isn't optimal on Kaineng Overlook CM anymore? Oh, yeah. It's, you know what's optimal, guys, on Kaineng Overlook? Tempest! Yo! That's right, guys. Tempest is actually... Yeah, it is, yeah. There's a recent record by CND, and they utilized 4 Tempests and 2 Virtuosos. And funnily enough, the only reason they used Virtuosos is because the Tempests were actually killing some of the mobs too quickly. So they basically had to, like, balance out a little bit better with the Verts. So they could hit, like, they could hit all 3 of them at the same time with the Verts sufficiently well.
Is it a positioning thing? Because I'm just trying to think, like, can the Tempests hit both the sniper and the golem?
Well, it just does massive damage, and it also does really well in the boss phases too. It's like mega bursty, right? It's like giga DPS. And yeah, it cleaves really well too. You can hit the when you can hit the hit the mech and the sniper really well. You can also hit all the 3 mini bosses together really well too at the same time. But yeah, if you drop your overload down, you can hit both. So it's like mega damage. So it's just slightly less optimal. Yeah, but you could say that about literally everything. Like you know, you could say this about oh my god, dude, this is the thing. Like, how do you win this argument, dude? You know what I feel like? Like, no joke. I feel like talking to Guild Wars 2 players is sometimes like talking to flat earthers. It's like, look, the ship goes below the horizon. And then you go, well, it's going slightly below the horizon. I think, it's below the horizon! It's like, bro, unwinnable argument. It's like, I can't win. Yes.
True.
Yeah. Yeah. Does Tempest a better burst than Soul Beast? I don't think so, no. I think Soul Beast is like the Omega burst. But it does have, like, Tempest's overall damages are very high, though. And it's also range too, which is nice. Dude, I love that. You know what? That documentary on Netflix actually really inspired me. I was so impressed by all of the science educators who actually featured on that program. That was such a good show, actually. It's called, like, what was it called? Like, Behind the Curve, I think. Wow. I was so impressed by the science educators because they approached it with compassion, not ridicule, right? They were like, you know, these people are questioning, they're inquisitive, right? You know, let's try and give them some answers. But then, but the thing is, this is the problem. Like, this is such a one-way street because it's actually weird. I actually knew the guy. I actually knew of the guy already. Like, the guy who featured in the show is a guy called Jeranism, like a flat earther on YouTube. And the thing is, they actually showed some clips of this. Is that he did a great experiment, like with a laser over a lake, and then obviously, you know, they were like trying to see like where it was vertically, and obviously it was higher, right? It appeared higher to people who were further away because they were further along down the curve, right, of the planet. But the thing is, they just denied it, even though they did this really cool experiment that absolutely proved that the Earth was not flat. Like, they immediately said, nope, it's not true. You know, it was a bad experiment and it didn't work, right? It's like, oh man, it's so interesting. Like, it's such a one-way street because, like, all of the science educators were like really nice and really compassionate, but it didn't matter, right? It wasn't important. It didn't change anything, right? They rejected their own experiment, and it was a really cool one too, actually. They actually did it twice. This is so fucking funny. Oh my god, this is so great stuff. You'll love this. So they said a killer experiment is that we want to buy a really expensive gyroscope and move it around the world and see what happens, see what drift we get, see what the angle drift is. And they said, I think they said something like, oh, you know, well, we're expecting, I can't remember what the number was, but we're expecting this number to pop up if there is a curvature, right? And then they said, oh yeah, someone who had a lot of money actually gave us the funds to buy. So it was an expensive thing that they were looking to buy. It was like $50,000 or something. It was quite a lot. It was like 5 figures, expensive object. And they did the test, and guess what? They found exactly what you'd expect if the Earth was curved. And then they immediately said, oh no, well, we actually think that it's the ether interfering with this, and somehow, like, that is actually giving us this erroneous result, right? Or something like that. It's just, wow, it doesn't matter what evidence you present. And this is what I'm actually worried about when it comes to Guild Wars 2. I'm not sure if it matters what evidence I show. I'm not sure if people are interested at all, actually. You know, like, if I say, well, actually, all of these builds are actually pretty good, or you can absolutely run other strategies on Ceres, I don't think people are interested. I don't think people want to hear it. Yeah. And that's just, I don't know. This is where you've run into a brick wall, right? Like, you've hit the brick wall. How do you get past it? I'm not sure how. I don't know.
You guys again? We're on official city business. Did I mention that I know a cop?
We were safer under the Ministry of Security.
So back off.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't win. That's the reality. Did you guys know that there's a raid tournament coming up in like 11 days?
That's true, actually, dude. Yeah, and by the way, guys, it is confirmed we have title prizing, obviously, and gems as well, guys. We've got the big gems, and we've got the title for the top 2. It feels damn good. There's going to be a trailer coming soon. I'm going to post it to the Reddit. We're going to hype it up a little bit. We actually have a lot of teams, by the way, Snub. We have 14 teams signed up.
Oh, it's 14 now.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, we're actually juiced. We're juiced up big time.
Sorry we're late, guys. Hope we didn't keep you waiting too long.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I've heard that people actually want this to be a thing that keeps happening. People like this. That's what I've been hearing. They like the idea of having the class banning stuff. I think it's exciting.
Yeah, I think coming up with
certainly
like...
turned out different, though.
Yeah. The thing is, okay, so here's, in my opinion, what's kind of happening that's kind of interesting. Because we don't really run tournaments regularly or that often, every single tournament feels like the last one, right? So teams want the title, obviously. These guilds want the title. So they are going mega hard, right? Basically on this one. This tour is so sweaty, by the way, guys. Like, I hope you realize this. This tour is the fucking sweatiest shit ever. And we do need to, I guess, like, try and keep it relatively regular so that people don't feel that way.
No one bites the dust. Need a couple folks to stay behind and keep an eye out for trouble. Yeah. We're almost done. Hope our Minsec buddy is hanging
But yeah,
in there.
Reddit will downvote. Nah, Reddit fucking loves that shit. But yeah, I'll try and get a couple more teams. I wouldn't want to go that many more than 16, by the way. Like, we do have it theoretically capped at 32, but trust me, like, this type of tournament, you don't really want to go past 16. It gets a little bit too much at that point, in my opinion. So I think that's where we're basically going. Rabelin next to the tier 1. Pressing buttons. Good call. We love the tournaments. Yeah. Look, this is basically my plan. Like, my plan is to try and make the tournaments a lot more sustainable. We're already doing Moda 3 afterwards. I really want to do a Beetle tournament. Big time. I want to do a Beetle tournament a lot. Because I have some really cool ideas, and I want to make it, especially with, like, the new guild hall changes, actually. I want to do some really exciting stuff and create something really, really special with the Beetle stuff. Beetle.cs is being merged. As we speak, guys, Beetle.cs is being merged into tournamentcontroller.main. Okay, that's what's happening. Scrapper is top DPS. 57k burst. And it doesn't Scrapper actually burst 100k doing like the Char racial abuse or something? I think it's kind of ridiculous, isn't it?
I do not know.
I believe it does. Basement.md. Ah, yeah. Basement.md did exist, actually. That was for Renorb. Basement.md. Enjoy it. Artillery barrage. DPS. I mean, yeah, it does do a lot of damage. Very nice. But yeah, the tournament's going to be good, guys. And you can still sign up, by the way, if you want to play just for a little bit of fun. A little bit of fun. Because actually, the way we're doing the prizing, actually, this is important, guys. This is very important, actually.
Welcome to Substation 03.
The prizing is not really going to be on who wins, outside of, like, the gems and the title stuff. The prizing is going to be on some various other criteria. What are the ones we actually said? Let me actually look. What are the actual criteria? Okay, so these are the current categories that we have. Most creative team composition, best dressed team, most challenge modes completed, closest call, most thematic team composition, most valuable player, and most overly complicated strategy. And actually, more importantly, biggest gooner.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I haven't really heard you bring up gooning recently, Sneb. Is there any reason for that?
Oh, it's a funny word. I like it. Funny.
Yeah.
Oh, not the right time.
How does it feel to know that Final Fantasy XIV has 10 times the viewership on Twitch?
Well, I mean, they've got the new raid and new
World of
expansion
Warcraft
right
has
now.
23 times the viewership.
Yep. I mean, look, they've got some
And
dog
Old
shit events to
RuneScape
film.
has like 8.
Yeah. I mean, look, we're just not interesting enough. Sneb.
Interesting. Oh, that's before I had to take that phone call. One thing that I wanted to mention about the conversation I had with that person was, again, I don't want to like put words in his mouth or anything. I'm trying to remember exactly what he said, but the conversation was around kind of content creation in Guild Wars 2 and why. So he basically said it was stale and like how a lot of people only make like guides and stuff, and how we have an opportunity to reach newer players through other activities. And I was kind of like, yeah, I mean, you're right. And he's like, well, what do you mean? And so I said, well, I look at something like the old school RuneScape community and Gielinor games. I would love to do that. Dude, that's right up my alley. Because if you think about it, I've done a few things that are very similar to Gielinor games. I've done the hide and seek competition with Guild MM, and you and I we hosted that thing with the Among Us raids. Like, I've done things like that. However, the problem is that when you look at Gielinor games, pretty much all the content creators on there are full-time content creators. They are able to sustain themselves solely based on content creation off of one game, and it's old school RuneScape. And they have a lot of support from Jagex from that. They have like a whole event where they have like the Golden Gnome Awards, right? Like they're like really, they're really helped with that. Whereas Guild Wars 2, the content creation scene is just a different demographic. Most people remember Guild Wars 2 is their side game. So that it was their main game. Now they just kind of come back to it every once in a while or whatever. So the ability to do things in Guild Wars 2 is very different than it used to be. You and I used to do these like crazy challenges in Dragon's End. I feel like it'd be way harder to do that now. I think it's still doable, but it's certainly way more difficult. I also think that like whenever I try to go do a challenge, I really struggle to find people that are experienced enough to make the challenge like doable in a reasonable amount of time. So I mean maybe that's just part of the challenge. But I guess where I'm going with this is that it's a lot harder to do a lot of these content creator things than people realize. I would love to do freaking pitch this idea. I would love to do a hide and seek championship with community hero as the grand prize. And the hide and seek championship, if people don't understand, I did something like this before where I would take a group of 50 people and we'd all go into the same instance of a map. Then I would leave the squad and I would, you know, turn off guilds, turn off everything so that nobody could see where I was online. And then I'd go hide somewhere in the map. And then on stream, I would show just like a part of where I am. So you could like see my perspective a little bit, but it'd be like really zoomed in or something. And then it would be go, and people would have to race to try to find me. And then we had like a point system, and people got an award for like being the first person to find me. They also got an award for, and it was like a point system, similar to how we do raids. There's like a point system over rounds, and we go to different maps and stuff. And it was like super cool. It was super, super cool, and people really liked it. But in order for me to do that, it's going to take a lot of work. And unfortunately, I'm just like a random guy, right? Like I don't do this full time or anything. So it's gonna take like a lot of work. And frankly, whenever we do events, because I'm not like a full-time creator or anything, I get a lot of flack for it not being organized enough. And you know what? I can understand that perspective or whatever. I can understand the rules not being perfectly refined or whatever. But it's just like a lot harder than people realize. And there's a lot of stakeholders, right? Like if I want the community hero title, I have to get it from ArenaNet and they have to agree to it. And like there's a whole bunch of like steps that I have to go through.
For some context, guys, when did we start that process to get the title sorted out?
Over a month ago.
Yeah, and just for some clarity, guys, and again, I want to be clear.
A month and a half.
I am just describing this just for the sake of, you know, informing you guys. We got that fully confirmed yesterday.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm just a regular dude. Like that timeline does not necessarily work for me because if I didn't know that I had the prize, I would really even this tournament, I was feeling like a lot of anxiety about it, right? Because it makes us look really stupid if we're like, oh, we're going to try to get the title, but then we don't get it. Like, people want the title. So I would need to know, like, way further in advance. And if I wanted to do hide-and-seek championships, I'd want to do it regularly. Like, I hate this whole idea that we do, like, a one-off event and everyone thinks it's the last thing ever. I would love to be like, hey, I would like to host a hide-and-seek championship every other month. And I think in particular it'd be really cool to do that when a new map launches or something, right? But I would need to know that I can have prizing well in advance. And because I can't, it makes it non-viable for me. Like I'm not willing to take the reputational hit and spend an extreme amount of time organizing something only for it to fall because I couldn't get prizing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it kind of sucks. Like I think that there's a lot of opportunity to do more than just a fashion show. I think fashion shows are cool and everything, but I think there's a lot more content you could do in Guild Wars 2 that just doesn't get done. Because I think people feel like there's a lot of limits or, you know, the demographic is a certain way and so they wouldn't participate. Yeah, I feel like we could push the limits so much further, but we have some barriers.
Yeah, and you know what? I think it's not even really about the full-time thing in terms of like the financial thing. I think it's more that the fact that there aren't really enough people who main the game, right? I think that's actually the key issue. Is that there aren't many people, for most of the people who kind of are interested in that kind of thing, like tournaments, it's a side game, right? There aren't that many people who actually main Guild Wars 2 anymore, I think. And that actually makes things like really hard to organize for sure. It's like, it is a side game for most people, or for most people who are like a bit more hardcore, I guess, at this point. Definitely the full-time thing is difficult. Like it is, you know, if I was getting paid, to do tournaments, honestly, I would run a lot more, because, you know, we live in a world where you need money to eat and other various things, guys. And I would really like to, honestly. I'll let you say this, guys. Even though I'm not really super into Guild Wars 2 right now, if I had the opportunity to actually run Guild Wars 2 events full time, I'd actually definitely take that opportunity. Like, purely because I like esports a lot. And that's what I really like doing, honestly, is like running competitive events. If I could do that full time, I 100% would. Like even in Guild Wars 2, like I definitely want to go for it in World of Warcraft as well and be involved in that scene too. But yeah, I would do it in Guild Wars as well if I had that opportunity.
Tackle that when the time comes. Sounds like you got a lot of work to do.
We've done like every meta event. There's nothing else we can do. It's over. It's over. We have to wait for Dragon's End.
Beat the game.
We beat the game. I'm going to Dragon's End, guys. Let's go Dragon's End.
Your local, mostly friendly agent or engineer.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll swap to EU and do Dragon's End with you.
I'm doing full prep Dragon's End. We're going to do it. We're going to do prep. It's time.
Oh boy.
It's actually time. We're going to have mega DPS. Wait. Oh, no, it's not. No, we can't do Skywatch. Skywatch is at the same time as Dragon's End. Do you think Guild 2 is conducive to competitive events enough to have someone do it full time? Yeah, I do. Because I actually really want... Sneb says something there that's really important, by the way. Our events are a little bit scuffed. And it's because we aren't getting paid to do them, right? I know that sounds like a weird meme, but there's only so much time we can dedicate to them because, you know, we're real people. You know, we've got real lives. And that means that it's very difficult to be consistent, right? It's very difficult to get things right and do the organizational stuff really well. Because to do this stuff really, really properly, like, you've got to, like, slam. Like, you really have to put some serious time into it. You've really got to get some serious hours into this stuff. And that's very difficult to do unless you're basically getting compensated for that time. So, you know, I think it is conducive because it could be done so much better, right? If you've... Look, people who've watched the stream for a while, you guys know how I talk about my events in the past. I'm always like, man, I wish it had been like this. Like, I could have done it so much better. And that's true. I could have done it so much better. And... yeah. Like, the only way that's likely to change is if, like, ultimately... It was, like, kind of a sustainable thing, right? It would have to be one of two cases. Okay, look, to be clear, that's not the only way. I don't want to make it sound like, oh, yeah, the only way this can happen is if you guys, like, give me enough money to do this stuff professionally. No. Like, one of two things. Like, A, we're getting paid, or B, there's a whole bunch of people who are basically willing to work for free. And that actually kind of, it used to be more the case than it used to be, than it is now, actually. There definitely was a time where that was more viable. There were definitely, like, running my earlier tournaments was actually easier than it is now, because there were a lot more people who were, like, mega passionate, and were like, you know what, I'm 100% willing to, like, set out a lot of fucking time. In order to do this. I think a really good example of this was actually Elitist Raiding Party 3. Like, holy shit. Anyone... I actually do think it was very mentally draining for everyone, but everyone who... Does anyone remember, like, how many hours we spent recording for the trailer? Holy shit. Like, yeah, no, I completely agree. There's definitely, like, there's a bunch of, like, slaves left around, like Jester and Lynn, always putting their heads on the line for this. But do you remember how many people we had doing, like, the ERP3 shit? Like, bro, it was like an army. We had like an army of people doing it, right? Like recording that trailer. We were in those stupid raid instances for like hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, like recording this shit. Yeah, exactly. We were doing it for like 2 weeks, and it was so many people doing it. Like, we were there all the time, like grinding away at it. Yeah. And like that was, I think that would be much harder to do these days for sure. Yeah, you did do it for DRMs. That's true. You actually did. Dude, Lynn's got that passion, man. He's playing in this tournament, though, I think, so we don't have him this time. Yeah. What I have most Chaos Rays ever said. Look, dude, there's gonna be a trailer coming through and a Reddit post, Green Death. What more do you want? I think we'll get a lot of viewers, actually. We're gonna farm. We're gonna feast, my friends. Quick reminder, guys. Oh yeah, you wanted the banning system. Oh yeah, I can explain that. Look, we can just get it on stream. But let's just take a look, guys. ERP3 credits. Wow. No, if I put the music on, the stream will get copyright struck. They're really draconian on YouTube. It has to stay this way, unfortunately. The new song from Zach? Oh, wait, there's a new song? I gotta check this out. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah. But seriously, look, this actually shows the, in my opinion, like the hardcore element. Not the guilds, guys. This. We had so many people who helped making this. Like these days, again, this is not the disrespect the people who do this now. Again, Lynn correctly pointed out himself and Jester and Wilster and various others, like Renob, for example, also helps out a lot. But there aren't as many Lynns and Renobs and Jesters as there used to be. There are so many fucking people like who are involved in this, right? Compared to now. Like the roster of people was much smaller that we have to basically play with right now. And it's true in the donations as well, right? Yeah. ERV there was the magnum opus. It kind of was, not gonna lie. It kind of was the big one, right? It was the big one. Gachi Hydra over there. Is chat gonna make brain dead or smart bands? Honestly, probably a little bit of both. Oh yeah, okay. So here we go, guys. Wait, these files can't be opened. Why can't it be opened? Okay. I'm going to explain the ban system now, guys. Prepare for the ban system to be explained. So, you can now... Wait, actually, let me enable Insanity mode. Insanity mode is now enabled. Enjoy. All right, listen up. So, between every round of the tournament, you will be able... You, the chat, that's right, guys. You, as the chat, will be able to vote to ban professions. One will be banned in this tournament every round for one light, one medium, and one heavy. You will not be able to play that profession for the that entire round. After the round is over, it resets, and you cannot ban the same profession twice in a row. So if Ellie gets banned in the first round, Ellie will not be banned in the second round, for example. And that's how it works. Yeah, I think people are going to ban Mesmer a lot. I think people are going to ban Revenant a lot as well, obviously. But yeah, that is how it's going to work, basically. And you will vote. There'll be this thing. You'll be able to see this. You'll be able to see this chart, right? This will be the chat interaction. Other than that, it's like a normal tournament format like we always have. Yeah, banning. I think the really popular bans, it's going to be... I'm expecting it to almost alternate between Mesmer and Necromancer, I think. Maybe? And then also, I think Ranger is going to get banned a lot, and probably NG. And I think, well, I mean, honestly, Thief would be a good ban, actually, because it's really good in raid tournaments, but I'm not sure if people will realize that. And then I think...
Oh, yeah.
I think
Thief should get banned on a few key fights, like
yeah.
Wing 4.
Yeah, and Wing 2, I think, as well. Like, it's very big.
Look, if you do not ban Thief on Wing 4, you're trolling.
Yeah.
Because Wing 4 will be hilarious, because people have to go do the little mini event after Ursat Overseer. Because the role play won't work. They can't open the door if they're not a thief.
Exactly. Yeah.
So the teams will have to have actually practiced. Like, the funniest thing will be, like, some teams might not even know where the things are.
Yeah.
That'll be so funny.
They're going to have to learn about it.
They're going to have to Google it right then and there.
I think it's broken. It added more than one vote for me. No, that's intentional. I have a debug setting that very specifically allows you to do that. It's so that you can vote more than one at a time when we're testing it on stream. It's intended to be that way.
Hold the beast off while I work.
What's the best pylon spec on Kadeen the Peerless right now? Honestly, it's probably just Deadeye, no? Like, Deadeye does a lot of damage.
Deadeye Vert.
Yeah, Deadeye and Vert just do big damage.
People were shocked when I did Wing 7 all CM with all Elementalists, and I did Pylon Kiting on Tempest.
Yeah.
Or just Ellie in general. They were shocked. Do you know how I did it? I just... I used all 3 utilities to make it super safe. You could probably do it without this. But I used Mist Form, Lightning Flash, and it's called Ride the Lightning, the super speed thing.
Yeah.
So I would teleport there, pick it up, use Mist Form and super speed to walk through the fire to get back. People were like amazed by this. They were like, wow,
that's crazy.
How did you do that?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. I just put the skills that would allow me to do it.
I think
that actually makes
this.
Point,
I think this is
ban
why...
all kiters.
Yeah. Yes. Why is the IP for the replay viewer and tournament controller hard coded? Wait, is it? Oh, I know why actually. It's because I was on a bit of a time crunch. I was like, I just need this to work right now. Okay, like. That's why. I ended up not even really using it, to be honest. It's actually funny. There is actually like a... Yeah, because it's actually not like that in the other... Oh, wait, are you looking at the Python, by the way? Or what? What part are you actually looking at? Because, yeah, like, there actually is, like, the tournament controller detector, basically, written into the... What part is it, actually? Like, there is one where it actually will find it in OBS. It will, like, find any running instances on the local network of tournament controller. But I guess I just didn't implement that into the replay viewer for some reason. Because I mean, yeah, I don't think I really bothered. I was like, okay, we need to go. We need to get some speed going here. Yeah, the Python, yeah. It's hard coded because I was like, fuck it. I just need this to work right now. I'm not gonna bother like trying to do it. But yeah, it's actually weird. Wait, I can't remember why I didn't do that. The problem is I write all of this code at like 5 a.m. when I'm like half dead. Like, why would I not just copy paste it over? Because I already have an implementation that solves that, right? But I don't know. It is what it is. Like, listen, guys. Okay, this is a classic situation, right? Look, just imagine this, guys. You're a developer. You're opening up a file and you go, wow, what kind of fucking moron wrote this? Then you realize it was you, but just like 2 years ago. Like, that's a very classic programmer moment right there. It's a situation, guys.
So are you going to pay people if their DPS is higher than yours?
Well, that's Darren's, right? I mean, I'm playing a healer, so I feel
I know,
like
a bunch of my officers were like, holy crap, Darren's will just like pay us.
Yeah. It's time to feed.
So
you can go ahead and feed on him.
Yeah, they were like, all right, I'm in. It was pretty funny.
Yeah. Yes.
Get ready. We're about to face.
But yeah.
Only the gods know
I'm going Giga Herald.
This region is fully prepared.
This Tempest better provide a lack, or I'll be depressed.
Yeah. What are you looking at actually, Strudel, in the talk control? Oh yeah, last commit meme. Yeah, I actually did merge the Beetle branch in. Red Orb made some changes as well, like with all the null ability stuff actually, so that's also kind of like merged in at the same time. I haven't actually I have not committed. I have not committed it yet. Yeah, I think it works. The problem is that a huge amount of that is actually unfinished. Like, there's actually like a shit ton of half-finished implementation for different tournament styles actually there. Yeah. The entire Moto overlay is also just a complete mess, to be honest.
Cleanse the void in this area.
Well, actually, not all of it. Some of it is. The thing is, like, some of it was like, I was like, look, I just need this to work. I need it to work right now. But, you know, even with Moda 2, I was messing around with the overlay during the stream starting soon screen, guys. That's kind of like what kind of time crunch we were on. I was like messing around with, in particular, the instant replay stuff, some of the Python stuff. I was fixing it and trying to make it work while the stream was starting. Yeah. Yes. But yeah, honestly, Torm Control is pretty based. Like, how many devs worked on that? Renault worked on it, Sprudel worked on it, Plenix worked on it, I worked on it, Mythos worked on it as well. That's like a 5-dev project right there, guys, here in Guild Wars 2. That's some collaboration. Love to see it. The time crunch when I had 10 hours to play the overlay for ARP. Yeah, that was very cursed. I mean, ARP in general was a bit cursed because I was also diseased as well. Try to make it work during the stream shows how you work on it. I mean, that would be content, wouldn't it? I just get on. We can get on Discord with Sprudel and just make the Beetle overlay work. Didn't Mike make the credits thing? That's true. Yeah, Mike did make the credits thing. Or I now have a there's a kind of okay implementation of that in Torment Controller now that also, I think, wait, what does it do? How does it work? Look, you can tell that it's been a while since I've kind of worked on this application. I think it actually does utilize Mike. I think it utilizes Mike's code there, actually. I think it does. Is Torment Controller open source? It's not, no. Glorious. It's a glorious program. I'm not gonna lie, it actually is pretty good. It's a little rough around the edges. I will definitely admit that, but overall, it's pretty good. It gets the job done. It will be a fantasy of mine to actually release something like that to the public. The issue is that Torment Controller is basically very, it does my exact use cases. It's actually surprisingly flexible, to be honest. Like, you could make it do other things if you wanted to, but basically the entire thing is like, it's specifically for our use cases right now. It could be, it is set up in a way that it could be modified pretty easily to not be, though. Getting banned reduces vote weight on that pressure by 50% on the next round, so we can still ban Mesmer often, but it gets harder and harder. That's an interesting idea, actually. However, I don't think I can really go there, unfortunately, also, because I've already said that, we've already said in the rules that you can't ban it twice in a row. But, again, we'll use this as an experiment, right? We want to run more stuff like this, like more events, in, you know, so there's room for improvement. There we go. So, yeah. But yeah, Torment Controller is incredibly based. Let's get over to GitHub. Let's see. Tournament Controller. Very, very nice.
Okay, get ready.
Are you reading the squad chat?
And pick a fight with an Elder Dragon.
No. What's going on?
We can reach her before nightfall.
We need to LFG. Do we want Guild Wars 2 pugs in? It's big for bubbles. Ruthless.
Wait, what is
this? Are we in LFG?
What the fuck is this last commit, actually?
Oh, we are.
Oh, yes. I've just seen what you're looking at, Sprudel. There is actually a reason for that. Okay, yeah. So the reason it was like that is because okay, one, there was something very weird going on with my Windows install that was causing localhost not to work properly. And secondly, it's because I wanted to run Tournament Controller on a different machine to OBS. And I didn't want to fuck around and like piss about. I was like, okay, I just need this to work now. But yeah, there's two reasons there. It's because I had a very weird Windows issue that was causing localhost to not work correctly. Yeah, there was something wrong with my hosts file. Yes, I actually remember exactly what was going on here. Yeah, I have fixed that now actually, but yeah, my Windows install was fucked. Let me just put it like that. But I fixed it. Boom. But I didn't fix it then, so we had to do a little workaround, guys. Just make it work, okay? It's you gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah. I'm new to gw2. What should I play first? You pick. Just play Necromancer. Boom. I have a quality programmer joke for you. A programmer goes out to get some milk. He's the only way his wife texts him. While you're out, get some eggs. The programmer never returned. That is actually pretty good. I like that one. It's time for Dragon's End, guys. Yeah, the Metatrain gold per hour wasn't that great today, guys. But that's because we need to cook. Okay, maybe we'll do a cooking session tomorrow. It's actually really late. I think we'll do like a meta cook session tomorrow, guys. There's probably some gw2 news. There'll probably be like an article or something tomorrow, I think. Because I think they said on the stream actually there's a bunch of news coming soon. So I'm assuming that's going to be tomorrow. They usually do it on Wednesdays.
So are we gonna race to see who can beat Janther Wilds first? Or are we gonna play together?
I mean, I'm gonna go hard.
I'm going hard.
Yeah, I'm gonna go hard. Yeah, for sure. I'm going big.
Maybe I'll lead the NA crew. Yeah, the NA tryhards. We can blaze through things.
Rifting. What are your thoughts if they had? What if they had rifts to Janther Wilds? What do you think about that?
I mean, maybe they will, but all I know is I just have this feeling that I'm gonna complete the game very fast.
Ooh. Yo, Snab, there's a post tomorrow about spears, like spear feedback, so like changes and shit. That's big, actually. That is actually pretty big. That's fairly large.
I didn't quite get 10 stacks.
Oh my god.
Unless there's an event
somewhere.
somewhere.
My. Wait, do you have 5 though?
I have 4.
Oh no. So you're no DPS then. You're gonna be like 2 DPS.
Yeah, I'm gonna suck.
Snab, quickly remind us. Just quickly remind us actually. How much DPS do you need to clear this event, like per player? What's the DPS check?
Like 3.5.
3.5k DPS.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to be super safe, let's just say 5.
5k. And that was considered far too high by the community, and even asking for that is considered toxic.
Oh yeah, and keep in mind, by the way, that you get buffs from the Jade power, or like the little Jade things, and then you also get buffs from the Dragon's End contributor. Just keep that in mind, right? So, so yeah, you can do pretty well.
Commander, you're needed at the Jade Quarry.
You know, I guess 20% increase on 0 is still 0 if you think about it. So there's that.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. Why did I do this commit? I'm not sure. This was. I'm just looking at the. Look at this. Is a very, very scuffed commit actually. Holy fuck. Oh yeah. I'll answer this question on stream, Nico. Basically, I have decided that we will use a fungus among us as our world versus world guild. Okay, so Yeah. Because I need a guild that I can be in on my main and the Zero to Hero at the same time. That is Fungus. I'm basically adding everyone who wants to play World vs. World. They will have the Spore rank. True Fungus will have the Fungus rank, obviously. But yeah, it's basically the Spores are joining. What do you think about Project NA, Sneb? Or, Operation Eagle Dawn? What do you think about that?
Operation Eagle Dawn?
Yeah, Eagle Dawn.
Was that when you tried to save NA?
Correct, yes.
Good luck.
Hmm.
People will unironically tell you that anything you say is a lie.
Yeah.
And then they'll say that you're being too hard on them.
This is my fear. My fear is the following. That I will go to NA, we will be able to get people to pump, and then I will leave NA, and NA will immediately fall into decline again. That's the concern.
Yeah, I mean, anything could happen, really.
Hmm.
So tell me this. Let's say that you signed up for, like, I don't know, to just do something.
Okay.
And
do something.
the time commitment was 6 hours a week.
Okay.
Let's say you signed up to do something and the time commitment was 6 hours a week.
Okay.
And you knew this going in.
Yep.
But you also knew that you'd likely have to spend a little bit of time outside that 6 hours, like outside the actual event itself, to prepare and whatever, right?
Yep.
Would you then complain that you don't have enough time to do it?
No. That would be insane.
Yeah. What I'm dealing with right now. Interesting issue.
I will say, the world restructuring system is really convenient for me right now, because there's a bunch of people who want to play World vs. World, right? And all I have to do is add them to the guild. That's kind of nice. Right?
It's nice.
It's pretty good. Mix.
Roster CM, eh?
Hmm. I mean, roster CM is definitely the breaker. Like, that is what wins.
Dude, I got another syllabus for another PhD level course. This one did put me into slight depression. It's gonna be really hard. I looked at it and I was like, oh no. Put it this way, the professor sent like an email and it said, you know, this course will assume that you've done, and then it listed like 5 things. And I was like, yep. I think maybe I've done some of those things like 5 years ago. And then he's like, you know, we don't even teach any of those things at this institution. Personally, I view that as a mistake.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait, what? He's like, so if you want to make sure that you're caught up, you're gonna need to like watch all of these videos, and it's like a lot of videos, right?
Okay.
And I'm sitting here like, holy crap, what have I done? And yeah, it's statistics related, so this is gonna be interesting. As you know, I went through a very, very long and perilous journey when it came to math, so it begins again. But that only prepared me.
Yeah, you're
for this
ready
moment.
now. You're ready for the grind, right?
Yeah. Very ready.
Break.
Wait, why did my bloodlust go away?
Did you swap weapons?
Observatory secure. You all performed well.
Yeah.
Did you go downstate?
We will be
No.
ready.
And so will I.
Huh.
Green? This
Oh, did I?
Thank you for helping, Saba.
Wham. Oh. Yeah, that got me.
How are we all looking?
It's okay. I'll get it back.
Complete.
Hey, check it out. It dropped something.
It's a void cluster.
Quick.
Yeah, I also learned that this class it's gonna have a lab, so I have to I now have to take another course, but it's on Friday, which is the most painful thing ever, because that means that I now will be away from my family a little bit more, which sucks. I'm not very happy about this, but it is the ultimate thing that I must do. So,
yes.
Fortunate.
Wait, is exclamation mark retail the clip where it's like us dying? Wait, what? What was that even? Where was that death log even from, Vivi? Wait, wasn't that death log from like a fucking time walking dungeon or something? It was like. No, it was. I think it was. No, it's from Freehold actually. I think it was from Freehold. Oh man, those are the good days, man. Those are the good days. Break. Exclamation mark Freehold.
It is done.
Just bought Janthe Wilds with your referral link. Good choice. Buy the game using my referral link now. Exclamation mark GW2 in the chat. Buy the Ultimate Edition, guys. Buy or die. Sokos has joined. When you come into NA, I have Dragon's End for the weekly and I couldn't complete it. Snap, thoughts on that? It's an NA player. Couldn't complete Dragon's End.
That's pretty common, actually. I'm not even going to lie here. Dragon's End is pretty hard gate kept.
Really? In what way? What do you think of that?
Well, like, okay, keep in mind that once they made it easier, a lot of the commanders that were doing it, it was no longer as satisfying. So the commanders that are left, they're just so sick of, like, being abused by leechers and stuff that they do, like, ridiculous things to prevent leeching.
Yeah.
So...
I have heard that it is fairly common to make a new map, right? Like a fresh map, and basically prevent...
Oh yeah, everyone will do that.
Yeah.
So you're not gonna like randomly find a map, and a lot of people use Discords almost exclusively to create their groups.
Yeah.
And those Discords are popular enough where the groups will fill. You know? So it's gonna be an interesting experience for you if you don't use the Discords and stuff.
Well, I mean, I'll be able to easily get people, I think, just from people watching the stream, no? And the LFG.
Oh yeah.
And if you make
that's why on every YouTube video I will criticize you for it.
If you make a group, I feel like people will join even on NA. Like you'll still get people. Surely.
Oh yeah, yes. But the problem is that I promise I'm not being hyperbolic about this. If you put it in the LFG, you're going to get some guy that's like, you know what? I'm going to log in on like 6 accounts and just AFK.
Yeah.
And like that is a real enough threat that people, and keep in mind, that's 10% of the map. 10% of the map is going to go AFK, meaning that you have 10% to make up as far as like DPS. And that gets more and more difficult the more people that do it. So people don't want to play with people that don't want to play. I think there's people that would rather not do the event than play with people like that, myself included.
Wow. Snubber, what do you know? Every single time someone leached your car, it was me on another account.
I knew it.
Every time.
I knew it the whole time.
Yeah. Sloth Dragon's Enjoy. Yeah, I mean, honestly, here's the thing about Sloth, though. Like, and Sloth is probably very popular, guys. Sloth has a blacklist, right? Like, if you are caught leeching, you're put on the blacklist. And you will be actively cleansed, right? And, you know, like, the squad will prevent you from trying to get in, you know, being able to actually get in. Yeah. I'm honestly I'm excited, guys. I'm really excited to see what it's like on NA. I am actually kind of hyped. I'm hyped to see NA, guys. NA vacation. And I'm interested to see if I break, right? I'm interested to see if I break. If I'll be able to handle it mentally.
Well, did you see those stats that came out? So
the KP.
when it comes to the KP.me stuff, there's like 50,000 people from EU and like 10,000 from NA. That should give you a pretty good idea of like where people stand as far as end game content and participation. Not perfect, because there's some little asterisks with that, but, you know, I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, the raid scene is minuscule on NA. It's absolutely tiny. And it's also just incredibly private as well. I mean, look, I think that the KP.me stats, that mostly is just speaking to, like, the pug scene, right? Like, the pug scene on NA just doesn't exist. It's, like, non-existent compared to EU. Pretty much. It is interesting, actually, because, and, you know, this is actually something that's been, there's a Reddit post about your interview with Cameron, and it's actually the top comment, is talking about how, basically, the decision to try to remove Killproof from the game by ArenaNet, and, like, how much of not a good call that was. I think that is really interesting, and, like, how, you know, because that's the key difference. Right? The key difference is the EU uses Killproof, and NA really doesn't.
Go ahead. We're just outside of stage.
You know, what's very interesting to me is I think that the way that Guild Wars 2 is reflects what the developers believe and like, and that makes sense because if you think about this, they're essentially the god of this society, right? They control everything, and they can make it reflect whatever values they want, and sometimes maybe they're like, huh, people are doing weird stuff that we didn't think they would do, but we're just going to allow it to happen, you know? And other times they're going to go, no, we actually do not want that to happen ever. I personally find this very intriguing because if, like, we often talk as if we were them, what we would change, you know? But this just proves that our values and the way that we engage the game is very different than the way that the devs perhaps engage with the game. And maybe there are certain devs that engage with the game in a particular way and they believe something different, but they have the control. I don't know. I think that's all very interesting.
Yeah. Now is the time to try NA. The blasters are hibernating and desperate people are trying to finish Soto. It's a wild time. I mean, yeah, maybe. But I think it's kind of more fun to do it after the expansion. Maybe I'll do a couple of NA streams as well, like before the expansion too. We can maybe make that happen. We can do that. We'll come to NA. Just a little bit. A little taste. I want a little taste of NA, guys. A little tease. I really don't think it can be that bad. Look, I'm going to make this statement now, guys. And I will stick to it. Okay, I think people are actually exaggerating about NA. And I will go, it's not even bad. I'm going to... Look, you can clip this. You can clip this, guys. You can clip this. I do not even think it's that bad. I think NA is honestly fine. I think people are just like, oh, wow, NA Omega lol, NA Omega lol, NA Omega lol, right? All this kind of stuff. But you know what? I bet it's probably fine. Because the thing is, the way you guys talk about the NA server, it's like you talk about it like it's some kind of post-apocalyptic wasteland, okay? And there's just no way. It's not like that. Oh, man. Wouldn't you have to go off-stream to get the true unskewed representation? Well, I mean... I don't know. I mean, maybe, but I feel like, it's weird. The problem is, guys, okay, look, I'm fucking WoW-pilled, okay? Like, I do get a little bit of culture shock when I open the LFG, even on EU, and it's got, like, 3 groups in it. Okay, like, thing is, I've played WoW, guys. I know what a real LFG looks like, okay? Like, if your game doesn't have groups for heroic content at 5 a.m., your game's dead, right? You know, that's kind of what it feels like to me anyway, like, after having played WoW. So it's like, I don't know, like, it's very weird to me. Like, everything, I feel like everything is the authentic experience right now. Couldn't handle Soto Masters.
What's the authentic experience?
They're saying that I should play off-stream on an alt account to get the full NA experience.
Yeah, you kind of have to. Like that group that I joined. Actually, what you should do to do the full NA experience is just try to join other people's groups without using Discord.
But isn't that just like a living hell?
Well, but that's the people that are commenting under YouTube videos. Predominantly, that's probably how they're engaging with the game.
To be honest,
Right?
look, thing is, I would not do that on EU, right? I wouldn't want to do that on EU.
It's like they're creating a blockade between
The idea of joining, the idea of joining a group in Guild Wars 2 and not leading it kind of sends shivers down my spine. Because what if the subgroups are fucked? What if, you know, they just don't do anything? What if, like, people aren't... What if they do nothing, right? What then? How do I counterplay that? Right? If you're not the leader, you're not in control. Right? Like, that's just depleting.
But that's the point, yeah.
But that's hell.
But they don't feel like they're in control. That's the point. That's why. I mean, yes, you're describing exactly how they feel. They feel like it's hell.
But the thing is, I would agree with them if that's the case, right? Like, I would say not tagging up.
That's what they want. They want you to validate them, Teapot. Are you gonna validate them?
But the thing is, I would say that's EU as well. Because, again, I wouldn't really want to not be the comm on EU. Again, purely because of the subgroup thing and, like, the boon thing. Like, I think you are, like, trusting other people to lead in this game, I view that as hell. Right? Like, that is, like, pure hell. They're describing the off-stream Safari experience. No tag, no Sully Bloodscourge, no blasting, just observing. So they want me to do a full Safari setup. But is it better on EU? Like, is it really better on EU? I've seen... I think Safari Epoch on EU also fails, right? Like, that's also a big breaker. Because, you know, this to me is interesting. Because I really know what you're saying here, and I actually agree. If you do not engage socially in Guild Wars 2 at all, I really don't think it's a particularly good experience, actually. Like, it is fucking rough, dude. Yeah, that's rough. Like, that doesn't sound like fun. Like, if you're not willing to, like, make your own group or, like, I don't know, like, get in a guild or, like, talk to people, I mean, it's pretty rough. You know, you're not going to have a good time on some of these events. Like, Dragon's End is going to be rough. Like, Epoch is going to be rough. I mean, it's all going to be rough.
Suwan, can you hear me? She is one with us.
I think that's interesting to think about. Okay, hang on. Guys. Wait, Sneb, isn't that a really weird thing to say? Didn't we just say that essentially the normal experience for Guild Wars 2 players is one that we wouldn't want to have? Isn't that weird?
Maybe a bit. But yeah, I don't feel bad about it. I personally like being really involved and engaged. I like leading and having control over my own destiny, but other people kind of want things to happen to them. And so they will live in like this perdition where they will struggle endlessly. Yeah, I mean, we laugh, but it also kind of sucks for them, but when then we tell them things like, well, if you tagged up and just like did it yourself, then it'd be easier, and they like freak out, right? Because that requires some sacrifice.
Yeah, but I just think that surely this is a problem. Like, because I will definitely say this. I would definitely say that if you play Guild Wars 2 full Safari, I think that's rough, honestly. Am I wrong? Do you not think that's rough too? Like, would you really want... If your only experience of Guild Wars 2 open world was like pure Safari, isn't that kind of a bit unfun? Like, at least a little bit unfun. I would say so.
Because they don't know any better, right?
That's all they know. They think that's how the game always is. That's the entire game, is the Safari.
I would actually go as far as to say that your experience in some ways gets worse once you know.
Oh, so in other words, like, you know, if you don't know, then it can't hurt you, basically. Like, you don't know what's... Yeah.
Like, one of the worst things for me is once I got Arc DPS and I started to realize, like, how little people do.
Yeah,
it like,
broke.
mentally annihilated me for a few weeks.
Yeah. What does Safari mean? Basically, not really joining squads, not really joining discords or joining guilds. Basically playing entirely solo and only engaging at the game at its base level. Right? Like, no further than that. So, like, not even really looking for squads. Basically, just joining a map and then waiting for the event to start and seeing, like, what happens on the map you happen to be on. Not even, like, using the LFD to shop around for maps. Nothing like that. Basically going, I want to do Dragon's End. You load into Dragon's End, and whatever map you're on is whatever map you're on. Simple as that. That's the map. And to me, that is hell. Because you're gonna fail a lot. It's gonna be slow. Like, sometimes you just won't even be on a map where an event's gonna happen, really. Like, there's like no squad there. There's like no boons, no subgroups. But I think that's actually kind of how a lot of people actually play. I think Safari is kind of normal, to be honest. Full Safari is uninstall tier.
Come in, Commander. I can see Aurene. She's joining the battle.
Interesting.
They're still alive.
Very interesting. Raw gameplay, uncooked gameplay.
We filled the crystals, Commander, but they're still coming.
We're finished.
So many.
Safari.
I brought some friends.
Miss me, Commander.
TV is considering the scuff POV, the average end of it. Amazing things. Yeah, this is, you know, Sneb said this earlier, and this is one of the sentiments that I really resent. Like, you know, I'm not going to pretend that this doesn't bother me, because it actually does. I hate it when people say that me and Sneb don't understand what it's like. I actually think it's entirely possible that me and Sneb are the two people who have put the most hours into thinking about what it's like for the average Guild Wars 2 player out of anyone else in the entire game. That's actually possible, by the way. Like, this is something we think about and talk about constantly. Like, a large amount of our content and what we do in the game is basically trying to make the game more approachable and better for normal Guild Wars 2 players. So when people say this, it is so fucking cancer. It's such a... I view it... It's so difficult for me to not view it as malicious. Because the idea that anyone could think that by looking at what we actually say and what we talk about... I almost don't believe that anyone could come to that conclusion without being in bad faith. Like, I try not to think of it that way, because I think that's not a healthy way of thinking about it, but it's really difficult not to think of it that way, to be honest. Yeah. A lot of your reactions moments ago were, that sounds terrible. Well, that's because I think it does, I think it does sound terrible, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. I do. It's rough. No boon givers in my sub. Wait, where can we realign it? Which you don't really have enough. We don't have enough quicknesses. Maybe this maybe this scrapper can help you. It's fine. You're gonna have the Jade protocols. You'll be fine. Other tip from the malaise that affects the wider community. No, I wasn't talking about you. I was like, your comment reminded me that some people say this. I wasn't saying that you were saying that.
The world is empty.
Sue 1. The Breaker.
And death.
When is Living Story Bows Week? Good to guess. Oh, we'll be after the expansion now. I think it's done post-reward build. The social aspects, even if failed, are content. I mean, I don't disagree, but we have to help. We have to help the peepos. We have to help the peepos. Awesomeness. I see the plight of the Look, I see the plight of the NA Frogman, and I believe we must help the NA Frogmen. It has to be done, guys. It really does.
You will join us now. And all will be
A big slam there, guys. Big damage coming through there from Su-1.
There is an ocean of void, and you are already drowning.
Yes.
In the beginning, there was only emptiness.
We'll say it's because it's you, Teapot. But yeah, this is actually the big thing that I really run into, actually, B. Gomez. I genuinely don't know how to overcome that. I think maybe the only way is if I, like... One thing that I was really trying to do, actually, which could be interesting, is kind of like... the reason I didn't do this, because I never came up with a good way of, like, keeping score of this, but I wanted to make a bunch of resources for commanders, basically. Like, some, like, little helpful add-ons, and also some... like a tournament, basically. I wanted to like run a tournament on who can basically like run the most events, like command the most events in open world. It would obviously be like not super serious or anything like that, but you know, the problem is I couldn't really come up with a good way to do that without like going through the footage of every single person who did this, right? Like, because doing it with logs could be faked pretty easily, annoyingly. We'd have to have some like serious software solutions to preventing that from happening. I don't know, like, I never did that. But I think that would be one way to do it. It's like to show people that actually anyone can do this, right? It doesn't really have to be just me, right? But yeah, this is actually the brick wall that I always run into. I don't know how to convince people that it's not... I don't know how to convince people that it's not because of who I am I succeed, it's because of what I do. Right? There is a big difference there, and I actually think it is one that people get mixed up a lot. People will look at someone like me and go, he succeeds because of who and what he is. But that is not accurate. The reason why I succeed in Guild Wars 2, and any game that I play, really, is because of the way that I approach... What the fuck was that? Okay, but it's
how did I die?
How did I die? I died like 3 seconds after the wave had already gone, huh?
I lost all my stacks.
Yeah. The fuck was that?
I died again!
What?
When I got back.
Wait, you died of falling damage or something?
Yeah, I did.
Nice.
Wait, does this not prevent you from falling damage death?
It should do. Nah, it doesn't always, but it should do.
Oh, it doesn't work. Holy, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have to glide.
But yeah, it's because of the way that I engage with the game. That's where the success comes from. It's not because like being a streamer or anything ridiculous like that. Although, you know, here's the thing. I actually really want to engage with that because let's actually unpack that. Teapot only succeeds because he's a streamer. Let's actually think about what that means. Teapot only succeeds because he's built a social structure in an online game. That's actually the core essence, right, of what is being said there. They're saying that I succeed because I have a community and I have friends that I play with and I have people that I play with. Isn't that a really unusual thing to say to write someone off in a video game, right? That is a very unusual thing to accuse someone of, in my opinion. Oh, it doesn't count because you're being social in an online game. That is a weird statement to make, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Yeah. There you go. Let's see, what's this tweet? Nike's put out a tweet. Let's take a look. Making an effort to improve and develop your skill in video games is not normal behavior. I think that's true, but I'm not sure if it's abnormal behavior to care about your hobby. For example, like, I definitely think that, let's say if you're, you do some kind of sport for a hobby, right? You play football, right? Or something like that. I don't disagree that, when people play football as a hobby, They're not like, oh, you know, I'm going to really focus on this, like, one part of my technique. I'm going to focus on this one particular thing, and I'm going to get really good at it. Like, I would say, yeah, sure, that's definitely abnormal. But I don't think it's abnormal for people to try in their hobby, right? Like, even if people aren't, you know, like, actively trying to improve, they'll be trying to win, right? Like, if they're playing against, like, a friendly match or whatever, like, against their friends, right, or whatever, they're going to be trying to win most of the time, right? I feel like that anyway. That's probably going to be the case. And I think it would be very strange if a lot of people refuse, like, say, oh yeah, my hobby's football, and then they refuse to participate or engage in that activity at all. I think that would be very strange, if that was the case. You know what I mean?
Well, I actually think that it's abnormal to try to develop your skill in virtually anything.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, agreed.
So, yeah, I mean, true, but I think, like, I got stuck on the platform. I love it when that happens when you turn into the Wisp.
Wait, you're still, wait, what?
So good.
You're still, so you just got it instantly then, I guess.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah. More than other encounters. Well, okay, look, this is where I think you kind of have to slap people with the video game thing, Hoth. I don't disagree that people can have different goals, but there's a certain point where the game is going to set the goal for you, if that makes any sense, right? Like, the game is going to say, well, if you don't do this mechanic, then you lose, right? Or if you don't do enough DPS, then you lose, right? Or if you don't earn enough gold, then you can't have this legendary. So I understand exactly what you're saying. I think you're obviously right. They build up different goals, and that's absolutely fine. But the game is also setting some of the rules too. You know, you can't just like pretend like the game isn't doing that, because I feel like it definitely does. Yeah. With no ambition to get better at the sport they play. Yeah, no, I completely agree. But I think even that level of engagement is like more than good enough, right? Like, even being, like, a weekend warrior, like, and you're just playing the game to be a part of a team or whatever, like, I feel like even that is a much higher level of engagement than how a lot of people play Guild Wars 2, no?
Yeah, it's hard for me, and by the way, I'm very comfortable in saying this, it's hard for me to think about doing something without trying to be good at it. I don't even think you have to, like, I'm not trying to be Olympic champion Guild Wars 2 player or anything. I'm just simply trying to be better than I was the last time. You know? Just a little bit, like 0.5% better each time. That's what I'm trying to do. And I feel like it's weird when people actively, because I feel like you almost have to actively choose not to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Killing this pretty fast.
Does Guild Wars 2 set the goal? I think it does. Yeah, I think it kind of does. Well, I mean, I think every game does to an extent, right? Like, there's going to be, like, a win state and a fail state. And that's true that Guild Wars 2 doesn't always have that. Like, most content is kind of unfailable, but some of it does. Yeah. Incredible. Have a great time with 1 or 2 minutes fishing, dressing, or roleplay session with the guild. Yeah, they absolutely can. But the thing is, I don't think we're really talking about that category of people, to be honest, Hoff. I think that I think that's like actually a weirdly high level of engagement. Actually, like a player like that's actually doing that, I think is actually like a highly engaged Guild Wars 2 player, to be honest. Yeah, and yeah, like Weekend Warriors, well, it will understand like the rules of the game to an extent. They'll understand how football works, or at least a little bit. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to get over this. I'm not really sure how to. I'm not really sure how to get past people saying, "Well, it doesn't count Teapot because you try." Like, I just don't understand this. I will admit this, guys. I don't know how to parse this. I will freely fucking admit it. Like, I don't know what people want, really. Like, because if I go, okay, well, here's how you do this, right? I'll show you how to do it. And then people go, well, it doesn't count, Teapot, because you tried. What do you want from me, okay? Do you just want me to tell you, yeah, it's impossible, it can't be done? Right, is that what you want? Like, you want me to tell you that, yeah, you can't do it? I don't understand. I genuinely don't get it.
Yes, that's what they want. That's the thing. That's...
Yeah.
Teapot, that's what they want. Listen to this. I have people in... So, I teach at a university, right? And I ask my students for feedback all the time. The most common piece of feedback I get is, can you make this class easier? Nothing to do with any of the content or the way that I express it. It is... Oh, shoot, am I lagging?
You're okay now.
Maybe a bit.
You're okay on voice.
Yeah. A little bit robot-y maybe, but... Basically, I'm like dead in game. That was good. Anyway, they don't care about anything to do with like the class or the content or anything like that. It's simply... How can I get... How can I do as little as possible and get the end outcome? Which might be a grade or the degree or whatever. That is very interesting to me.
I've got to go after her.
You know, they're just not interested in the journey. You know?
Look! The void is receding.
It's not valuable to them.
I see it.
They want you to just be like,
So much
yeah.
sacrifice.
It's whatever, like it doesn't matter.
I never thought I would see this day. May the gods be
Which is a weird thing to me. But
I never thought I'd see us all.
But they could also join a community and have the same sorts. They could do that, but I'm not gonna lie, you don't have to. If you tag up for Dragon's End, guys, you will get a full squad. It's not like there's like the Guild Wars 2 meme, right? There's loads of people staring at the LFG, waiting for someone to make a group. Like you will get people pretty easily, to be honest. It's not difficult. But I don't know. Some people consume videos again as a hobby, the way you consume movies and TV shows as a hobby. We're not obsessed with the minutiae of who produced this series, who the director of the program. They passively enjoy as they consume. And you know what? That's completely fair. But because I'm not well, it's kind of hard to draw an analogy to like I guess it's hard to draw an analogy to this between these two things. But if that's the case, I find it very weird to complain about it then. Because like, you know, yeah, I didn't really care that much about Game of Thrones not being that great, to be honest. I definitely feel fucking blue ball by House of the Dragon this season, but it is what it is. And honestly, by The Boys a little bit, okay? Both of those shows, guys, what's going on? Okay, why are we padding this out for another season? I don't know. But it's like, it's not the end of the world. I had the same thought about The Boys. Dude, they should have done this, in my opinion, they should have just done, like... This should have been, like, the final series of The Boys, man. Like, I really liked the show. And honestly, I enjoyed the series. I'm not going to say I didn't enjoy watching the series. It was good. But, man, some fucking filler. You know what I'm saying? It's like goddamn filler-ass shit. But, oh, well, that's how it goes, isn't it? Yeah, we're going to have to recook this meta train, guys. I mean, I've still got a good chunk of gold. We've earned... Probably it's going to be around like 130, 140 gold, but that's nowhere near as good as the last train we did. We have to cook. We need to cook, guys. Not bad, though, actually. Not bad. Good night, Lynn. See ya. It's just very, very bothersome to me when all of the things that I can do, it is accessible to you guys with the advertise your group button. Now, there is one thing that I will concede. The people who join my groups are better than the average Guild Wars 2 player. And that means we get things done faster, but I don't think it actually affects win rate that much. Okay, I will say that. But I don't think it affects win rate.
There is a big thing that you're maybe not thinking about.
What is it?
I for a long time I wanted to deny that this was a factor, but I actually believe it's true.
Okay, unleash.
Charisma has a huge impact on this.
Oh wait, why did you deny
think,
that?
well,
Yeah, that's obviously true. Yeah.
Well, what I'm trying to say is like anybody can tag up, but I think not a lot of people have the leadership and charisma to get it really moving, to motivate people to get in there and to participate. And this is what really sets apart a lot of streamers from other random people, is because the people that are streamers that have any reasonable following, they have developed those charisma and leadership traits, right? They've worked at it a little bit, and they're able to get people to follow them. And like you suggested, the people that follow you might be a little bit stronger than other. Like you cultivate a community, right? And so I fully admit, like, if you're a streamer, you have a massive advantage, but only because you created that advantage over time. I believe that there probably are people that are inherently better at some things, but you develop those things and build on those skills and traits over time. I don't think that somebody can be at like 0 charisma and, well, I believe that if somebody has 0 charisma and they work at it, that it will go up. Maybe it'll go up very slowly. Maybe it'll go up a little bit, but like they can work at it and they can improve. So I think it has a massive impact on if you're able to get things going. It's part of the reason why I think people have a very hard time with the LFG and instance content, is because it actually does take a pretty charismatic leader to get things moving. I also believe this is why the people say that they want training. It has nothing to do with the content being super difficult and requiring someone to walk you through, and everything to do with someone being a good leader. They only want the person there, not just for the training, but to organize and command the group. Otherwise, they wouldn't care about having training. They just go and do prog. Like if they had a good leader for prog, it would be exactly the same. But it's because it's just so hard to find a good charismatic leader.
And that's what we're going to do. I'm going to show NA the way. Also, B-Boy in the chat. Where's my Ceres guide, bro? What's going on, bro? Can I get invited to the World vs. World Guild? You absolutely can. Sneb, join Fungus Among Us. Play World vs. World with us. Actually, you don't need to, because you're a partner. You just transfer. Easy.
There you go. Win.
Let's see. What's Sprudel linking? Oh, yo. Dude, this is some sick-ass shit. We have the coolest shit ever for the Beetle stuff. We're going to make this happen, man. Now, what do I add? I'm bored. Fuck. Let me get back to you on that. Well, okay. We should probably... I kind of want to get, like, an actual merge done before we start fucking with it anymore, you know? But I will come up with some ideas, yeah. Did you know my other alt to the guild? I have no idea. Check and then see if you did. Dude, Defier of Doubt. Holy shit. That is a good title for this character. Actually, that's a good call. I'm doing it. I'm repping Defier of Doubt. Let's go. I am the Defier of Doubt. Frugal Fighter, Defier of Doubt, boys. Let's go. Yeah. Look at that thing. I'm such a big fan. Your content and personality are so important for Guild Wars 2 in the community. I gladly use your referral link to get the ultimate version, and I hope it helps support more Australian content in the future. We owe a lot to you, Snebs. That is true. Dude, honestly, without Sneb, imagine where we'd be, guys. It'd be fucking over. I want to talk to the Beetle community, actually. Because there is one thing that I have noticed, and... they'd have to trust me a little bit on this, I guess. And I'm not sure if they'd want to. I wouldn't do it if they didn't want to, actually. But I kind of want to make the tracks a bit shorter. Like, a lot of Beetle tracks right now are... very long, actually. Like, even with really good races, they actually take, like, you know, potentially, like, 3 to 5 minutes to actually get around. They're pretty long. I kind of want to do a tournament where the tracks, each lap, is like a minute maximum, maybe even less than that, actually. and kind of focus on like having a lot of variety in tracks with like different themes and different challenges, rather than having long tracks that kind of encompass all of the challenges that are typically associated with Beetle races. So in other words, each track will be a little bit more specialized. The reason for that is because I have a very strong vision for a Beetle tournament, and I basically want to transport you guys, the viewers, but also the players, into a racing game. Specifically, a game that I've played a lot, or rather a series of games that I played a lot. I'm sure a lot of you guys have as well. F-Zero, right? I kind of connect, in my mind, Beetle racing has always reminded me of F-Zero, I think. And I kind of want to make that in Guild Wars 2, right? Like, that's what I want to do. I want to transport everyone involved into Guild Wars 2 F-Zero. Play racing with you. No, yeah, I know. No, I know. I'm not saying this is some kind of crazy innovation that was unique to F-Zero. I'm just saying that the combination of like the ultra high speed combined with the kind of shorter tracks and like relatively short race times, to me has always like really reminded me of F-Zero, because of like how fast that game is, like the velocity, right, that the game has. Yes. Very nice. Yeah. I know F-Zero from Smash, because of Captain Falcon, right? Yeah. Biggest thing Guild Wars 2 did correctly, mounts. I mean, look, there's, and Kumas. But anyway, guys, I think that's actually going to wrap things up. And yeah, you will be able to resize them in the Guild Wars, so it's going to be pretty good. I think that's going to wrap things up for me. I am going to piss off. That is what I'm going to do. Let's see. You know what? Thanks for the stream. You are welcome. I will be back tomorrow, guys. We've got a big news post about spears tomorrow. So I'll be here tomorrow for sure. I'll be here right on time. I'm going to try and stream before the post. So the news post is actually at 5 p.m. my time. So basically patch time, essentially. I will actually try to be here a couple of hours before that, because I want to, again, kind of practice my endurance when it comes to streaming. I want to try and get like an 8-hour stream in tomorrow, I think. That's kind of the goal for that one. That's where we want to go. You know what? You know what? Seeing as we just did the meta train, I'm going to raid the NA meta train, guys. I'm going to raid Neuronuts, who's actually streaming the Hardstuck meta train on NA right now, actually, on Reset. So go take a look at that. Follow the stream, guys. Follow all my social media. Buy the game using my referral link. Buy some merch if you want to. Okay, subscribe on all the social media. I will message you, Spirit, about what features we need. Maybe I'll just push a fucking... Are we going to push... Maybe I'll push a commit so we can actually have, like, a unified thing to work on, which I think would make some sense. And it will be great. It's going to be fantastic. Cone. If anyone puts code in the chat, cone becomes permanently enabled on this channel. But anyway, that's it, guys. Thanks for watching. I'll see you all tomorrow. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And, yeah. Big gaming to come. Merge all, no problems. I've already merged it locally, actually. Well, I'm not sure if it's quite right, to be honest, but fuck it. It compiled and it ran, so who cares? But anyway, that's it. I'm out of here, guys. Take it easy, my friends. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Tuh. Every tuh in the chat prevents the merge from working and actually utterly destroys the project.